So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Harry Inherited the World's Most Powerful Wizarding Ability movie. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story.
Hermione is cursed at the Ministry. Harry unlocks an ancient and unparalleled power. With time travel, betrayal, and newfound strength, can he rewrite destiny and defeat Voldemort? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry could feel Hermione's overwhelming terror as he dodged the dragon on his broom during the first task. Amidst her fear, she berated herself for not keying him earlier, during their hug before the task. She had felt as though there might never be another opportunity. Harry noticed Hermione gripping her wand tightly, clearly torn between helping him or hexing the people who had forced him into the dangerous tournament. When Harry finally completed the task, she was out of her seat in an instant. The moment he emerged from the tent, she pounced on him, embracing him with all the relief and affection she had held back. But Harry knew painful memories were waiting for him, the times he had unintentionally hurt Hermione. He braced himself as the scenes unfolded in his mind. One such moment came with the announcement of the Yule Ball. Harry's attention had shifted to Cho Chang, leaving Hermione devastated. Through Hermione's perspective, he now saw her heartbreak vividly. When Viktor Krum approached her in the library and asked her to the ball, she accepted, not because she was interested in him romantically, but to make Harry see her as more than just his friend. Watching the memory, Harry saw himself standing in stunned silence as Hermione descended the staircase in her gown. Through her eyes, he realized she had been mentally screaming, "Yes, I'm a girl. Notice me." Hermione had been upfront with Krum, making it clear they were going as friends, and she wasn't interested in anything more. Surprisingly, Krum had been relieved, weary of girls chasing him for his fame. That night, he kissed Hermione on the cheek to bid her good night, a simple gesture that left her feeling lighthearted. However, the moment Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room, Ron ruined everything. His thoughtless, jealous accusations shattered her good mood and left her frustrated and hurt. Through these memories, Harry began to truly understand Hermione's feelings and the emotional turmoil she had endured, much of it because of his obliviousness. Hermione felt his emotions run riot as Harry walked into the argument between Ron and her. As she watched herself burst into tears, Harry's insides just melted. She could feel that he loved her, but Harry didn't have the emotional experience or tools to deal with it. He could stand up to Voldemort, a basilisk or a fire-breathing dragon, but the sight of her crying had him totally beaten. He knew he should take some action but hadn't a clue where to even begin, though punching out Ron was getting near the top of the list. As Harry was swimming toward the sound of singing, he was still trying to work out what he'd sorely miss. Talk about being underprepared. If someone had stuck Hedwig at the bottom of the lake, then all hell was going to break loose. When he swam into the village, he was shocked and confused at what awaited him there. Hermione, Cho, Ron and a little girl were all in some kind of sleep state and tied to posts awaiting rescue. Hermione was almost laughing at the confusion in Harry's mind, as he didn't know whom he was supposed to rescue. When Cedric appeared and rescued Cho, Harry moved towards Hermione only to be hit by a half-shark. As Krum swam away with Hermione, she was pleased to feel the indignation pouring out of her. Harry, how dare that bloody Bulgarian steal his Hermione? It was a god job that she was actually lying down in a hospital bed at the moment, because hearing Harry think of her as his Hermione was her greatest wish come true. She would probably have fainted if she wasn't already asleep. He had loved her much earlier than she thought. Harry looked at the two remaining hostages and was not pleased. Cedric and Viktor get to save beautiful girls and he gets Ron Bloody Weasley as the thing he'd miss most. Someone was having a giraffe. Did everyone think he was gay? He had half a mind to leave him down here and save the young girl, but exiting the lake with a 7-year-old girl under your arm was hardly a good image either. To hell with it, he would take them both. Sitting dripping wet on the bank, he was delighted to see Hermione wasn't interested in Krum and kept talking to him. Her face when Fleur kissed his cheeks for saving her sister was wonderful, just as Ron trying to claim some of the credit was woeful. Harry decided then and there to ask Hermione out after the last task, Listening into Harry's thoughts could be harrowing, but hearing that made everything worthwhile. She was also more aware of Dumbledore's manipulations. One dance with Krum and she was the thing he'd miss the most. Ron and Harry had hardly spoken all year, yet she had been inseparable from the boy she loved. As Harry entered the maze, his only worry was surviving so he could ask Hermione to be his girlfriend. He had no ambition to win the tournament he didn't enter in the first place. For some reason Harry seemed to encounter very few obstacles, though when he caught Krum cursing Cedric he took great delight in stunning the Bulgarian. He eventually reached the center and there was the cup with Cedric heading straight for it, which would have been fine with Harry except for the acromantula that the Hufflepuff hadn't seen. Harry fired a spell at it but just appeared to enrage the giant spider that now headed straight for him. Hermione watched as Harry and Cedric teamed up to dispatch the giant insect before making the fateful decision to share the cup. When Harry returned with Cedric's body, both Hermiones were crying. Her 15-year-old self was sobbing with relief while her older self, watching Harry's memory, was distraught at what Harry had just came through and the fake Moody was just about to kidnap him right under everyone's noses. Harry was in the infirmary while Fudge basically called him a liar yet still presented him with his winnings. Having had the imposter key Ed before he could be questioned only confirmed what they both now knew. In the wizarding world, covering your ass and looking good in the press was much more important than truth or justice. The Prophet didn't print lies, it just didn't always print the truth. Knowledge was power that could only be shared with the right people. If everyone knew what was going on, they may think that a better job could be done of running things. Harry saw Hermione's memories of her attempts to contact him while at Privet Prison all summer, which were thwarted at every turn, so she was not a happy camper when they met on the train, especially since he wasn't wearing a prefect badge. She immediately removed her own and placed it in her pocket to the bemusement of Harry, though the one watching her memories knew exactly what was going on. She sat beside Harry and took his hand. When she told him of trying all summer to contact him, he squeezed her hand in understanding. Ron and Ginny weren't so understanding when they entered the compartment. Both appeared to be beeping extremely sour according to the expressions on their faces. When Ron proudly announced that he was going to the prefect's meeting, he was again left with a sour face when Hermione didn't move to join him. She refused to answer the Weasley questions regarding her badge, or lack of, and they eventually got tired of it, though they continued to glare at their joined hands. When the prefects were told to show the new first years to their dorms, Hermione, sitting unmoving with Harry, drew the wrath of McGonagall. Her reply would be talked about all year. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I am unable to accept the position of prefect as it appears the badges weren't awarded on merit. When you have the Tri-Wizard champion who doesn't make prefect, then there must be some other agenda being adhered to. I would have written, but it would appear that every letter I sent over the summer was returned to me." She returned the badge before leaving the hall, hand in hand with Harry. She found herself in McGonagall's office the following morning, which proved enlightening. Her head of house was trying to lean on her to accept the badge since she knew Weasley would be useless, but Hermione was having none of it. "Professor, I believe this decision is as much a slur on Harry's character as those ludicrous articles the Prophet seems so fond of printing. If I accepted that badge, I would be condoning that slur. I could never do that. My loyalty to Harry far outweighs that to Gryffindor or even Hogwarts." McGonagall was left with no comeback. The glares coming from the youngest Weasleys put both of them on their guard. All food and drink would be getting checked from now on. A quiet word with Lavender was called for. "Could you watch out for me? Ron doesn't seem too pleased the way my relationship with Harry is going. If I suddenly start spouting eternal love for the red-haired arsehole, please drag me along to see Madame Pomfrey. Oh, and please keep it quiet." Harry was laughing at the memory. The whole school would know by tomorrow night. Hermione wasn't laughing at Harry's memory of their first defense class under Umbridge. She repeatedly tried to antagonize them throughout the class, but both were polite and said nothing that could be used for administering a detention. Neville approached and asked if he could study defense with them. As they weren't going to learn anything here, he brought his girlfriend along, Luna Lovegood. The Weasley menace came to a head when they sat down to breakfast a few weeks later and found their juice spiked. 2 stunners and 2 Accio potions later, and they marched up to the top table, presenting their evidence to a shocked Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore interfered at once and gave both Weasleys detentions, but Harry and Hermione refused to be in the same house as someone who would put a potion into your food. They were quickly joined by Neville as all three demanded either the expulsion of the Weasleys or to be resorted. McGonagall was furious. Only the headmaster could throw students out of Hogwarts, and she knew he was as thick as thieves with the Weasleys, so that wouldn't happen. She was going to lose her two best students, and Neville had been showing a lot more confidence since taking the Lovegood girl to the Yule Ball. Dumbledore blustered, threatened, cajoled before capitulating, and the hat was brought to the hall. The trio were all sorted into the house they requested, Hufflepuff, much to the delight of their new housemates. All three had seen a delighted Umbridge taking notes of the whole event. They had wanted to stay below the radar, and a Hufflepuff Harry was a lot less threatening. They were caught in a power struggle between Fudge and Dumbledore, but since they liked neither one, they were letting them slug it out. Fudge got his Christmas present early when the Quibbler ran a front-page story on the Weasleys' attempt to give the boy who lived a love potion. The backlash saw Dumbledore sacked from Hogwarts, Arthur Weasley forced to resign in shame, and the new headmaster, Umbridge, threw out all the Weasleys as neither Ron nor Ginny were capable of brewing the potion they were caught with. As Harry was clearly no longer Dumbledore's man, there was nothing to be gained and everything could be lost by harassing the wizard, so he was left alone. This was exactly what they wanted as the four continued to train in the room Dobby showed them. Harry relived the best Christmas of his life through Hermione's eyes. She had mentioned that her parents were going skiing and she hated it, when Luna invited them to stay with her. The two couples had become really close friends, and Luna stopped mentioning imaginary animals when she realized that they actually were her friends. The loony was just an unconscious act to stop people getting too close so she wouldn't have to deal with the emotional loss when they left her. It took the wizard with the lowest confidence in the school to ask the one pretty girl he didn't think would say no to a dance, and the results were verging on the spectacular. Training and studying every night and each weekend had boosted everyone's confidence and made them a tight-knit group. Since there was no Dumbledore, and neither Sprout nor Umbridge knew Harry had never left the castle at Christmas, there was no welcoming party at the station, and the night bus delivered the three of them to Luna's home. Harry had 1,000 galleons in his trunk left over from summer, since he wasn't allowed out of prison or able to attend Hogsmeade, so a monster shopping day was planned before Christmas. Using the flow to the Leaky Cauldron where they met Neville, the first item on the agenda was bottomless and weightless bags for everyone. After that, the four friends made their way to Gringotts, where Harry was going to get some gold exchanged to Muggle money and visit his vault. Feeling Hermione's emotions when they found out the Weasleys had been visiting his vault was scary. Harry demanded that his entire vault be emptied, except for one Canute, and be converted to Muggle currency. He left the bank with over £300,000 in his bag. Hermione had a bank account, so he put most of it in there. He didn't care about interest. He didn't want the Weasleys or Dursleys getting it. Hermione wasn't happy about the situation, but she could understand his reasoning, and he had no desire to have an account with Privet Drive as his address. The rest of the day was shopping, eating, eating and even more shopping as the two purebloods saw the sights of Muggle London. In other words, they had a blast. Luna's father was a little eccentric, but in a good way. You could sit all night and listen to his stories, and he seemed to thrive on the company. When they tried to thank him for allowing them to visit, he had tears in his eyes as he explained that it had been a few years since this house had been filled with such joy and laughter. He felt he should be thanking them. Heading back to Hogwarts, the rejuvenated teens threw themselves into their training and studying. Umbridge had no problems in the school, and with no Voldemort activity reported, Fudge decided to use the "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" philosophy, so he did nothing. Hermione watched Harry's memories as Voldemort started sending him visions of a corridor culminating in the History of Magic exam. She watched herself try to talk him out of it, but having seen the vision herself now, there was no way Harry could have ignored the torturing of Luna's dad. They were using wands to place cuts on the journalist, claiming that since Potter spent the holidays with him, then he must know the prophecy. There was blood everywhere. With no one outside their group they could trust, they took a broomstick ride to the Ministry. Luna was a pretty good flyer, so she took Neville while Harry took Hermione, straight into the trap. Hermione watched Harry duck and weave while sending off spells at the Death Eaters, but when he saw her get slashed and go down from that curse, Harry's magic went mental. He was vaguely aware that Neville was muttering something while supporting Luna, but the broken nose made it unintelligible, while Harry's glowing green eyes fell on the wizard who had murdered his Hermione. The Death Eater literally ripped into two pieces and his death screams reverberated throughout the Ministry. Harry calmly walked on looking for his next victim. 4 Dead Eaters later he came across Lucius who hit him with the Cruciatus Curse. Harry just stood there as the curse hit him in the chest with no visible effects. In reality Harry was using the curse like a conduit and quickly draining all of Malfoy's magic into himself. He had no idea how he was accomplishing this and neither did the Hermione watching his memories. A kick in the face of the now kneeling Muggle Malfoy put him out of the fight. The crazy bitch that hit him with the death curse actually wet herself when he just absorbed the spell and kept walking toward her. He was using neither wand nor words, just thinking about what he wanted done and his magic was doing the rest. He walked right past boneless Bella who was in severe pain as all her organs pushed down on top of one another causing her death within minutes. McNair was just vaporized with all that remained of the executioner being a greasy spot on the wall. Harry was making his way back to the atrium, killing every Death Eater he saw. When he got there he hit the jackpot, Voldemort. Harry took the glass ball out of his pocket. This what you're after? He casually dropped it in front of him and while Voldemort was watching intently, Harry started siphoning off Tom's magic. What is this power you have, Potter? Asked Voldemort before realizing what Harry was doing. He hit the young wizard with a Cruciatus as the flow system started depositing people into the atrium. Harry was struggling to cope with the now double feed and the sheer amount of magical power involved. He put his head back, opened his mouth and screamed as his magic let go. Harry's magic knocked out every pillar or wall on this full floor, which brought the whole Ministry of Magic building pancaking down on their heads. It was non-survivable, and everyone in the building and a few outside it died. Harry opened his eyes and found himself in a place unlike anything he'd seen before. There were no walls or ceiling that could be seen, just 2 sofas, a table and countless library shelves filled with books. He was trying to figure out where he was when something moving at speed registered at the edge of his vision. Harry quickly spun round but nothing could save him from the ferocious attack. A brown-eyed, bushy-haired bombshell exploded right on top of him as Hermione threw herself at the man she loved. Her arms were round his neck while her legs encircled his waist as she proceeded to snog him for all she was worth. Harry wasn't sure where they were but at this precise moment he didn't care because this was heaven. They were interrupted when someone spoke. Well, there's something you don't see every day. A second later Harry and Hermione had their wands pointing at James and Lily Potter. Oh, so that's the way it is. Greet each other with hugs and kisses but we get wands pointed at us. He must take that from your side of the family, Lily, said James. Harry's legs buckled and, as Hermione was still wrapped around him, they hit the floor in a heap. Thought their wands still covered the 2 newcomers. Lily smacked James on the back of the head. That's a fine first impression to make on our son and his girlfriend, and just how was he supposed to pick up pointing a wand at someone from my family? Honestly, James, said Lily as she moved forward and helped Hermione regain her feet. She then pulled Harry up and squeezed him so tight he thought a rib would break. Oh Harry, you couldn't have picked a better girl to spend the rest of your life with, said Lily. Even now she's standing there, with her wand in her hand, ready to fight for the man she loves. Lily opened her arms and invited Hermione into the hug. She was reluctant but as soon as she got there it just felt so right that the tears started to flow. Harry had started crying the moment his mother had hugged him, but now with the 2 women he loved holding him, the dam broken. All those years of holding his emotions in check were washed away. James joined, wrapping his arms round the 2 teens as they stood as a family, trying for a fleeting moment to fill a void that existed in each of them. They eventually had to sit down. Harry ended up in the middle of both women who showed no signs of letting him go ever again. His dad chuckled and sat on the other couch as Harry asked the all-important question, "Are we dead?" "That's a question that we can answer later," said James. "There are some things we need to tell you, then a decision will have to be made. This situation is a junction in time. There are 2 paths that can be taken with the consequences affecting everyone in the world, so no pressure, you two. James, if you can't be serious and do this properly then we could end up losing this chance. Behave." Properly chastised, he continued, When you let your magic go in the Ministry, it destroyed Voldemort's body, but it also caused massive damage to the magical world. When the Death Eaters started throwing dark curses at you, it set off alarms, and most of the senior members of the Ministry, as well as all the Aurors and Dumbledore, had entered the building when it came down. The reason that this is a catastrophe is Voldemort isn't dead. Both teens shot up. What? Harry couldn't believe it. How could he possibly survive that? It was Lily that replied, the same way he survived that Halloween, you killing him in first and second year as well as again today. He split his soul and placed it in objects, creating Horcruxes, and he cannot die until these are destroyed. Hermione was crying again. All those plans, all that work, for nothing. We couldn't even take him with us. Lily was hugging the crying witch as Harry just sat stunned. He'd given it his best shot and came up short. James continued, Umbridge will become Minister for Magic and start passing laws that will further fragment the wizarding world. Anyone not pureblood will probably leave the country, and by the time Voldemort returns, all that will be required is for him to make an appearance and the Ministry will fold like a deck of cards. Harry felt as if he was going to be sick. His mother pulled him closer before speaking. That was the bad news, but there is another alternative. You can be sent back to a time when you can do most good. Time travel? Asked Hermione. Yes, James replied, but this time you will be better prepared. It's said, knowledge is power, and we intend to prove that right. The night Voldemort hit you with that curse, he unintentionally created a Horcrux, you. Hermione caught on immediately. The scar. Right again, answered James, but should you go back, the Horcrux would be gone, but all the knowledge Voldemort had in his head is stored in these books here, a residue of the Horcrux. They are not really books, it's just the way your mind has organized all the information as you will, in effect, have access to everything he knew. Harry sat quietly thinking through his options. In the end, it was his father who couldn't wait any longer. Well, I'm trying to think of a reason for going back but can't think of one. So people's lives will take a downturn. My life has been shit ever since the night you were murdered, and I haven't seen anyone making sacrifices to try and change it. Everyone I've ever loved, everything I've dreamed about is here with me now. Why would I want to give this up and go back where everyone tries to control my life? If my options are this or the Dursleys, then my choice is not difficult. His parents were speechless. They were so sure their Gryffindor son would charge forward that they had never even considered this a possibility. While they were sharing bemused expressions with each other, Hermione took Harry's face in both hands and tenderly kissed him before speaking. Harry, I would like to give you a reason to go back. In fact, I would like to give you many reasons to go back. Our unborn children. My greatest wish is to have our children and watch them growing up, showering them with love. If we stay here, we would be happy. I'll be happy anywhere as long as we're together, but something will always be missing. Taking your son on his first broom ride, or the daughter who will have her daddy wrapped round her little finger before she can even speak. I want this for you so badly. I would face Voldemort myself if I had to, but it's your decision to make. Harry took his wonderful girl's face in his hands and kissed her, pouring all his emotions into that one gesture and leaving his parents misty-eyed. Hermione, you just described my deepest dreams and desires, and in those dreams you are always by my side just as you were in life. Would you do me the honor of being my wife? Any time, any place, I'll be there. Just so there are no doubts here, that's a definite yes. Their resulting embrace, Snog, was only broken by the sound of his crying father blowing his nose. This was the opening Lily required to hug the couple and welcome Hermione to the family, immediately followed by James. Once everyone had somewhat settled down, Hermione asked a question. If the information is in Harry's head, is there any way I can access it? Harry's father wore a frown. There is, but I'm not sure I would recommend it. The looks both teens were giving him forced James to continue. In the Potter family vaults there's a special set of betrothal rings that haven't been used for centuries. They were made for an ancestor who was unsure if the woman he loved wanted him or the title of Lady Potter. The rings will basically give all of your memories to whoever wears the other ring. You will also be able to speak to each other without talking, and Harry can grant you access to any part of his mind. Be warned though, the rings can't be removed before 10 days, and our ancestor ended up hating the woman. While you wear the rings, No one else will be able to access your minds and your secrets will be safe from everyone but each other. What are the Potter family vaults? Asked Harry. That bastard Dumbledore. Harry and Hermione were shocked, not at the sentiments that they both agreed with but at the venom and language coming from Lily Potter. I know you both dislike the old goat, but when you hear what he's done, you might want to go back and kill him again. He's done so much it's hard to know where to begin, so we'll go right back to the start of all our troubles, that prophecy. James took up the story. Snape heard part of the prophecy and told his master, Voldemort. There were 2 children that fitted the profile, you and Neville, but he chose you and marked you with that scar. After he was banished, Sirius tried to take you with him, but Dumbledore had decided you were going to the Dursleys and used Hagrid to fetch you there, leaving you on the doorstep like a newspaper. Will clearly stated you were not to go there under any circumstances and contained a list of people willing to take you. He sealed the unread will and declared himself your magical guardian illegally, and with Sirius somehow being denied a trial, there was only Remus who knew we had a will. Dumbledore played the werewolf card and denied him the right to any contact with you at all. Remus was as much a prisoner as Sirius, and his whole world crumbled that night. By law, Dumbledore should have told you about your inheritance when you reached 11, but if you knew that you were the richest person in Britain with many houses and the ability to claim emancipation, you would have been out of Privet Drive and out of his control faster than he could list his titles. We also suspect he has someone working with him in Gringotts to help him pull this off. His mother was doing her best to convince him to return. If you go back, you will be Lord Potter and emancipated. Hermione would come under the protection of the House of Potter as your betrothed. Your rings will be invisible unless you specifically tell the person. You never need to go anywhere near Privet Drive again, unless you want to kick some Dursley ass, and you will be able to live anywhere in the world and hire magical tutors, keeping you away from Dumbledore's manipulations. You will keep all your memories and magical power. You know the prophecy and how to defeat him. All the knowledge of the Horcruxes is here, stored in your mind, and though we don't know when you will go back to, we know it will be a time that you can do the most good. They chatted for a while before James and Lily seemed to receive a message. We're sorry, but you have to answer now. Harry and Hermione held each other tight before answering, we're going back. As they waited, both suddenly looked as if they had been petrified before falling into each other's arms. Where are we? When are we? Hermione asked Harry. Oh Harry, your scar is fainter and my teeth are enormous again. She looked around and saw Buckbeak. This is the night Sirius was keyed. A 13-year-old Lord Harry James Potter awoke in the infirmary holding his 14-year-old betrothed's hand. Sirius was saved. Remus wouldn't leave the magical world. He was never going back to the Dursleys. An extremely angry Albus Dumbledore was standing at the bottom of his bed. Harry ignored the irate ingrate and looked into Hermione's eyes. He was really worried that now she had seen all his memories she wouldn't want to be with him anymore. Are you okay, love? He nervously asked. Hermione's beaming smile was worth more than any words, but her wonderful made his heart soar. Dumbledore was not used to being ignored, far less his mental probes being rebuffed, and he was not a happy wizard. Lord Potter, I demand an explanation. Harry and Hermione had the exact same thought. Someone had talked. Harry decided to see just how far he could push Dumbledore. I'm sorry, sir. I think I must have done accidental magic. I was having a nightmare after hearing my innocent godfather was keyed by a Dementor and just woke up next to Hermione. I have to say though, given a choice, I'd rather wake up holding Hermione's hand than Ron's. You know perfectly well that Sirius escaped and that. Dumbledore was intentionally interrupted by Harry. What? He escaped? Why didn't anyone tell me? Why do you think we were here last night? Dumbledore was almost shouting now. I've no idea, sir. You came crashing through the door then, after making my head hurt. A Hogwarts professor tried to curse me before you dragged him out. In front of the Minister of Magic, too. He didn't seem too happy when he left here last night. You know what I'm asking, Lord Potter? Yes, he was definitely shouting now. I'm sorry, sir, I have no idea. I'm not really a morning person though. If Hermione here didn't remind me every morning what books we needed, I'm sure I wouldn't be doing half as well in my classes. I haven't even had my morning cup of tea yet. What time is it anyway, Hermione? A purple-faced Dumbledore screamed, "How did you find out about Lord Potter?" "Oh that," said Harry dismissively before continuing to lie. "Hermione found it when we were researching ways to help Buckbeak with his trial, quite a simple procedure really. Did you know I could have done it since my 11th birthday? Anyway, we couldn't think of a way to use it to save Buckbeak. I don't suppose he managed to escape as well." "Yes, the blasted hippogriff escaped. Why did you claim your lordship? Do you have any idea the extra work you have caused me to try and clean up this mess?" roared Dumbledore. His veins were now protruding in a reasonable impression of Uncle Vernon. "I fail to see that me claiming my rightful inheritance is any of your business, Headmaster." The last word was said with emphasis. Dumbledore was now in full retreat. "You just don't understand, Harry, and some things are better left for me to handle for you." "I'm sorry, Headmaster, but I fully intend to take up the mantle of head of House Potter. Now, according to the books we read on the subject, that means only people of equal or higher status can call me by my first name." "You're not a lord, are you, sir?" Harry asked in his most non-threatening voice. "No, Harry, I'm not, but..." "Then kindly follow the proper procedure, sir. You, of all people, should appreciate the necessity of protocol in our society," stated Harry. Hermione's overbite was making an impression in her bottom lip as she tried her hardest not to burst out laughing at Dumbledore's antics. She decided to stir the cauldron some more. "Oh Harry, that means you won't have to go to those disgusting relatives anymore. I'll be able to tell my dad that he doesn't need to see our lawyer about contacting the authorities with details of your mistreatment. As a lord, you will be able to do it yourself in front of the Wizengamot. You might even be able to get a trial for Sirius." Dumbledore's color had paled considerably. He was almost gray now. "There's no need to be hasty. I'm sure we can work something out, Harry." "I'm sorry, sir, but that's Lord Potter and my arrangements out of Hogwarts, again fall under the heading, none of your business, so please don't concern yourself with it. I'm sure you have enough on your plate with an escaped convict and dangerous creature both disappearing from Hogwarts." The headmaster almost appeared ready to reach for his wand before an angry Poppy pushed him out the way to check both her patience. "You said 2 minutes, Headmaster, and you've had a lot longer than that." The dismissal in Poppy's voice left Albus with nowhere to go but out the door. "Where's Ron?" Hermione asked the healer. "Oh, he was released for breakfast. You two seem fine, so you can go and get cleaned up. It will be lunchtime shortly," she replied. Both left and were heading to the dorms to change when they noticed a Ravenclaw limping along the corridor. As they got closer they could see it was Luna, and the reason for her limping had Hermione in tears while Harry struggled to control his anger. Hermione hugged the shocked girl. "Luna, I never realized it was this bad. I'm so sorry, but don't worry, we'll help you with this." The haired witch hadn't a clue what was happening. She knew this girl was Hermione Granger and everyone recognized Harry, but what were they doing in the corridor talking to her? Hermione's hug almost panicked her until she heard the sincerity in her voice. Luna was sure she meant her no harm, and Harry's actions confirmed this. Harry pulled out his wand and took an oath. "I swear on my magic I will be Luna Lovegood's friend and never knowingly harm her." Hermione repeated the procedure. "Luna, we can't explain at the moment, but we truly are your friends and I will take you under the protection of my house. Hermione and I are betrothed and have no intention of returning here next term, but we want you to come with us," said Harry. Luna saw their betrothal rings appear as well as Harry's family ring. "This is a secret, Luna, so please don't say anything until we're ready, but we do want you to come with us. No one will bother you again, we promise." Hermione still had tears in her eyes as she looked at the state of her best female friend. These were the first kind words Luna had heard since starting at Hogwarts nearly 2 years ago. The school thought she dressed oddly, but what most of them were unaware of was that she could only wear what her housemates didn't hide. Today's ensemble was really bad, with the 2 right shoes leaving her left foot in agony. She didn't know what it was about these two, but something just felt right, almost like déjà vu. They helped Luna to the Gryffindor dorms, where Hermione loaned her some clothes and a pair of shoes before the trio headed off to lunch. They entered the Great Hall and the 2 Gryffindors followed Luna over to the Ravenclaw table and sat down with her. They were hardly seated when Marietta Edgecombe interrupted them. "Not enough room at your own table, or are you just interested in Loony's lies?" The rest of the table were snickering at Marietta's wit, but the three were just casually helping themselves to lunch. When they had sufficient food on their plates, Harry replied, "No, Miss Edgecombe, there is plenty of room at the Gryffindor table, but we wanted to have lunch with our friend Luna." There was silence as everyone waited for the punch line. This was a joke, right? Harry continued speaking in a calm tone. "You see, Luna is a good friend of ours, and under the protection of the House of Potters I would suggest that anyone sitting here who has taken or hidden any of her belongings immediately go and return them." There was some nervous laughter before Cho Chang spoke. "Big Bad Potter is so scary sticking up for the retard. Those tactics might work in your House of Dorks, but here in Ravenclaw we—" The rest was cut off by the screams of people at the table, all of whom were looking at Cho in horror. Cho looked down at her hands and saw they were covered in wrinkles. She put her hands to her face where her beautiful smooth skin had more wrinkles than last week's bed sheets. She ran out the hall screaming while holding her face in her wrinkly hands. Harry glanced at Hermione, who had enjoyed that far too much. "Payback?" he asked. She just nodded. "Ever since she tried to key you I wanted to rip her arm off and beat her with the wet end." Luna looked genuinely confused for a change. "We will explain it to you, Luna, but you're going to have to trust us for now." Flitwick came rushing over. "What are you two Gryffindors doing causing trouble at this table?" Hermione was still pissed at the treatment of her friend, and here was a professor she respected blaming them without even finding out the facts. They were going to find out that a pissed-off Hermione Granger was a formidable sight. "Well, since you're asking so nicely, Professor, we're doing your job for you by putting a stop to the vicious bullying of a young student in your house. Oh, and just to reiterate to those denser members of the so-called clever house, immediate means get your asses in gear and return my friend's belongings before you all end up like the delightful Miss Chong." There was pandemonium as witches climbed over one another in their haste to get to the dorm and return Luna's stuff. The diminutive head of Ravenclaw just stood there, unsure of what to do next. "Miss Granger, if there was a problem, you should have come to me with it." "Yeah, like that was going to work. You had 2 years to sort this out. What we did took us 2 minutes and, trust me on this, they will never bother her again," raged Hermione. "I can't fix something if I don't know about the problem," replied Flitwick. Hermione was having none of it. "Then I suggest you sack the Ravenclaw prefects since they're obviously not doing their jobs properly." The Ravenclaw head was starting to become irate at this slip of a girl highlighting the deficiencies of his house. "And I suppose Gryffindor is a utopia of peace and harmony?" he asked sarcastically. "Not with the Twisted Twins present, who think if they call their form of bullying a prank then it's not only acceptable, but they expect praise for it. It's not cool but cruel to have younger housemates in a constant state of terror because they don't know what's going to happen next. Students like Neville keep getting their confidence destroyed by continuous and vindictive pranks, stopping him becoming the great wizard he is." Hermione was on a roll that nothing was going to stop. The Gryffindor table was a mixture of sniggers at the thought of Neville as a great wizard, and stares that anyone would dare to challenge the twins. Terrible consequences usually followed that folly. McGonagall decided to intervene before things got out of hand and detentions and points got dragged into the issue. "I hardly think a few harmless jokes could be held responsible for Mr. Longbottom's abilities. If I remember correctly, Mr. Potter's own father was prone to carry out the occasional prank." Harry stood on the bench and stared over at Neville. He was sitting with his head down, hating the attention. "Neville, there has been a Longbottom standing beside a Potter every time either went into battle for centuries. I would be proud to have you by my side when that time comes again." "Yes, Professor, my father and his friends played pranks, but it was a time of war and they had chosen their side. Their pranks were set against a background of Death Eater recruitment, and seeing the people putting pressure on others to join Voldemort end up with pink hair and without robes gave others hope that the dark could be defeated. On the other hand, the Weasleys appear to be using students as unwilling test subjects for products they hope will make them money." The squeals of terror at the mention of Voldemort's name had Harry shaking his head. "I really think I am going to adopt the Hufflepuff philosophy." The smug looks from that table were soon wiped off their faces by his next comments. "That means I look after my family and am loyal to my friends, and the rest of the world can go and screw itself. I've kicked his ass 3 times now yet you people still seem to want more. just what is it you think I owe you? Well, here's some news for you. I owe you nothing, and that's what you're going to get. The next time the Dark Dork turns up, you're on your own. The Death Eater wannabes will all flock like sheep to key the Half-Blood's robes while the rest of you hide, too afraid even to say his name, far less fight back. You make me want to vomit. Harry took Hermione and Luna by the hand and started to leave a totally silent Great Hall when a voice he knew couldn't remain quiet called out, "Potter, how dare you call the Dark Lord a half-blood like you?" The trio turned to be greeted with an indignant Draco Malfoy. Harry's wand did the Tom Marvolo riddle equals I am Lord Voldemort in flames through the air. He's a former Hogwarts head boy and his father was a muggle. I say was because the psychopath killed his father and grandparents while he was still a student here. Now what makes you think anyone should listen to a squib whose family keys the robes of someone like that and their father gets beat up by a house elf? A mad Malfoy fired a curse straight at Harry, but Hermione, who immediately recognized the curse, stepped in front of her betrothed and deliberately let the spell hit her. Harry looked towards Snape as Hermione's front teeth began growing. Are you going to take any action, Professor? I don't see any difference in Miss Granger's appearance, but I think that Gryffindor will be docked 50 points and you can have a week of detentions with me for that little flame spell you cast earlier. Snape's smirk was pure evil. Harry glanced towards the head of Gryffindor and realized that, as he expected, no help was to be found there. The trio headed back to the infirmary where Hermione could get her front teeth shrunk to the size she wanted. McGonagall just stood there with her head down, hearing one of her Gryffindors not only criticize their own house but basically tell the magical community they were on their own had shocked her to the very marrow of her bones. She wondered what Albus would make of it. She also wondered where he headed off to today in such a hurry. Hermione was receiving treatment when Harry heard a nervous cough behind him and turned to see Neville standing there. Screwing up his courage, Neville asked, "Did you really mean what you said, Harry? You would want me beside you?" Harry pulled Neville into a one-armed man hug. "Nev, I know you don't believe this, but you're a hell of a wizard. With Hermione by my side, you watching our backs and Luna taking care of all of us, we will be a force to be reckoned with. I know you don't believe this yet, but Hermione and I trust you with our lives." Neville gave the impression of a mild-mannered reporter turning into his alter ego. He appeared to grow taller and his shoulders squared as he proudly looked at his friend. Here was the wizard that Neville respected more than any other, including the headmaster, someone who continually stood up for what he believed in and, despite the odds, never compromised and never lost. He thought that Neville Longbottom was good enough to stand with him, and this was a completely new experience for the shy, young wizard. He'd never had anyone think he was worth anything before. "Neville, there will be some things happening over the next few days that you may not understand, but please believe me when I say that any plans we have will always include you and Luna." He turned toward the Ravenclaw girl. "Luna, you can trust Neville with your life. He will never let you down and is the true definition of a friend." Neville and Luna looked at each other, both wearing shy smiles. Tellingly, they didn't break eye contact until Hermione came from behind the medical screen flashing her new smile. Harry pulled out his wand and a couple of plaques appeared above two beds, one read Snape while the other had Malfoy printed on it, just making reservations in case the ward gets busy. They could all see Harry wasn't joking. The quartet left the infirmary to be confronted by a quintet of riled redheads. Ron wasn't pleased not to be part of the group in front of them. Ginny wasn't pleased that Hermione and Luna were. The twins were seriously miffed at being called bullies, while Percy, head boy, Weasley, wasn't sure why he was upset, he just knew he was. Percy looked as if he'd just let go with a wet fart onto his starched underwear. The problem was of his own making, but in typical Weasley fashion he wanted to blame somebody else for his mess. Ron was attempting rightful indignation, but just sounded like a ginger whinger. "Harry, I thought I was your best friend. What are you playing at slagging off Gryffindor?" "Ron, I have only one best friend." He pulled Hermione closer as both of them lost themselves in a key that had all the watchers speechless. The couple were still looking lovingly into each other's eyes when Harry spoke again. "I wasn't slagging Gryffindor, I was calling out the twins for their bullying." The Weasleys protested en masse, but that was cut short when a spell hit the twins, transforming one into a greasy git and the other into Darling Draco, What really turned everyone's stomachs was that they then proceeded to reenact the key that Harry and Hermione had shared the minute before. When the spell wore off, both twins looked ready to commit murder, but Harry silently summoned their wands before commentating on the prank. Some people might think that was extremely funny, some extremely sick. Was it a prank or was it bullying? It all depends on your point of view. From my point of view, that was a preemptive strike. These people here are my friends and under my protection. If anything happens to them, Dumbledore and Trelawney will be getting it on top of the Gryffindor table some lunchtime. Do I make myself clear? Both twins reluctantly nodded. Harry handed them back their wands before walking away with his arm round Hermione's waist. Hermione waited till they were passing Ginny before returning the gesture and leaning her head on Harry's shoulder. She nearly lost it to laughter when she heard Harry's voice in her mind. You really are a little minx. Neville and Luna looked toward each other, shrugged and followed the couple down the corridor. The four ended up in an empty classroom as Neville was brought up to speed with the same information Luna had. He was delighted at the news of their betrothal. Harry and Hermione were giving classes a miss, but the other two had to go. Remus Lupin was packing when Hermione and Harry entered. His eyebrows shot up as the couple proceeded to dispense locking and silencing charms. What have you heard, Remus? Asked Harry. I haven't really heard anything. Albus just smiled when I asked him how he managed to save Sirius. He was astounded at Hermione's heated reply. That's because the old bastard did nothing to help Sirius. He wanted him key-ed so Harry wouldn't have a godfather and would need to rely on the old tosser for support. We saved Sirius but wouldn't tell the old coot anything. I proclaimed myself head of House Potter, and we think Dumbledore is trying to get it reversed to have me under his control. My betrothed and I can't allow that to happen under any circumstances. We need your help to get to Gringotts, as something there is very wrong, said Harry. Remus saw the rings appear on the youngster's fingers. He was also a marauder and knew he wasn't being told the full story, but here was the son of one best friend who, along with his betrothed, had just saved the life of his other best friend. When do we leave? Just over an hour later, and it was 3 different people who walked up the steps of Gringotts. They had traveled by flow from the 3 broomsticks to the Leaky Cauldron, stepped into Muggle London to use a payphone, followed by a quick trip to Madame Malkin's, and were now attired in very expensive robes. Remus and Hermione had strenuously protested their purchase, but Harry pointed out that today was all about making an impression, so the robes were an investment. Both his and Hermione's robes had the Potter family crest on them. The Potter family ring pressed into the receipt was an accepted and preferred payment method anywhere in the magical world. They had just entered Gringotts when the one person they didn't want to see came racing over towards them. What are you doing here? You must return to school immediately. Dumbledore was trying to shepherd them out the bank, but all 3 of them stood firm. The old wizard was getting angry and drawing attention to the escalating confrontation. I demand that you return to Hogwarts. You have no business being here. If you don't return immediately, then you will face expulsion. Harry let some of his power show, as his magical aura was visible for everyone to see. I am Lord Harry James Potter, and who are you, old man, to tell me I have no business here at Gringotts Bank? Are you afraid I'll discover just how deep your manipulations run? Who told you my status at the bank had changed when I gave strict instructions that was not to happen? With what authority did you disregard my parents' will? Who gave you the right to remove me from my innocent godfather and place me with Muggles that the will clearly stated was never to happen? As you can see, old man, we have plenty business to discuss here, and the answers will determine our next course of action. They had now drawn quite a crowd, and the boy who lived having a very public argument with the leader of the Light would be in the profit before long. The mention of banking improprieties had goblins running for their supervisors, and there was now a group of senior goblin officials heading in their direction. The situation was spiraling out of Albus' control. The questions Harry was asking were ones that he definitely didn't want the answers to be known. He had to do something quickly. Miss Granger, you have no authority to be here and will return with me immediately. He made a move towards the young witch when Harry stepped in front of her. Miss Granger is here under my protection and with the knowledge and blessing of her parents. Any attempt to remove her will be regarded as an attack on the House of Potter, and I will react accordingly. Harry had his wand pointed at the headmaster's crooked nose as gasps came from the now considerable number of onlookers. Lord Potter, Said one of the goblins, "Could you please lower your wand? You and your betrothed will come to no harm while in Gringotts." Harry's wand never wavered nor his eyes leave the wizard who it was pointed at. He couldn't help notice the look of absolute terror at the goblin's use of betrothed concerning Hermione. "Sir, can I ask your name?" "I am called Master Zutekin, Lord Potter." "Well, here's the deal, Master Zutekin. I lower my wand and any harm comes to any of us while in Gringotts and I will hold you personally responsible." Harry left no doubt in anyone's mind what he meant by personally responsible. The goblin gave a slight bow before speaking. "That would be acceptable, Lord Potter." Harry lowered his wand and before anyone had time to react, Albus found himself with a sword poking him in the back as he was politely asked to vacate the premises. Harry, Hermione and a totally bewildered Remus followed Master Zutekin into a plush office where another goblin introduced themselves. "I am Sickle and in charge of the Potter accounts." Harry interrupted him immediately. "That is still to be decided. I want to see the manager and I want to see him now." An extremely nervous Sickle tried to placate Harry, but he was well beyond that stage. "If I don't see the manager, I will empty the Potter vaults and give an interview to the Prophet explaining why I have no confidence in Gringotts Bank. Now do I get to see the manager?" Much to the displeasure of Sickle, Master Zutekin intervened and had the group follow him to an even plusher office, which turned out to be no more than the waiting room for admittance to see Director Ragnarok, manager of Gringotts and leader of the British Goblins. When they entered the room, Harry's demeanor changed noticeably. "Forgive this intrusion, Director, but I have been put in the position of not knowing whom I can trust at Gringotts, but if I can't trust you then there is no hope for this country." "You are most welcome, Lord Potter. Trust is a sacred thing at Gringotts and the thought of anyone breaking a trust distresses me greatly. Can you give me the details of this alleged transgression?" Harry explained about demanding details of his claiming the head of House Potter be kept secret, yet Dumbledore woke them with the news this morning. "How is that possible?" Ragnarok looked pensive for a moment before asking, "Are you aware that the headmaster is a master legitimist?" Harry and Hermione held up their hands wearing the betrothal rings, which surprised the goblin though he clearly knew what they were. "My congratulations, my lord and lady. Wearing those rings and still being together means you were meant to be. It also means that your thoughts would have been unreadable. Very few goblins knew of your change in status, so rest assured we will find them, and quickly." Harry nodded in agreement before continuing, "As you can imagine, I do not want to conduct any family business until this problem has been resolved, but there is another matter of which I will deal only with you." Ragnarok nodded and the other two goblins left the room before he placed privacy charms around them. "I would like the contents that were placed in Vault 97 with the codename, Pureblood Supremacy, brought to your office." Ragnarok nearly fell off his chair in shock before reaching for a piece of parchment and writing instructions on it. 5 minutes later there were 12 ornate chests, about the size of a small loaf of bread, sitting on Ragnarok's very large desk. Remus noted the coats of arms on the chests and recognized some of them: Malfoy, McNair, Lestrange and others. All were wealthy supporters of Lord Voldemort. Harry stood and approached the first chest, gave the password in Parseltongue. The chest opened, revealing a Gringotts vault key. Harry took the key and placed it on the desk, in front of the appropriate chest, before proceeding to the next one. In short order, there were 12 keys aligned along the desk. "I have complied with all the security arrangements requested by these accounts, therefore I have unlimited access to them as per the agreement, is that correct?" asked Harry. Ragnarok couldn't speak. With the keys on the desk and the Potter account, this young man now held sway over more than half the gold in Gringotts, and some goblin had upset him. Finding the traitor was the #1 priority of Gringotts Bank, otherwise there might not be a bank. Noticing that Lord Potter was waiting for an answer, he could only nod in agreement that security had been followed to the letter. "I want everything removed from these vaults except one canute. It has to sit in the center of the vault along with a piece of parchment I will give you." Hermione immediately began writing 12 messages on pieces of parchment Ragnarok supplied. "I want everything placed in the biggest vault you have, and whether it, and the Potter account, stay here will depend on the secrecy surrounding these transactions. The first time these account holders find out about this is when they access their vaults, and under no circumstances is anyone to find out who or how it was done." A relieved Ragnarok could see a glaring hole in his plan. "Lord Potter, Forgive me if I overstep the mark, but it will be front page in tomorrow's Prophet that you were here today, and the smarter ones will draw their own conclusions. I would not wish the bank to be punished for this." Harry and Hermione just smiled. "By removing their wealth it means they will have to come after us themselves. We will take care of the rest. We are going to have a meal. Can I assume that I will be able to discuss my family accounts without fear of it becoming public knowledge when we return?" "An investigation has already begun and I will be handling all of your accounts personally from now on," Ragnarok replied, as this customer was effectively the richest wizard in the world. Harry gave a slight bow before they were graciously escorted from the bank. Anyone who had seen Dumbledore's rather abrupt exit at the point of a goblin sword couldn't fail to notice the difference in the goblin treatment of the boy who lived. Remus was worried that Albus would be hanging about outside waiting on them, but there was no sign of the old meddler. Apparently he'd had his fill of public humiliation for now and would be awaiting a more discreet opportunity. Remus couldn't wait any longer and had to ask, just what in Merlin's name was that all about? Hermione jumped in. For all her changes she still loved explaining things. All those purebloods gave Voldemort a key to their vaults. He set up what he thought was unbreakable security, password to the vault, then individual passwords on each chest in Parseltongue. It was foolproof, except Harry has the knowledge and the ability to speak Parseltongue. We have dealt a massive blow to his finances and his supporters today. She looked so cute sharing knowledge that Harry just had to key her. Harry was sitting in the most expensive restaurant in Diagon Alley and he was a lot more nervous about this confrontation than any of the others he had faced today. His whole future depended on this. Remus entered smiling, followed by Hermione and a woman who couldn't be anyone else but her mother. Emma was supposedly whispering to Hermione, but they could all clearly hear her. "Hermione, when you phoned and said there was someone that it was imperative we meet, I should have known it would be one of your professors." Hermione had a beaming smile as Harry stood up to greet them. "Mum, Dad, I would like to introduce you to my betrothed and future husband, Lord Harry James Potter." Only the fact that Hermione had never pulled a prank on her parents stopped them from bursting out laughing when being introduced to their 14-year-old daughter's future husband, which combined with the seriousness that both were treating the situation, set alarm bells ringing in the minds of the senior Grangers. Harry keyed the back of Emma Granger's hand before showing her to a seat, shook Dan Granger's hand before keying Hermione on the cheek and holding the chair for her. As soon as they were all seated, a waiter brought a selection of starters and 2 bottles of wine that raised Dan's eyebrows all the way to his hairline. "I apologize for not giving you a choice of menu and wine, but the waiter suggested platters of food and wine from my private cellar here. Apparently my family were frequent visitors in times past. Please fill your glasses as we have quite a story to tell and you will probably need a drink before we're finished." Dan filled glasses for himself, Emma and Remus, while Harry and Hermione stuck to fruit juice. They were all picking at the starters but knew the main course would be the tale they were about to hear. "You are going to hear a story that is hard to believe but nevertheless true. Please can you hold questions until we finish it, then we will answer everyone the best we can. Both Hermione and I value truth above all else since we have been lied to for years, so I promise we will tell the truth as we know it." Harry stopped and removed a notebook and pen from his robes and gave it to Emma. She just smiled and held the pen poised to take note of her first question. Yesterday, a 16-year-old Hermione Granger followed her boyfriend of about a year, a 15-year-old Harry Potter, and our 2 best friends, Neville and Luna, to the Ministry of Magic and straight into a Death Eater trap. We were fighting for our lives when Hermione was hit with a curse that ended hers. Hermione held his hand and rested her head on his shoulder. "When Hermione fell, I went crazy. I killed every Death Eater in the building, and there were about a dozen of them. Then I faced Voldemort and defeated him. Unfortunately my magic got away from me and destroyed the Ministry building and everyone in it. Hermione and I were dead and got to meet my parents. We were offered the chance to come back and make a difference, but I will be honest with you, we nearly chose not to." This brought shocked gasps from the 3 adults at the table. How could anyone choose not to come back? "I was with my parents and had the girl I love with me. That fulfilled my greatest wishes until Hermione gave me a reason to come back, our future children. The betrothal rings we wear are special and Hermione now has all my memories and I have hers. We know everything there is to know about each other and still love each other more than life itself. The waiter is hovering, so let's get the next course and have some time to digest the information before we answer your questions. The waiter again brought platters of food for them to chew over while they tried to swallow the story Harry had told. The food was superb, the wine was excellent, and the story was unbelievable. Hermione looked at her mother, who was onto her third page of notes and questions. "Okay, Mum, let's have it. What do you intend to change and how will you go about it?" asked Emma. "We've already made massive changes. In the original timeline, my godfather had his soul removed by a Dementor while Dumbledore let it happen. We saved him and the headmaster is raging." Remus was out his seat until Harry's hand on the professor's arm calmed him down slightly, but only slightly. Hermione carried on the answer, looking straight at Remus. "When you heard he had been Ki-Ed, you cursed Dumbledore for allowing it, then left the wizarding world for good. We never got to see you again." She glanced towards her mother for the next question. Emma had the expression of someone who was humoring the deranged, while waiting for the medication kicking in. "If you have lived for 2 more years, then you must know what I was planning to do this summer." Hermione's face went bright red while Harry started to chuckle before answering her. "I believe you are referring to giving Hermione the birds and bees talk, though I must say the diagrams were very informative. This should save us all the embarrassment of having to go through that again, and I now totally understand where Hermione gets her obsession with color-coding everything." What Harry would never talk about was when Hermione asked her mother how to get a boy. Emma had bared her soul to her daughter about how after she was born Emma had suffered from postnatal depression and couldn't bear to be touched by Dan. This had gradually worn off over a long period of time, but neither of them was comfortable making the first move. By this time they were sleeping in single beds and had drifted into the platonic roles of friends, colleagues, business partners and parents. "You said that you have been lied to for years. By whom?" asked a blushing Emma. "I would have to say everyone apart from the lovely lady by my side. Remus at least only lied by omission, but everyone else wanted to have a piece of the boy who lived. By far the worst perpetrators were Dumbledore and the Weasleys." The Grangers appeared perplexed until Hermione explained. "In our world Harry is famous for surviving the killing curse and banishing Voldemort, though he's not dead as everyone hoped. Harry is also incredibly wealthy, something we just found out, and it makes no difference to us." Dan Granger had sat quietly, content to let his wife discover just what the hell Hermione was playing at, but he couldn't let the last comment pass him by. "Hermione, how can you possibly say that wealth won't make a difference? You're 14 and I can see how all this might impress you, but I'm really starting to get angry here. If you wanted a boyfriend we wouldn't have objected, but this cock and bull story has got to stop. Dad, the rings we wear means that there can be no secrets or lies between us. Harry knows what I'm thinking and vice versa. He has already added my name onto the Potter account and knew I was unhappy about it, but pointed out that when we married it would be ours anyway. As to the story, please ask Harry any question you want about anything that I would know. I'll even go and powder my nose so I can't be accused of helping him." Hermione and her mum headed for the ladies while Dan tried to think of something that there was no way Hermione would tell this young man. Emma wanted to talk to her daughter alone, and they had barely entered the restroom when Hermione's face was once again bright red. "I can't believe he asked him that," Emma heard her whisper. Her enquiring look told her more than she was prepared for. "Dad just asked Harry what was my favorite type of knickers when I was 4. Remember when I wouldn't wear anything else? I had forgotten about my Paddington Bear pants." Emma didn't need a pad to write down the questions that were coming to her brain thick and fast. How could you possibly know that? Does Harry know the answer, and just how far have you gone with this relationship in whatever time you care to talk about? Hermione's wry smile had her mother really worried. "Relax, Mom. Harry's answering every question Dad's asked, including about my pet tortoise that next door's dog tried to eat. We were waiting until we were married before sleeping with each other, though we were going to elope to Gretna as soon as Harry turned 16. We couldn't tell you as all our mail was being intercepted. We spent the last year just keeping our heads down and training very hard. Harry really was serious when he said we nearly didn't come back. Shitty doesn't even begin to describe Harry's life, and it was touch and go for a while, but his parents were delighted with the choice we made. You would love them, Mum. You'll love Harry, even with all the crap he's had in his life. Harry is the kindest, most gentle, loving person you will ever meet, and with a set of moral and ethical values that are forged in steel. I saw his memory of what he did when I was killed. Harry didn't want to survive, and only the fact that he wanted the people who had murdered me to pay kept him going. They didn't stand a chance. My Harry went through the cruelest, toughest fighters the opposition had to offer as if they were nothing. When he died killing Voldemort, his main emotion was relief that he wouldn't have to live without me. Have you any idea what it feels like to share a love that strong? Hermione knew she'd said the wrong thing as her mother burst into tears. She wasn't used to seeing emotions coming from her parents, so did the only thing she could think of. She pulled her mother into a hug. Emma's whole body went rigid with the unaccustomed contact before wrapping her arms around her daughter and really let her emotions go. The thought that her daughter could feel so unloved that she would even consider not coming back was eating away at Emma's insides. For a mother to hear that her child would choose death rather than the life she was leading was the final nail in her emotional coffin. She knew that she was a miserable failure as a wife, but now this apparently extended to being a mother as well. Her life seemed pretty hollow when her only accomplishment was being a good dentist. She sobbed so hard that it took a couple of minutes before realizing that Hermione was talking to her. "Mum, it's okay. The reason Harry and I came back is to change things. Never doubt that I love you and Dad, but Harry is my future, my life." Emma was washing her face when Hermione gasped, "We need to get back in there. Dad's getting pissed at Harry answering all his questions and is starting to make stuff up. He just asked Harry about my former boyfriends." "What former boyfriends?" asked her mother. "Exactly. Dad has no idea what he's dealing with. Harry's just laughing at the moment, which isn't going down too well with Dad." Dan Granger was getting frustrated at this smart-arsed kid in front of him who knew more about his daughter than he did. He almost jumped out his chair when two hands landed on his shoulders, one belonging to his daughter and, even more surprising, one belonged to his wife. Both acted in unison by squeezing his shoulder and saying, "Relax," but what really got his attention was the evidence that his wife had been crying. Hermione sat on Harry's lap and gave him a gentle key asterisk, "And you behave yourself." Harry pretended to be hurt. Hermione, I didn't even call him Fozzie Bear, and I know he hated when you called him that when you were younger." The expressions on the senior Grangers left them wishing for a camera. It was a sweet moment as the waiter cleared the table and brought dessert. Emma was eating the most delicious cheesecake she had ever tasted, so it was left to Dan to ask the question, "So, what happens next?" "We go to Gringotts and find out what the manipulator has been up to. I'm hoping there will be a property that's livable where we can spend the weekend getting to know each other again." "Sorry. With all Hermione's memories, I know you as well as she does, but even that's changed. This 14-year-old Hermione is not the same girl. She's lived another 2 years and they were hard years. So we really all need some time to get to know one another again and do it somewhere Dumbledore doesn't have the address of." Hermione added, "Professor, you are included in this as well. We need to work out how to get Sirius a fair trial and then both of you can stay with us. James and Lily spoke very highly of you, and that recommendation, along with our own experience of you this year, means we definitely want you to be part of our lives." The three adults agreed they would all go to Gringotts and make a decision after that. Dan was pleased that Harry was giving them an opportunity to get to know the boy who had captured his daughter's heart. Remus was just pleased to be included. Harry sensed the danger the instant they entered Gringotts. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing up and screaming, "Look out, trouble was coming and its arrival was imminent. Remus, protect Mum and Dad." The words had barely passed Harry's lips when a goblin lunged at them with a sword. His intended target appeared to be Emma, and, while the goblin was quick, Harry was lightning. He grabbed the goblin's sword-wielding wrist before bringing his knee into contact with its elbow. While Harry had retained all his abilities that were honed through hour upon hour of practice, his younger body didn't possess the strength and muscle of his former self. Though the goblin screamed in pain, his elbow was unbroken and he still held onto the sword. Fortunately, Hermione's sensible shoes made short work of the goblin's left kneecap, and Harry was able to hit the arm again, breaking it this time and causing the sword to clatter onto the floor, landing right next to Dan, who immediately snatched the weapon. Dan Granger was standing in the middle of a bank, one arm around his trembling wife while his other held the goblin blade ready to fight anyone or anything that dared attack his family. His rational mind was telling him he wouldn't last 30 seconds against a trained goblin warrior, but that side of his brain was being swamped by an adrenaline-fueled primitive who was ready to kill every goblin in the bank. His fight-or-flight response was off the scale and Dan Granger wasn't for running. Emma was clinging onto Dan for dear life. She was wrapped round his torso while his left arm tried to pull her even closer. Her mind was racing but her body wouldn't respond to its commands. The scene had almost seemed to be in slow motion as she watched the creature attack her with a sword. Even in slow motion Harry's reactions were a blur as he somehow managed to grab the goblin and deflect his thrust away from her. Hermione and Harry were in perfect synchronization as they dispatched the bad guy and spun round ready for the next attack. Remus felt like the proverbial spare prick at a wedding, as he stood there impotently, unable to use his wand. He was just about to call to the dynamic duo and inform them that drawing your wand in Gringotts was a death sentence when a group of 6 goblins attacked, only to be torn apart by devastating spell work. Shit, they were in real trouble now. They saw the goblins rush them and Harry mentally flashed shoulders and hips to Hermione before the 2 teens wandlessly fired reductos, dropping the 6 goblins on the floor. They weren't dead but they certainly weren't attacking anymore either. Their aim was deadly and there were at least 2 freshly detached goblin limbs lying amongst the carnage. Goblins were flooding into the main floor of the bank before Zudekin screamed, "Stop!" and slowly approached the group with his hands held out showing he carried no weapon. When he was only a couple of paces away, he stopped and got to his knees with his head bent forward as if awaiting the executioner's blade. "My lord, I guaranteed your safety while inside this bank and I have failed. My worthless life is yours to do with as you please. Could you please tell me what the hell is going on? I may be mistaken, but isn't it rather bad for business to attack customers in the main floor of the bank?" asked Harry calmly. Ragnarok entered and drew gasps from the assembled goblins as he bowed to the young wizard. "Lord Potter, it would appear matters we discussed earlier today came to fruition before we were ready and, for that, on behalf of Gringotts and the Goblin Nation, I apologize. Could we please all retire to my office while we clean the garbage off the floor?" They made their way along the corridor with Emma still wrapped round Dan though the sword was now in a scabbard on his hip. When a goblin had asked for the sword Dan had politely but very firmly replied that he was keeping the weapon. He was provided with the scabbard as it was against goblin law to have an unsheathed blade in the presence of their leader. He held his wife tightly, realization beginning to sink in that he could have lost her. Hermione watched her parents knowing exactly how they were feeling. After being reunited with Harry after the battle at the Ministry she was ready to drag Harry onto one of the couches in that room and ravish him. If Lily and James had appeared even 10 minutes later then they would have seen quite a show. They were now sitting in Ragnarok's office waiting on an explanation for the attack on their lives that was just attempted and her mother still hadn't released Dad. Ragnarok began, "I am awaiting confirmation, but it would appear the goblins who attacked you are all of the same family, or clan. If that would explain it clearer, they have aligned themselves with one particular wizard against the Goblin Nation. This treason will cost every member of the clan their life." Harry and Hermione spoke with one voice, "Dumbledore." Ragnarok's nod of agreement had Hermione thinking. Wouldn't it be better to leave some of these traitors alive to testify against Dumbledore? "My lady," answered Ragnarok, "the word of 50 goblins would not be believed against a wizard in your world. What chance then of goblins being triumphant over the word of Albus Dumbledore? What we need is some undeniable evidence that we can use to cast doubt on his character. We both know that he's a lying, manipulative bastard but proving that to the rest of the world will be quite a challenge," said Harry. "Ah, but remember we don't have to prove it, we just give whatever facts we've got, present them to show Dumbledore in the worst possible light, then play the boy who lived card. You being the innocent savior of the wizarding world controlled by the evil headmaster for reasons we don't know. Harry Potter leaving Hogwarts and, more importantly, Wizarding Britain will be front-page news and citing Dumbledore as the reason behind that decision will turn people against him and sow doubt in his strongest believers," answered Hermione. "Brilliant and beautiful, how could I possibly resist?" Harry said while keying his betrothed. "Excuse me," said Dan, "leaving Britain must have slipped your mind when we were discussing what to do next. We do have a say in this, you know." Ragnarok coughed. "Actually, Mr. Granger, as the betrothed of Lord Potter she is under his protection and, in the magical world at least, he is responsible for her well-being and safety." Dan and Emma were shocked into silence, so the goblin continued, "We can prove that Dumbledore broke the law by placing you with the Dursleys against the express wishes of your parents' will. We can also prove that he has paid himself 5,000 galleons a month for your upkeep." "You mean to tell me that while my Harry was getting bread and water passed through a cat flap in his door at Privet Prison, that old bastard was pocketing £50,000 a month to keep his wrinkly old ass covered in those hideous robes he wears? That's over £7 million he stole, and we want it back with interest," raged Hermione. Dan was beginning to get some idea what she meant by incredibly wealthy. 7 mil was a big number whatever way you looked at it. Harry made the decision. "I want any charges we are able to bring perused vigorously, all monies to be recovered and any fines levied. In short, we hit the old bastard with every legal option available to us. Meanwhile, Hermione and I will attack him publicly. If we can have him fighting on multiple fronts, he will have less time to notice us disappearing. Hopefully we can do him some permanent damage, but at the very least have people questioning his decisions." Remus just sat there in awe of this young couple. He had thought James and Lily complemented each other, but these two took that to a whole different level. They were physically still teenagers, but he couldn't help but think this is the couple that his friends would have eventually become. Harry and Hermione both had what was once called old souls, in that they acted more mature than their years. Hermione's comment about Privet Prison was not forgotten either, but filed away for when he and Sirius could pay the Muggles a visit, preferably at night with a full moon. Ragnarok's features contorted into a scary grin. Dumbledore hailed himself as leader of the light, but throughout history that title has usually been held by a Potter. The restaurant you had lunch in is normally packed and reservations almost impossible to get. The owner closed when he heard Lord Potter wanted to eat lunch there and talk to his betrothed's family. Your grandfather gave his father the gold to start the business and wouldn't take it back when they were successful. The table you sat at today was last used by your parents on their wedding anniversary before going into hiding. Only Potters and their guests are allowed to use it. This is the kind of dedication Dumbledore can only dream about, because the Potters have been respected in the wizarding world for centuries, and, if I may say so, the latest Lord Potter looks well on the way to continuing that tradition. When Lord Potter speaks, the wizarding world will listen, and there's nothing that Dumbledore or his lapdog Fudge can do about it, though they will try. What we need is a bolt hole that we can live out of the gaze of Dumbledore and the Ministry, somewhere secure but with room to train," said Harry. Ragnarok brought out a folder, and at first glance there were 3 possibilities, none of them perfect, but each had their own positives. Potter Manor in Aberdeenshire looked the best, but it was still in Britain and closer to Hogwarts than they would like. The ranch in Kansas was a front-runner, but the winner was the chateau on the Amalfi Coast in Italy, for the simple reason that Harry had never seen the sea. Dan Granger was left cursing Harry's relatives. How the hell could the boy not have seen the sea? We lived on a bloody island, for Christ's sake. Ragnarok provided them with portkeys to all 3 choices. Harry and Hermione got wallets that they could withdraw any currency they needed straight from their vaults with a Muggle credit card thrown in. They agreed that Monday would be D-Day, the day that Dumbledore got some payback. Harry called for Dobby as they were unsure of the state of the building they would be portkeying into, while Hermione had arms full of ledgers and scrolls, including the Potter will. Harry then held out the portkey and the 6 left Gringotts for Italy. They arrived at the chateau to be greeted by 2 bowing elves, Brutus and Cindy, who welcomed their lord and lady to the cliff-top retreat. The building seemed to consist of white walls, marble floors and carved pillars at every turn. The entire party was coming down from an adrenaline-induced high and were feeling the strain. Remus had transformed last night, and Harry and Hermione hadn't been exactly idle either. Dan Granger had a sword on one hip and a wife on the other. She still had her arms wrapped round him with her head buried in his chest. Harry asked that they be shown to rooms where they could have a nap and freshen up before meeting for supper to discuss their next moves. Dan and Emma were shown into a lavish room, but both teenagers would have bet they didn't care. They never once took their eyes off each other, and Harry wandlessly cast a silencing charm on the room before they moved on to the master suite, where Hermione immediately kicked her shoes off and lay on the bed, noticed her new robes had some blood on them, so off they came as she asked Harry what the silencing charm was all about. Your dad looked as if he was about to get very lucky, and I for one don't really need to hear that. Hermione, what are you doing? I'm getting comfortable in our room. Yes, Harry, our room. If you think I could sleep somewhere else, then you're very much mistaken. Harry could see Hermione was getting herself set for a good old rant, so, like men the world over, he settled down to listen intently and hoped to nod his head in all the right places. And another thing, Potter, I had my diary all marked out for months, 55 days we had left until your birthday and our trip to Gretna. Our current situation has just added 2 years to that figure. This is unacceptable. Forget Voldemort, forget Dumbledore, your number one priority is sorting this out. I will not lose you again. With this, Hermione burst into tears and flew into Harry's arms. They lay on the bed and she was asleep in minutes. Harry managed to untangle himself from the sleeping girl and headed for a writing desk in the corner of the room and put his thoughts onto parchment. He quietly called for Dobby before sending his little friend off on an important errand. Harry lay beside Hermione and soon found himself losing the battle with sleep. He awoke with a curse almost fired at the stranger who was in their darkened room before realizing who it was. Not a good idea to shake Hermione or me awake, Mum. I nearly stunned you and you know how crabby Hermione is when just wakened. A muffled, "I heard that, Potter," came from his love. Harry, said Emma, that's the second time you've called me Mum, not that I mind too much, but would you care to explain what's going on? A blushing Harry owned up, I have all Hermione's memories in my head and she has never called you anything but Mum, so I really have to concentrate to remember it's Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Emma doled out her third hug of the day as she grabbed the still blushing Harry and whispered, "Thank you for saving my life in more ways than you know." Harry just smiled and returned the hug. He took that to mean that she and Dan had graduated way past hugging in the last few hours, well, that and the fact that he was sleeping on the same bed with her daughter and she hadn't even mentioned it. The fact that they were still wearing clothes probably headed off the bawling out, though Harry knew it was only delayed as Hermione fully intended to stay with him from now on. Not a conversation he was looking forward to having with the Grangers, but neither he or Hermione were going to sneak about pretending to sleep elsewhere. Should be an interesting supper. After a quick wash and finding clothes laid out for them, they headed down to the terrace where a table and candles awaited them. Everyone was blown away with the view as the platform actually extended out over the cliff, providing views of the Bay of Naples and the island of Capri. They sat down to a meal that the elves had prepared and Harry noticed that Dan had a smile on his face that made Ronald McDonald appear glum by comparison. There would never be a good time to bring up the subject of sleeping with his daughter, but it wasn't going to get much better than the present, so Harry was about to go full steam ahead and damn the torpedoes when Dobby arrived with a letter. Hermione actually felt Harry's relief as he read the letter before he confused her by bursting out laughing. The whole table was looking questionably at him, so he just decided, what the hell, and went for it. My betrothed and I were all set to get married at Gretna Green on my 16th birthday, and we both decided to wait until we were married before sleeping together. Due to the fact we traveled back in time, our bodies are now 2 years younger, though our minds are still our original age. My betrothed informed me that waiting another 2 years was not an option she was willing to consider and subtly suggested I get my ass in gear and find a way around this problem. Well, I think I may have. As the last surviving member of an ancient house, I can legally marry at 14, which I will be in 54 days. Hermione sat on his lap and gave him a key that curled his toes before asking, "Why were you laughing then?" Harry clearly didn't want to share the information but knew he had no way to hide it from her. "I also have the right to take more than one wife, but Ragnarok advised against that, as I would also have another set of in-laws and he seems to think that you are more than enough for me to handle." Hermione looked straight into his eyes before keying him again. Remus said, "Just goes to show that you don't make it to be leader of the Goblin Nation by being stupid." Laughter echoed of the cliffs for the first time in many years. The laughter at the table was interrupted by Dan Granger. "Sorry if I'm raining on anyone's parade here, but don't we get a say in this marriage? Hermione is after all only 14 and still our daughter. We could simply remove her from Hogwarts." Hermione jumped in before Harry could say anything. "When you signed the form that allowed me to attend Hogwarts, it wasn't just a contract with a school, it basically stated your daughter was a witch and would be joining the magical world. For me to be removed from this world would need the agreement of my magical guardian, my parents and myself. When I entered the magical world, Albus Dumbledore was my magical guardian, That was totally unacceptable, and my betrothal to Lord Potter here remedied that situation. So now Harry is my betrothed and magical guardian, and if you think there is any way either of us would agree to your suggestion, then you're not as smart as I always thought you were. Mr. Granger, Harry continued, what you have to understand is I'm not some hormonal teenager after your daughter's body. You're not, cried Hermione, feigning shock. Oh Harry darling, I'm going to be so disappointed. Not helping dear, Harry cautioned. Sorry, just couldn't help myself. As I was saying before being rudely interrupted. Hermione stuck her tongue out at him. I intend to be with your daughter for the rest of our lives. I watched her die in front of my eyes, and that will not happen again. The passion in his voice combined with the fire contained in his eyes gave credence to the fact that this was no normal almost 14-year-old boy. We know how precious life is, and having been given a second chance at life we intend to live it to the fullest. We will truthfully say that our wedding on the 31st of July will be our first time together, but we have no intentions of being parted until then. I make no apologies, but we will not sneak about as if we're doing something wrong. Harry felt Hermione's arms go around him as her head rested on his shoulder. Harry continued, what I will apologize for is pulling you both into a war that you had no knowledge of, and I'm afraid what we tell you is going to be based on your relationship with us. Dan was starting to lose his temper at being dictated to by this young lad, but Emma put her hand on his leg. The shock of this unaccustomed contact was enough to keep him in check for the moment. Could you explain that last comment please, Harry? Asked Emma. Remus was about to leave when Hermione asked him to stay. Remus, we hope you and Sirius will stay with us. We would like to consider you both family. If things had turned out different, you know that you would have been part of Harry's life all these years, and there's a lot of catching up to do. We will explain what we can later. Harry turned to the Grangers. I have all Hermione's memories, so as an outsider looking in I know what the family relationship is. I also know why, thanks to 2 years of memories that you don't have. Mr. Granger, today in the bank you were in way over your head, yet you stood there, sword in hand, ready to kill for your wife and daughter. There was never any doubt in my mind that you love both dearly, and I know how Hermione feels about her dad. If I may say so, Mrs. Granger's feelings were also glaringly obvious. Dan looked at his wife and did something he hadn't done in years. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. They were both blushing like teenagers. The point I'm trying to make here is that it's not just Hermione and I who have been given a second chance, we all have. As to the relationship with us, we hope it can be a close one where we can come for advice, a much-needed hug, or even a kick up the ass if we need it. If you wish to keep it polite, Christmas and birthdays we will understand, but you must also understand that we would have to be careful what we say. I am not being dramatic here, as today's events proved. People are either trying to kill or control us, and I'm afraid you are both going to get beeped into that. After what happened today, I don't think there's any way we could doubt you about a war going on, but I feel we are being asked to make decisions here by a boy we just met today without most of the facts. I hope you understand where my frustration and even anger is coming from. My family is in great danger and I don't have a clue what's going on. Dan was as usual trying to be reasonable, but it was getting harder with each passing moment. Emma had seen the effect that Hermione's hug had on Harry when he was getting upset, so she emulated her daughter and hugged her husband, resting her head on his shoulder. She could feel the tension leaving his body, and the contact felt so nice she was almost crying at the thought of what she had denied herself for so many years. She agreed with Harry this was a second chance for them as well. We will try and explain it as best we can. There are 5 factions in this battle: the Goblins, Voldemort and his Death Eaters, Fudge with his Ministry lackeys, Dumbledore and his worshippers, especially the Weasleys, with of course Hermione and I slap bang in the middle of it. After today we're pretty sure the Goblins are now on our side. This is a massive boost, as the other 3 have been courting them, and with Dumbledore now persona non grata we're already well ahead of the game. Harry explained. Hermione knew what was bothering her dad and tried to explain. When Harry killed Voldemort in the Ministry, it was for the 4th time. Hermione started counting them off on her fingers to her astonished parents and Remus, as a 15-month-old baby, earning him a scar and a nickname, as an 11-year-old when he possessed our defense teacher, as a 12-year-old with the complication of having to kill the basilisk that petrified me, and again at the Ministry when he had his 12 best Death Eaters with him and still got his ass whipped. That's why we're in the middle. No one else has even hit him with a spell. Harry is like the super weapon that two factions want to control while the third wants it eliminated. Do you know why Voldemort wants to kill you and, perhaps more important, why he won't stay dead? Asked a bewildered Remus. Yes to both questions, Remus. The first will have to stay a secret as only 3 people know it, the other one being Dumbledore. Had we known the secret, there's a very good chance we wouldn't have been anywhere near the Ministry that night. The other question we will answer after Monday is over. Let's just say we know how to end it now and we'll need your help with a few things first. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I know that I'm putting Hermione in danger, but she informed me as soon as we became a couple that we were in this together. She doesn't do. Little wife waiting on her big strong man to come home, was how she put it, though I'll spare her blushes on the exact language. When the Weasleys tried to dose us with love potions, the Grangers were only a split second behind Remus in registering their outrage loudly. Dan Granger was livid, the thought that someone would try and slip his daughter drugs for that. His mind was torn between thinking Hermione had made the right choice with this boy in front of him and having visions of how good it would feel to use a certain red-headed boy's face as a punchbag. Once they had calmed down, Harry told them what had happened in the future. We caught Ron and Ginny red-handed in the Great Hall, but Dumbledore refused to expel them. Shit, he was probably at least aware of it, so we demanded to be resorted out of Gryffindor and entered Hufflepuff with Neville. Luna's dad owns a newspaper and the whole incident made the front page. Dumbledore got fired, all 4 Weasleys got expelled, and we kept our heads down and trained like mad for most of the year. You saw some of the results today in the bank. Why didn't you use stunners? The way you were casting those spells, you could have picked which eyeball to hit, and all wandless too. Remus couldn't quite hide his admiration. We've found that since we came back, our wandless is a lot easier. My power level took quite a jump, and these rings seem to be helping Hermione as well. The bastard that hit her in the Ministry had been stunned at least once, but they kept reviving them, and we learned a hard lesson. When you're outnumbered, you don't have the luxury of using stunners. When you put them down, they need to stay down, and blasting off a limb will do that every time. When the choice is them lying bleeding or us lying dying, then it's a no-brainer. Mum and Dad, what Harry isn't telling you is that he would only let me stand with him if I could handle it. We worked so hard that even without the rings we knew what the other was going to do. With Neville and Luna we were holding our own against Voldemort's best, and had the same tactics that we used in the bank been applied, they would have taken a beating. We were firing disabling hexes while they were throwing lethal stuff about like confetti. We learned our lesson well. Harry tried to finish up. So we have a psycho-megalomaniac who wants me dead, a master manipulator who doesn't want me to have a life, and a muppet of a minister who's terrified the boy who lived myth is more popular than him. All of which we had no control over until today. We used information and talent to legally empty the 12 richest Death Eater vaults, and immediately it's discovered, all hell will break loose. These people will be coming after us, as in most cases we even have the deeds to their homes. This may sound foolhardy, but it's much better to actually fight them than let their wealth be used against us. Hermione said, in our first 24 hours back we have saved Sirius, claimed the Potter inheritance, became betrothed, left Hogwarts, defied Dumbledore, made Death Eaters destitute, and fought a battle in the bank. No wonder I'm knackered. Poor Mum and Dad must feel they're in an episode of The Twilight Zone. You do realize that we can't go back to the house or your practice until we get this settled. Do you have any idea of timescale? Dan asked. Hermione thought for a moment. Even if all our plans work out exactly as we hope, the best that could be achieved would be Christmas, but your options are limitless and money is no problem. You can live any dream you ever had. Death Eaters torture, beep and kill for fun. Getting their hands on my Muggle parents will rank just below killing us. I know how much your practice means to you, but it's not worth your lives. Nothing's worth that. Harry was now holding an emotional Hermione. It had been a stressful 24 hours. Harry continued for her. Our schedule is set until Monday. After that we're pretty much playing it by ear. Let's all take time to process the information and get to know one another before making decisions. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, I'm really sorry, but Hermione is correct. Returning to your old life just now would be worse than a death sentence. They would enjoy torturing your wife while making you watch and trying to get information so they could do the same to your daughter. You can't reason with them, and unless we get you some automatic weapons you would be helpless against them. Dan was shaking his head in disbelief. My 14-year-old daughter wants to marry a lord on his 14th birthday, a lord who everyone wants to kill, control or idolize. As a result of this we now find ourselves in the front line of a war we knew nothing about. You may be knackered but I don't think you'll be getting any sleep tonight. Way to go, Mum, joked Hermione. It was a blushing Emma Granger who asked, Hermione, where did this sense of humor come from? Mum, we were training every day, before and after classes, and all day at weekends. When your body is so sore you can hardly bear it, there are only a few options open to you. Quit, no way, crying gets old fast, so that just leaves laughing. If you can still laugh you can push yourself just a little bit more. The determination in her daughter's eyes was something she was used to, but combined with the passion she now held it was a potent mix. Emma still hadn't got over the shock of this afternoon. Knowing that someone wants to kill you is bad enough. Watching your little girl and her boyfriend totally decimate the attackers in seconds without even breaking sweat was the most terrifying yet wonderful sight she had ever seen. Emma had watched helplessly as there were bodies and limbs flying everywhere with the stench of blood almost making her vomit, yet the two children were so in tune with each other as they protected the group. She wasn't used to being helpless, and something Harry said was tugging at the back of her mind. Harry, could we get some guns? I never thought I could take a life, but watching that today has changed my mind. If anyone wants to come after my family I'll gladly put a bullet in the bastard's head. Dan and Hermione were looking at Emma as if they just recognized the woman she was. Dan could be right with his earlier prediction. He probably wouldn't get any sleep tonight. He probably wouldn't be complaining about it either. Lucius Malfoy wouldn't be getting much sleep that night either, though for a completely different reason. He was standing in a now empty Malfoy family vault reading the note that was left for him, which was proving quite a difficult task as his hands wouldn't stop shaking. I left something precious in your care, yet information has reached me that you let it be destroyed. I have emptied your vault and will put an end to your line at my earliest convenience. I look forward to residing in my new mansion. Disloyalty will be punished. L.V. Narcissa Malfoy was not a happy woman. Firstly, her favorite restaurant had closed at lunchtime. Then when they finally got admitted for dinner they were told that the bank had refused to honor the payment. Now standing in an empty vault she read the note over her husband's shoulder and shuddered. Narcissa was not a believer in pureblood supremacy, only gold and lots of it was important to her. She didn't even care if her next man was a muggle as long as he had the wealth to supply Narcissa Black with the luxury she so obviously deserved. Narcissa had already mentally moved on from the dead man standing beside her. She had briefly considered saving her son's arrogant ass, but the threat to end the Malfoy line handed him a death sentence as well. She didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. There was also the fact that the gold she had squirreled away over the years would go further with only one using it, and she had more chance of snagging her next husband as an unattached widow than with a teenage son in tow. It was looking like Lucius was going to have his hands full, so she should have no problem slipping away. Europe was calling. Lucius was in a quandary. His whole world had just come crashing down around him and he wasn't sure where to turn. He had objects at home that he could sell, but as soon as it got out he was in financial difficulties. The price he could normally expect would drop like a stone. His so-called friends would be circling like wolves round a wounded animal. He should know, as it was usually him that led the pack. He needed gold fast, and South America was looking better by the second. A little gold could go a long way in places like Peru. He knew his wife well enough to know she would be making her own plans. There was never any love but more a mutual respect at just how ruthless the other was. He wondered briefly if she would take the boy and came to the conclusion probably not. He wasn't going to be burdened by the arrogant little tosser either. He could always sire another heir, but only if he remained alive. Little Prince Draco was on his own. Lucius asked the goblin if they would be willing to purchase some items. The positive reply lifted his spirits for a brief second before he heard the rest. Unfortunately, the market is flooded at the moment and prices are at an all-time low, answered the goblin, following his instructions to the letter. Lucius swore to himself but was left without any other options. He needed to get out the country fast. He had no idea that this was the third time today this scene had played out, or that in every case they had come to the exact same conclusion: sell what they can quickly and flee the country. Lucius was also unaware that Harry and Ragnarok had made a deal where they bought everything as cheap as possible, then to slowly sell the items with all profits set to start an as yet unnamed charity foundation, poor Lucius was getting screwed twice. Harry and Hermione never dreamed they could be so lucky. 11 of the 12 Death Eaters would have fled the country by Monday, fear of Voldemort's wrath blocking any other thoughts apart from getting as far away from Britain as possible. The Dark Lord demanded total loyalty, and the idea of confiding in another Death Eater was usually a one-way ticket to a painful demise. Every one of them had seen their master dispense death on a whim. When he said you were going to die, only one person had ever survived. Those were not good odds to gamble your life on. The only one who didn't flee was Peter Crabbe. He was on his third day of a bender with a quickly diminishing sack of gold before attempting to saunter into Gringotts. Stagger would be more accurate, with a lady on each arm. When the goblin cashier told the drunken wizard he had no gold in his vault, his ladies disappeared back into the night. Fat, ugly, bad breath and body odor could all be overlooked for the right price, which he apparently no longer had. Crabbe was so incensed at losing his ladies that he went for his wand. He was so drunk that he had trouble getting his wand out, so much so that the goblin guard had time to walk over and wait on him, eventually pulling his wand before hitting him on the head with the flat of his axe. They had just got the stench of traitor's blood out the bank, and he had no wish to start again with this filth. Goblins were not averse to spilling blood, but there had to be some honor involved. There was no honor in beheading a drunken wizard. An extended stay in a goblin cell would do him the world of harm. Remus asked for a word with Harry, and they walked round the property while Hermione chatted with her parents. "Harry, why am I here?" asked Remus. He thought for a moment before answering. "We want you to work for us. We need a teacher, a destroyer of dark artifacts, but more importantly someone we can trust implicitly. At the moment all we have in that category is Dobby. Neville and Luna will be leaving Hogwarts as well, and we're going to need some good teachers. We are also going to have some serious dark objects needing destroyed, but mostly someone we can count on if things get tough." The Grangers could go either way at the moment, and honestly I can't blame them. If that was my daughter in there, I would probably be going nuts about now. "Harry, I am more than willing to help, but I won't accept charity." Harry burst out laughing. "Remus, you will earn every Canute. We plan on setting the record for owls and NEWTs this summer, destroy Voldemort and his most prominent Death Eaters, as well as clearing Sirius Black's name before Christmas. You are going to be involved in that and teaching Nev and Luna. Does that sound like charity to you?" Remus shook his head in disbelief before Harry continued. "If we achieve all our goals, you better believe you're in line for a massive Christmas bonus. We can tell you more of our plans once we finally leave Hogwarts on Monday. The chance that Dumbledore or Snape could read your thoughts is just a risk not worth taking, as the knowledge isn't needed at this time. Monday we hope to sit down and tell you, Sirius and possibly even the Grangers, what we're up to. I'll say this for you too, there's no half measures, and you better not let your betrothed know you left a certain wedding off that list." Remus answered. "Oh, that list was only the things we'll need your help with, Hermione, and I hope we can manage being man and wife by ourselves." This set the both of them laughing. "Harry, when I was wandering I became a Muggle bodyguard in the Middle East for a few years. I am very good with a gun and know where to lay my hands on suitable weapons for Dan and Emma, both lethal and non-lethal." Remus actually looked embarrassed, but Harry gripped him by the shoulder. "That's brilliant and something, Hermione, and I would like to learn as well. If you can do that tomorrow, then we can get our business done on Sunday. I don't want to leave the Grangers here alone, so that should work. You can start teaching them as soon as you get the equipment. Please remember, money is no object, so buy the best that's available and suitable. I would hate for someone to get injured or worse when a bit more gold could have prevented it." Remus got the message as they headed back inside. He was working for the Potters now. The big black dog looked round from the bush it was currently lying below to see an elf wearing, in addition to its tea towel, one sock. "Sirius Black, sir. I am Dobby with a present from the great Harry Potter." The dog transformed into the gaunt and filthy figure of Sirius Black while Dobby sat a large basket down beside the wizard and disappeared. Sirius looked in the basket and immediately swiped a chicken leg to munch on while he checked the rest of the contents. A blank piece of parchment intrigued him until he remembered seeing Hermione with a certain map to find the correct window, chuckling as he gave the Marauder's password and watched the words appear. "Dear Godfather, the basket contains enough supplies to last for a couple of days. Please note the clean clothes and personal hygiene products and take the hint. Every witch and wizard in the country is looking for you, as Fudge just slapped a large price on your head, so stay low for now. On Monday we hope to have them all in a tizzy, and that's when you make your move towards the following address. Potter Manor can be found at 1 Deeside Lane. Stay here until one of the people you know to trust comes for you. Be safe. Harry opened his eyes to find the beautiful Italian sunshine being filtered through his even more beautiful betrothed's soft brown hair as she rested her head on his chest while sleeping. What had caused him to wake? He received his answer in the form of Emma Granger, who approached the bed, ran her fingers through her daughter's hair before keying both of them on the forehead before leaving. "I don't want to wake up," grumbled Hermione. "This dream is too good. I'm in a beautiful Italian chateau, lying in bed with my husband to be, and my mum just came in and keyed me. This is my best ever dream. I think the future Lady Potter needs to create some better memories so we can improve the quality of those dreams," Harry replied, "and just for the record, you're not dreaming. I don't want to know what's happening with Mum, but I hope Dad is in the same sort of mood." "Did Dobby get the package?" Hermione asked. "Yes, little guy is working his sock off, and I don't think I've ever seen him happier." "Do you still think this is a good idea, love?" "Harry, you know they are very independent people. Once it sinks in what they have lost, it could get ugly. This has the potential to go wrong, but I still think it's a better option than what we would face a few weeks down the line." "Okay, let's get showered and meet the problem like Gryffindors," he joked. "Do you want to save water and save time?" she joked back. Harry was actually embarrassed, and their rings told Hermione the reason why. He had put on a lot of muscle and height by the time they had went to the ministry that fateful night, and now he was back to being younger, shorter, skinnier and smaller. Hermione took the boy she loved so much and keyed him with all the tenderness and love she possessed. "Harry, I'm not exactly thrilled to be in my younger body either, but it's still me. This is who we are now, and we can't keep any secrets. I know you still find me attractive, so you must know how I feel about you. We can start our training after Monday and at least get our fitness levels back up. Jogging on that beach should be so much more fun than running round a frozen lake in winter." Harry held her tight. "Sorry, love, being in this younger body just brought back some of my old insecurities, but we'll work on it. As much as I love the idea of sharing a shower, we don't need to freak Mum and Dad out any more than we already have." The sound of her daughter giggling brought a smile to Emma's face as she walked down to breakfast. This Hermione really was a different young girl to the one they had left at King's Cross Station last September, and her mother wholeheartedly approved of the way her daughter glowed with happiness. The fact that this was entirely due to the boy she wanted to marry on his 14th birthday couldn't be denied. She was honest enough to admit that, had the couple been their correct ages, she would be rushing around making wedding arrangements. Even if it was only a trip to Gretna, Emma would have been happy for them. Her relationship with her husband had become a physical one for the first time since Hermione's birth, and while both had enjoyed the experiences immensely, there was something sorely missing: love. Both had built barriers over the years to protect themselves from the heartache that was their marriage. She supposed that it was understandable that these barriers wouldn't come crashing down after only one night. At the moment, Emma felt as if she was involved in an extramarital affair with a friend, and that was not what she wanted. She needed her husband back and couldn't believe she was going to ask her future son-in-law for help. There was only 4 of them sitting down to breakfast as Remus was back in Britain handling Potter business all day. This would give the 4 a chance to get to know one another. Emma asked a question that she really needed to know the answer to. "Hermione and Harry, can you tell me what it felt like to share each other's memories, and why would you do that? Wasn't there a danger of you not liking something you've seen and it changing the way you felt about each other?" The raw emotion that both were suddenly displaying made Emma wonder if she had probed too far. Harry's use of Mum hinted that she just might have. "Mum, I have faced a basilisk, the meanest dragon you're ever likely to see and the most evil Dark Lord in the world on more than one occasion, but nothing, and I mean nothing, scared me as much as waking up and wondering if Hermione still loved me. The others could only kill me, but Hermione turning away would destroy me totally. My life before Hogwarts was pretty unpleasant, and your daughter's love is the one good thing in my life. It defines who I am, and I couldn't survive without her." By the time he was finished speaking, his voice was barely above a whisper, and only Hermione's arms wrapped around him had granted Harry the strength to finish his answer. Hermione answered the rest of her mother's question. "I was terrified that Harry would see me for who I really am and not find me worthy of him. We now know that those fears were groundless, but they were certainly real enough at the time. The reason for taking this chance was twofold. The second is one of our biggest secrets, but we think you deserve to know. Dumbledore and Snape can read minds. It's highly illegal, but they do it all the time. While we wear these rings, no one can penetrate our minds except each other, so our secrets are safe. The second is a bit harder to explain. When Harry died, it released something behind the scar that Voldemort gave him, and now everything that Voldemort achieved or learned is stored in Harry's head like a vast library containing all the knowledge we need to destroy him for good. These rings allow me access to that information. Your daughter in research mode is a force to be reckoned with, and Voldemort has been called many things, but none of them was stupid, evil, psychopath, definitely. He was a genius who could have used his power and knowledge for good, becoming a great and respected wizard. Instead, he wanted to be worshipped, using his considerable talents for pure evil. We are working on a plan to take him out with minimal risk, but it's very tricky. There are certain events that we want to happen, but if we change too much it could negate our knowledge of the next 2 years. We are walking a tightrope, and after Monday hope to have as little contact with the wizarding world as possible to keep the timeline intact. Harry had his emotions back under control. Events that they had put behind them years ago were now fresh in the other's mind, leaving the young couple a little frayed around the edges. Harry continued, "You asked how it felt. Well, the only way to describe it is being there while seeing, hearing and feeling every emotion of every situation. Watching Hermione lay in her bed at Hogwarts, crying because I was bloody stupid over a broomstick nearly ripped my heart from my ribcage. Watching as she fell in love with me was better than anything I've ever felt before. The reason I keep slipping into Mum and Dad is I know you as well as Hermione does, and she never calls you anything else. So this Voldemort can be killed, for good?" asked Dan. "Yes, he's not immortal, he just wants to be," Hermione answered. "Why are you so interested in the rings, Mum?" "Well, here goes nothing," thought Emma. "I would like something similar for your father and I." Dan almost choked on his food, and it took a minute for silence to descend on the breakfast table before Emma could continue. "Harry, you're going to be family, so this affects you as well. For more years than I care to remember, your father and I have danced around each other, both afraid of saying the wrong thing so nothing of consequence got said. We became polite strangers in our own home, and I can now see how our behavior was harming our daughter as well. I have never seen Hermione happier, and it's all down to what she shares with Harry. I want that with the man I've been in love with all these years but lack the courage to tell him. We've spent so many years behind barriers of our own creation that I've almost forgotten who I really am. There were so many opportunities where the right words or a gentle touch could have changed everything, but we let them all pass, too afraid it could all go wrong. The ability to know when the other needs a comforting word, a hug, or just dragged off to bed is intoxicating and terrifying, but I'm ready to face my fears. I realize that the flip side could end in divorce if we can't stand one another, but Dan Granger is the most honest, decent human being I have ever met, and I'm prepared to take that chance, a second chance at life." Dan Granger looked at the shy, beautiful woman who had made him so happy when she said yes all those years ago. Dan had never even dated another woman, as he was painfully shy himself. Being partnered with Emma for a lab project at university had ignited the first spark between the couple and had grown until they were married straight out of dental school, with Hermione following on just over a year later. The pregnancy and birth had been very difficult, with Emma experiencing a lot of pain, and afterwards their shy personalities began to emerge, with the old rule, if you don't give affection you can't be hurt, making a reappearance in their lives. Dan was now ashamed to say this had also applied in some degree to his relationship with Hermione as well. The last 24 hours had been the weirdest, scariest but most exhilarating of his life, and released emotions he didn't know he possessed. He silently nodded to his wife, agreeing with everything she said. They couldn't go back to the way they were, and if she was willing to take a chance on him, he could do no less for the only woman he had ever loved. Hermione was ecstatic. The thought of Mum and Dad experiencing what she shared with Harry would make them a lot happier. They would also realize why they couldn't bear to be apart. "We will contact Ragnarok to see if this is even possible, but if it is, we'll get whatever it takes." Hermione immediately began writing a note for Dobby to deliver, while Harry was left to proceed with the business in hand. He handed both parents thick envelopes and let them be opened before offering an explanation. Both were amazed when false British passports, driver's licenses, credit cards and thousands of euros were found inside. We realized that through no fault of your own the Grangers have basically become fugitives. These documents are our attempt at giving you back the freedom we all crave so much. This will allow you to travel anywhere in the world you wish for whatever reason. We hope you'll stay with us, but this gives you the means to have a weekend shopping trip to New York or a romantic few days in Paris. There's even the option to tour the world and return when this is all over. Just please avoid Britain until it is. We know how much we're asking you to give up, and this is our attempt to readdress the balance. Anything you need from home can be brought here, and we are only too glad to help in any way we can. Dan looked at the documents to see Daniel Gardiner staring back at him. He was frightened to ask what the limit was on the credit card. Somehow he thought there wouldn't be one. He could see both teens watching for their reaction, probably worried that he would think they were being bought off. So Dan decided he better say something. Can we hire a car? I've never been to this part of Italy before and would like to do some sightseeing. Remus and I spotted a garage last night. Why don't you take a look in there first? Please help yourself to anything you see there. Treat this house and everything in it as you would your own. We are going to be family after all, a grinning Harry answered. Severus Snape was having a good day. Potter hadn't shown up for detention last night, and he was on his way to the headmaster's office to demand the little shit be expelled. The sight of Potter walking away from Hogwarts with his head down and dragging a trunk had fueled many of the potion master's less bloody dreams for the past few years. Harry also featured heavily in the blood-filled versions as well, but Snape was going to be magnanimous and settle for whatever he could get. Upon entering the office, an unusual sight awaited him. Albus had both hands covering his face as if trying to deny the existence of the newspaper currently on his desk. Severus just had to read it. Bloodbath at Bank. Astonishing events at Gringotts Bank yesterday sent shockwaves throughout the wizarding world, and the repercussions have yet to be realized. A pack of heavily armed goblins charged a small group of customers and were not only defeated, they were decimated. A goblin who had a knee and elbow shattered was the least injured casualty. Another 6 all had limbs blown clean off, leaving the main floor of Gringotts drenched in goblin blood. The carnage only ended when the leader of the goblins appeared and bowed to the wizard. And which responsible for the devastation? Who were the people involved, I hear you ask? None other than Lord Harry Potter and his newly betrothed, Hermione Granger. They had just entered the bank, accompanied by a Hogwarts professor and Miss Granger's Muggle parents, when the dastardly deed occurred. According to eyewitness accounts, the 2 teenagers disarmed the first goblin without the use of magic, then blasted 6 goblins to the ground without using their wands. Everyone who witnessed it confirmed this incredible display as an accurate account. Perhaps even more sinister was an earlier altercation involving the self-same teens and their headmaster, again on the main floor of the bank, where the boy who lived hurled accusations at the old wizard before having his wand inches from Dumbledore's face when he made to grab Lord Potter's betrothed, apparently to return her to school even though she had parental permission and in the company of her lord. The altercation ended when goblins intervened and Dumbledore was escorted from the bank at the point of a sword while Lord Potter's party was invited into the manager's office. Whispers coming out of Hogwarts are suggesting that Lord Potter is less than happy with the school, and the relationship between the boy who lived and the self-styled leader of the light must have fractured beyond repair when only goblins stood between them and a fight that would have the whole wizarding world clamoring for tickets. This reporter was astonished that, when asking as usual, the goblins actually gave a statement for the first time in living memory. We think both of today's incidents were linked, and a wizard is under investigation for banking irregularities and illegal involvement in goblin affairs. When asked the identity of this wizard, all that was forthcoming was confirmation that Lord Potter was definitely not under investigation. Neither Albus Dumbledore nor Lord Potter were available for comment, but this is one story that's not going to fade away. Goblin blood has been spilled in Gringotts, and their investigation will be painstaking and meticulous. Snape threw the paper away in disgust. What the hell is going on? First Black escapes from a locked room and our Occlumency can't read the Brots at all, then he tells the whole school about Tom Riddle. Now instead of being alone and defeated, he's betrothed, has the Wolf and Mudblood's parents along as well. You know it's only a matter of time before the Mud hooks up with him too. He's supposed to be getting ready for the Weasley bitch to ensnare him so he can be mercilessly dumped when the plan needs him broken. Just what did happen at the bank? Potter would appear to have acquired knowledge that could seriously compromise us. Albus still had his face in his hands. U.S. Snape said dangerously, "Don't you mean compromising to you? I never wanted him here in the first place. He should have been left with the Muggles without discovering the magical world, and the Dark Lord would have killed him as soon as he returned, but no, you always have to enact some clever plan that Potter always survives. We can't kill Tom until he's fulfilled the prophecy and murdered the annoying little shit. After all, that's why we told Tom about the prophecy in the first place." Albus glared at his professor. "Everyone knew when he was due to attend Hogwarts. I had no choice in the matter but thought getting him close to that useless, lazy Weasley would have held him back. We couldn't even kill the mudblood trapping her in a toilet with a mountain troll. Then my own bloody Phoenix goes and saves his blasted life from that basilisk, and refuses to take us down there to harvest it. He carries an amazing amount of luck and inspires loyalty in nearly everyone he meets. No wonder Fudge is terrified of the boy's popularity. He's an arrogant prat that I'm going to enjoy taking down a peg when he turns up. Wandless magic my ass, they just don't want to prosecute the boy who lived." With that, Snape stormed out the office and Albus returned his head to his hands, looking for inspiration. Cornelius Fudge was delighted with today's story in The Prophet. It took the population's minds of the fact that they had Sirius Black in custody and he escaped again. The fact that two wizards who were more popular than him appeared to be at each other's throats was manna from heaven. If both ever joined forces, Fudge knew whom the public would support. Maybe it was time to make overtures towards the boy who lived. He was, after all, looking for a new mentor. He would ask Lucius about it the next time he saw him. Fudge was actually surprised that he had not had a visit from the blonde Slytherin before this. He wondered where he was. Remus was sitting having tea in Longbottom Manor and secretly thanking Harry for the new robes. His old ones would have made him stand out like a sore thumb. He knew fine well it wasn't the robes that got him sitting here chatting with the Longbottom matriarch. The name Potter opened doors. "Neville has of course mentioned Harry, but I never realized they were close," said Augusta. "Harry counts Neville as his best friend and that's why I'm here. There will be stories appearing in the Quibbler on Monday that are totally accurate. They're very friendly with the owner's daughter and Harry will be writing the piece along with his betrothed. The outcome is that both will be leaving Hogwarts and want to take their friends with them. Private tutors will be used and the four will probably end up sitting their exams early. Both Harry and Hermione are convinced that Neville will be a great wizard, but there are things going on at the castle that hold students back." Remus could see the elderly woman reeling from the shocks he was firing at her. Neville was Harry Potter's best friend and a great wizard who Hogwarts was holding back was quite a lot to take in. Remus couldn't recall the boy speaking in class unless asked a direct question. "Do you really think my Neville is being held back?" Remus answered as truthfully as he could. "Your grandson is brilliant at herbology and if he was the same at potions the world would be his oyster. Unfortunately his boggart is Professor Snape, the potions teacher. He bullies Neville mercilessly and the only break he gets is when the man picks on Harry. Neville is a powerful wizard whose biggest problem is his lack of confidence. Working with Harry, Hermione and Luna will solve that and you should see an improvement very quickly." Augusta had heard enough. The houses of Longbottom and Potter had been aligned for centuries and the thought of her grandson carrying on that tradition and becoming a better wizard in the process was a pretty powerful argument. She signed the piece of parchment that Remus had brought from Lord Potter. Dan Granger was sitting at an outdoor cafe looking out on the Mediterranean Sea, cappuccino in hand, beautiful woman by his side and a red Ferrari Daytona convertible parked at the curb. Part of him felt he needed something stronger, but then he wouldn't get to drive that wonderful car. Harry's comment about a garage had set them off for a look and what they found had again emphasized the casual wealth of the young man. Hermione had told them last night that Harry thought his trust vault was all the gold he had and money meant very little to him, having never had any before. He'd already arranged unrestricted access to all Potter vaults for Hermione and named her as his next of kin. His garage had 5 classic sports cars that left Dan rooted to the spot. His decision was made when Emma sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari parked beside them. How could one person change your life so much in such an incredibly short time? This was the question playing over and over in Dan's mind. Well, it was easier than trying to answer the one that frightened the life out of him: what to do about Hermione. What do you do when your 14-year-old daughter, who's also a witch, has just time traveled back from the future, where she was dead, and now wants to marry her millionaire Lord Wizard on his 14th birthday. Dr. Benjamin Spock never prepared them for that. Shit, Spock on Star Trek couldn't solve that one. Dan would have to sort this out using his own logic. They say when your child gets married you don't lose a daughter but gain a son. Dan had the feeling in this case it was an either-or scenario. If it came down to choice, Hermione would choose Harry every time over her parents. There were no doubts that the kids loved each other and that whole being in each other's heads meant they knew each other better than any couple ever could. The magical war thing sent chills down his spine, but his daughter standing beside the man she loved, sharing his trials and tribulations, made him prouder than he had ever been. Watching the two of them in action at the bank had been breathtaking. Harry was hardly a new concept to them, having been reading about him from Hermione's letters, and he was all she talked about during the holidays. They had been prepared for her boyfriend to be one of two boys, and, considering the behavior of the other one, Dan was certain she had made the right choice. He liked what he'd seen of Harry so far, and he certainly had the means to take care of Hermione. That last thought caused a chuckle that Emma responded to. "Have you made your mind up yet?" Dan was still chuckling. "Not quite, but you seem to have. Care to share?" "Apart from the age issue, I'm delighted for them. It's apparently legal in their culture, so my intention is to sit down with Hermione and chat about the contraception options available to her. I don't want to become a grandmother just yet. We raised our daughter to be independent, responsible, and to think for herself. We can't really complain with the result. Harry is a fine young man who makes her very happy, so I choose to believe that they are nearly 16 and 17, thus solving the only problem I had with the marriage." Dan was again reminded where Hermione got her intelligence and beauty from. She had summed everything up neatly, except the ages they were before traveling back in time, and his problem was solved. That shouldn't be too difficult since both acted with a maturity well beyond their biological years. He leaned over and keyed the wonderful woman by his side and noticed some jealous looks from the local males. Yes, Dan Granger was a lucky man, he thought. Harry and Hermione had spent most of the day working on the articles they hoped to get printed on Monday. One attacked Dumbledore, his illegal actions concerning Harry and the safety of Hogwarts, trolls, three-headed dogs and basilisks. It also highlighted employing a defense teacher possessed by Voldemort while hiding a magical object the Dark Lord was known to be hunting in a school full of children. They also hammered home the point that his first two defense teachers had tried to kill Harry and Dumbledore had appointed both. Dumbledore thought he was being clever by transferring money out of Harry's vault into a Muggle bank, but 3 days later the same Muggle bank account transferred the exact same amount into a Gringotts account under his control, until the goblins froze it, that is. When this was combined with blocking the Potter will and his illegal placement with the Dursleys, it should do considerable damage to the leader of the Light. While not expecting him to do time in Azkaban, he was too slippery for that. They were hoping to strip him of as much of his power base as possible. Snape was also exposed as a Death Eater who was instrumental in having Harry's parents murdered. They had discussed mentioning the prophecy, instead just reporting eavesdropping on a private conversation while spying for his master. The other article attacked the Ministry and was a calculated gamble. Fighting on so many fronts would be foolish, but their plan was to toss in these articles like hand grenades, then retreat back to Italy and hope the infighting would do them some good. They intended to keep their heads down and train. Voldemort was their main target. Harry and Hermione were walking around outside, trying to get the lay of the land when Dobby appeared beside them with a package from Ragnarok. Harry knelt down in front of his little friend. "Dobby, you're amazing. They had just discovered elves could blush. Can we get you something to replace that tea towel? This would not be clothes but a uniform for you to wear." It was a nervous elf who replied, "Dobby would like a uniform, but could it please have at least one pocket? Dobby has never had a pocket and always wanted one." Hermione knelt as well. "Of course, we'll get you pockets. Would you like any special color?" The little elf had a glazed look in his eyes before replying, "Lots," and popping away. Remus was back in time for dinner, reporting success in all ventures before heading off to bed directly after eating, leaving the four once again at the table. Hermione spoke. "I know you want to experience the same as us, but the best that we can find is a pair of bangles that will let you feel the other's emotions. Because you're not magical, it's so much more difficult to accomplish what you want." Harry and I had an idea of pushing our magic into them which we hope would power the bracelets long enough to do what you require before they revert back to normal. Harry cautioned, this has never been tried before so there are no guarantees but we wouldn't even suggest it if we didn't think it was safe. The final choice has to be yours though. Dan and Emma had discussed many things today, Hermione and Harry, closing their practice, Hermione and Harry, securing the family home and Hermione and Harry. They had both avoided this subject since breakfast but it couldn't be deferred any longer. Do it, said Dan, looking lovingly into his wife's eyes. Harry held a bracelet in his clasped hands, letting his magic flow into the object. He then gave it to Dan to place on his wife's wrist while Hermione charged the other, giving it to her mum for placing on Dan. A magical pulse jumped between the bracelets and both Muggles jolted upright, eyes wide open as the connection established. Emma was very frightened as she felt the other presence in her head. Once she realized it was her husband she relaxed and was overcome with the bliss of sharing something so intimate, so pure. She knew immediately her fears were unfounded. This man loved her with everything that he was. Dan was looking at the teens with tears in his eyes. This is what you have. This is what you share. Their nods of confirmation just increased the rate of his tears. This is worth more than cars, houses, all the gold in that bank of yours. This is priceless. His daughter smiled and held both her parents' hands. We know. Do you understand now why we couldn't be parted? It would be cruelty beyond measure. Both Grangers had no words available and just nodded. Harry and Hermione had to help them to their bedroom, as both were unsteady on their feet. Harry's awakening was a carbon copy of the day before, except that Emma sat on the edge of the bed after keying them. Are we to assume that it worked then? Asked a smiling Hermione. We recounted and relived everything from our first meeting until the bank yesterday, and now your father may be the only man in the world to have truly experienced pregnancy and childbirth. It was eye-opening to see how stupid we both were and there really was no hiding place thanks to these bangles. We can still feel each other's emotions and it's like carrying around a piece of the person you love. Words just can't describe how wonderful it feels. We now understand and totally support your marriage in July, just please no grandchildren for a few years yet. Emma again keyed the now blushing teens and left them both wondering if it was all a dream. Xenophilius Lovegood was wearing his reporter head today and wanted verification on most of the allegations contained in the articles. It was one thing to claim a mythical creature existed but another to attack the most powerful wizard alive and the Ministry at the same time. Harry and Hermione had come prepared. The goblins had provided them with all the documents regarding Dumbledore's illegal activities and pensive memories of Fluffy, Quirrell's demise. The chamber and the Shrieking Shack were all the confirmation he needed. He refused to accept payment for sending copies to all the students in 3 of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, all the professors except 2 and all departmental heads in the Ministry, saying, "This story will mean I will sell every copy that I print." His mood darkened at the memory of his daughter limping along the corridor because some bullies had hidden her shoes, but he was laughing while watching them get their comeuppance in the Great Hall at the hands of these 2 teens. The vision of Snape not only condoning Malfoy's behavior but also punishing Harry into the bargain had the now angry editor reaching for a quill to sign the parchment allowing Luna to leave Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione were exhausted by the time they got home. Who knew sitting in meetings all day could be so tiring? Now all they had to do tomorrow was go to Hogwarts, confront Dumbledore, make sure Snape and Malfoy kept their unknown appointment with Poppy Pomfrey and leave for good, taking Luna and Neville with them. What could possibly go wrong? Neville, Luna and Sirius all got a visit from one of the strangest things any of the purebloods had ever seen. An ecstatic Dobby was dressed in what could loosely be described as camouflage military combat fatigues that had pockets everywhere, including one on his jacket that had his name stenciled across it. Harry had given his little friend a few gold coins to buy stuff to put in his new pockets. The little guy seemed to have everything in there but the kitchen sink, though the fact he may have one hidden away with a shrinking charm on it could not be discounted. Neville and Luna were both given advanced copies of tomorrow's Quibbler and a copy of their Get Out of Hogwarts Free permission slip. Both would be early for breakfast tomorrow and looking forward to the show. Sirius received another food parcel and a bag of dead ferrets for Buckbeak along with tomorrow's Quibbler. Reading what Harry had to endure had him in a rage, but he knew this was not the time. The marauder in him couldn't help but chuckle at their plan. When this story broke tomorrow, all eyes would be diverted away from the hunt for Sirius Black. He was really looking forward to a bath and a bed. Albus Dumbledore had just had a relaxing bath and was currently sitting up in bed sipping hot chocolate. Today's newspapers had no new information, and the story, like a fire without fuel, would soon die out. Since that bloody hippogriff escaped the other night, everything had been spiraling out of his control, and he needed to understand why. He had re-examined every scrap of information from every angle and was still none the wiser. This was not a situation he was comfortable with. He needed to get hold of Potter and put an end to this lord and betrothal bullshit. How dare the arrogant little arsehole think he had any say in these matters? After all, it wouldn't do to let people think they had a choice. Albus placed his now empty mug on the nightstand and turned to attempt a few hours' sleep. He would just have to wait and see what tomorrow brings. By Lord Harry James Potter. Late last week, the boy who lived and everything he stood for died in the infirmary of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His place was taken by Lord Harry James Potter, who is nobody's pawn, and will protect his family and friends to the death, leaving the rest of the wizarding world to go screw itself. We really need to congratulate Minister Fudge, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, and Death Eater Snape for achieving what Voldemort has failed to do in all his attempts. Push me to the point where I don't care if he takes over, because he can't be any worse to me and mine than those already in authority. The reason behind this change of heart is simple. An innocent man who has spent 12 years in Azkaban prison without even being questioned, far less given a trial, was going to have his soul removed by Dementor's key *, despite evidence clearing his name. Sirius Black is my godfather, an innocent man who has never even been charged with a crime, and definitely no Death Eater, yet found himself incarcerated in the maximum security wing of the hell on earth that is Azkaban. My mother and father gave their lives fighting Voldemort and defending the greater good, but it wasn't worth it. Their sacrifice not only resulted in their son falling under the protection of Albus Dumbledore, but their best friend was thrown in prison. While the innocent Sirius Black was incarcerated, Death Eaters with enough gold shouted loudly that they were under the Imperious curse, and our beloved, bribed leaders let them walk among us still, some even working at the Ministry and, of course, Hogwarts. Each of the three wise men had their own reason for wanting my godfather out of the picture, and they are all less than pure. Here they are. The minister wanted Sirius Key for the positive headlines this would generate in the Daily Prophet. Looking good is far more important than doing good. Did I spell your name right, Cornelius Fudge? Dumbledore wants him out of the way because Sirius is my legal guardian and might start asking awkward questions like, why was I kidnapped as a baby and placed with muggles when my parents will expressly prohibited this action? To late Albus, I already know, and also just how much your wrinkly old hands have stolen of my fortune. The only person Death Eater Snape hates worse than my godfather is me. This was a win-win situation for him, as killing Sirius would also hurt me. Our beloved Minister of Magic was even going to reward him with an Order of Merlin, quite ironic when you think about it. You see, Death Eater Snape spied on a confidential conversation and reported it to his master, Voldemort. This led directly to my parents having to hide, but unfortunately they trusted another Death Eater with their secret location, and here's the ironic part, the Ministry awarded the traitor with an Order of Merlin. Being the Ministry, though, they couldn't even get that right and awarded it posthumously while the rat is still alive. Yes, Peter Pettigrew is still alive. I saw him, I spoke to him, along with other witnesses, but the three wise men didn't want to listen. Sirius was going to be Key-Ed for all the wrong reasons. Pettigrew escaped again that night. The person who sold out my parents and murdered 12 muggles has gone looking for his old master. Make no mistake, Voldemort will return. I have already banished him 3 times now, but those days are long gone. It's time to find a new champion, and may I make a couple of suggestions? Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape should have a lot more time on their hands, since they won't be lying, manipulating or stealing from me anymore. Some might think my reaction's a bit on the harsh side, so I have decided to bury that mythical character, the boy who lived, and tell the real-life story of Harry Potter. Once you have read it, all I want is for you to ask yourself this simple question: if this was your experience of the magical world, would you still be prepared to sacrifice your life for a cause that you no longer believe in? I already know my answer. What followed was a true life history of Harry Potter, from being left on a muggle doorstep on a cold Halloween night, note pinned to his blanket, through all the major events up until and of course including the minister's announcement that Sirius was to be keyed without delay. What was more poignant and shockingly reinforced his claims more than words ever could were the wizarding pictures taken of pensive memories of the more unbelievable parts of the story. An incredibly thin, plaintive ragamuffin that was a 7-year-old Harry, sitting quietly in his pathetic cupboard, frightened to make a sound. Voldemort's face coming out the back of Quirrell's head and trying to kill an 11-year-old Harry Potter. Harry killing a 63-foot basilisk with the fabled sword of Gryffindor. A small boy plummeting to the earth after being attacked during a school Quidditch match by Dementors the Ministry had placed there for his supposed safety. Peter Pettigrew in the Shrieking Shack pleading to Harry for his worthless life. 4 other witnesses watched while Snape lay unconscious on the floor. It was a compelling story that shattered the myth and instead showed a child who had been abandoned, abused, manipulated and lied to by just about everyone he had met in his life. Surviving the killing curse was now going to be considered the least of his achievements. Surviving his life's sins that night was a far greater deed. Harry and Hermione had debated long and hard what to include and exclude from the article. There was no mention of prophecies, Horcruxes, the fact that Sirius was an animagus or how he was rescued, though just about everything else was in the Quibbler, which was selling faster than it could be printed. For all its reputation for mythical beasts, the paper could now legitimately list amongst its achievements the first picture of Voldemort, a basilisk and the man thought to have died a hero's death. It was incredible to think just how little was known about that night, yet even what little they did know was proved to be completely wrong. Albus was sitting on his throne at the staff table by the time he had finished reading, and he was worried. He was formulating his rebuttal when the doors of the hall opened to admit 5 members of the school board, each with a copy of today's Quibbler clutched in their hand. Dumbledore had just about managed to placate them enough to get the discussions moved out of the view of the whole school and into his office when the doors opened again and a delegation from the Goblin Nation entered the Great Hall. The delegation was led by Master Zutekin, flanked by 6 goblin guards. As he approached the staff table where Dumbledore was still seated, the goblin removed a scroll from his robes and began to read aloud. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you are charged with conspiring with a goblin clan to subvert and overthrow the legal ruler of the Goblin Nation. You are also charged with conspiring with a member of that clan, namely Sickle, to illegally remove gold from the account of which he was in charge. Lord Potter has requested we use all means legally at our disposal to recover all the gold stolen from him and to punish the guilty parties involved. We are well aware this is a school full of children, so have left the traitor Sickle's head on the desk in your office rather than present it here. This brought about an audible gasp that rippled through the hall, which had been unusually silent as everyone strained to hear what was going on. There was also the thought that if they stayed quiet they wouldn't be noticed and sent to their common rooms or classes. Zutekin continued reading, all of your accounts have been frozen and all assets seized. Should you make an appearance at any goblin facility you will be arrested and tried under goblin law for your crimes against our nation. All documents pertaining to your illegal dealings against the Goblin Nation and Lord Potter have been forwarded to the investigation arm of the Auror Department along with a request that you be arrested and handed over to the Goblin Nation. Albus knew that Hagrid would dance Swan Lake with the Bolshoi Ballet in front of the Queen before the Ministry would hand a wizard over to the goblins. The all accounts had him terrified. He wasn't sure how many accounts they had frozen, but if they got them all he was in deep shit. Being vilified in the press was one thing, but being poor scared the life out of him. He had spent his considerable number of years quietly amassing his fortune and could not contemplate being poorer than a Weasley. Albus had totally overlooked the fact that the Goblin Declaration had just validated the entire Quibbler story in the minds of everyone present in the hall. Staff, students and school governors were all reassessing their dealings and reactions to the headmaster. It was into this reflective atmosphere that Harry and Hermione walked arm in arm into the Great Hall. Sorry we're late for breakfast, said Harry, but it doesn't really matter as we're just here to collect a couple of our friends. The Ministry for Magic was in total meltdown. It seemed like half the population of the wizarding world had turned up and being rather vocal in their demands. The magical multitude had spoken. The wanted Fudge sacked, justice for Sirius, and a delegation sent post-haste to Lord Potter, begging him not to abandon them. Most were old enough to remember how the First War was progressing before baby Harry's intervention. Not one person currently in the Ministry building had any illusions that they would do any better the second time around. Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world, and the idea they had treated him so badly he would leave them to the not-so-tender mercies of that monster Voldemort did not bear thinking about. This needed to be fixed, and quickly. Their leaders had better deliver or they wouldn't be their leaders much longer. Fudge was in shock. Plastered all over the Quibbler was information that he didn't want the general public to be aware of. He took the crowds that were gathered in the atrium as confirmation of the correctness of his notion that the public couldn't handle the truth. He had ordered Amelia Bones to send Aurors to arrest the Potter brat under causing a public menace charges, but she had refused, citing all the Aurors were needed to protect the ministry at the moment. Fudge's sense of self-preservation kicked in as he realized that removing protection from the minister at this time was not a good idea. Amelia Bones knew Harry had committed no crime. She also knew having him arrested would cost the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement her job, though she doubted if her Aurors would even obey that command. Fudge was making the same mistake Dumbledore was. In any choice between the three wizards, almost all the general population would choose the boy who saved them from the nightmare that was the last war. The thought of Voldemort returning sent shivers of dread running through the battle-hardened woman. Amelia knew that the peacetime cuts to her department left their world seriously underprotected to the threat of another war. Fudge was beeping the fact that he was having to make his own decisions. Lucius had still not made an appearance and he was getting worried. The much-maligned minister then decided, against all advice offered, to speak to his people and explain there had been a misunderstanding. He appeared on a platform, looking down on his people as the crowd became silent. Fudge took this as a sign of respect and started addressing them in the most condescending tone imaginable, little realizing that the only words they wanted to hear was, "I resign." Fudge stood stock still, shocked beyond belief while looking at the ripe tomato that was currently sliding down his previously spotless robes. The Muggle influence on the wizarding world was never more apparent. To fire a spell at the Minister of Magic, even one that was as big an arsehole as Fudge, came with an extended vacation in the Dementor Hotel on the lovely island of Azkaban. On the other hand, conjuring a piece of ripe fruit and letting the minister have it broke no laws, felt great and totally humiliated the pompous prick. The air was soon alive with ripe fruit being banished in the direction of the minister. Magical people would never lower themselves to throw something when a banishing charm was more accurate and required no physical effort. Amelia and the attending Aurors had immediately erected shield charms to protect themselves from the onslaught. She eventually had the Aurors cover Fudge with their shields after he started looking like a bottle of ketchup. She cleaned his robes using her wand before offering her unlistened to advice once again. "There is really only one way out of this situation that leaves you any dignity whatsoever, Cornelius." He nodded and they got the crowd quietened down again before Fudge spoke once more. "I apologize if I have let you down. A minister cannot perform his duties without the will of the people behind him. With this display here today it is blatantly obvious I no longer have your support, therefore I have no other course of action than to tender my immediate resignation as Minister of Magic." The corresponding cheer and applause was the loudest Fudge had ever received in his entire political career. Albus glared at the young couple with no sign of the kindly grandfather facade he usually tried to portray. "Mr. Potter, you cannot waltz in and out of Hogwarts as the notion takes you. The school rules are there for the protection of everyone. No one is above the law, not even the boy who lived." Harry just shook his head. "You never learn, do you, old man?" McGonagall exploded. "Mr. Potter, you will treat the headmaster with respect." Harry's voice was colder and contained more power than anyone had heard before. "Respect has to be earned. You lost all right to criticize me about respect when you stood back and allowed a member of your house to be cursed by Malfoy right in front of your eyes and did nothing. You let that old fool's pet Death Eater give me a detention, insult my betrothed, and you were too much of a coward to interfere. You made us ashamed to have been Gryffindors." You could have heard a pin drop in the hall with McGonagall appearing as if she'd been physically slapped. Harry turned his attention back to Dumbledore. "And as for you, old man, I have told you to address me as Lord Potter. School rules for our protection. Are you bullshitting me? I am so glad that you think no one is above the law, but I would like to wager this is another one of these do as I say, not as I do situations. One name, old man. Snape." Albus tried to get the conversation back on safer ground. "I was merely pointing out that to officially leave you need written permission from your guardian to make it legal." Harry walked forward to McGonagall. I believe this falls under your remit as deputy. Here is my permission slip stating that I am leaving Hogwarts for good, effective immediately. This is Hermione's, Neville's and Luna's stating the same. As Harry handed them to McGonagall, he was joined by Hermione, Neville and Luna at the front of the staff table. Albus was out his seat like a flash and snatched Harry's permission slip out of McGonagall's hand. This slip is not legal, it's signed by Miss Granger's parents. Albus declared triumphantly. Behind the times again, old man. Daniel and Emma Granger are now my legal guardians in the Muggle world. As Lord Potter I am emancipated in the magical world and need no guardian. Dumbledore seemed to shrink into himself. You gave out the Dursleys' address in the Quibbler yet no longer live there. Have you any idea what you've done? It was Hermione who answered, and the look on her face scared the shit out of anyone with a hint of common sense. On the contrary, old man, we know exactly what we've done. Anyone messing with her Harry was in a whole heap of trouble. Vernon Dursley was having a good morning. No, a brilliant morning, the best morning in over 12 years. When that man had turned up in Privet Drive on Saturday, Vernon had almost shut the door in his face as soon as he mentioned his freak nephew's name. What a mistake that would have been. He was offered £10,000 and given a guarantee that Harry would never contact them again if they signed over his guardianship to a couple of dentists. Vernon would have paid money to be rid of the freak. He had finished his breakfast, even key-ed Petunia before heading out the door to work and discovering why only half the wizarding population was currently at the Ministry. The rest were in Privet Drive and they were pretty pissed off. Severus Snape was in a foul mood to eclipse all his other foul moods combined. Draco had rushed to his godfather's room at first sight of the Quibbler, clutching a copy purloined from a first-year puff. They were striding towards the Great Hall with Severus desperate to find a victim to unleash some of his anger. He would bet that new records for points deductions and detentions would be set today. How dare that arrogant little shit print those things about him? The fact that every word was true had no bearing on Snape's anger. He didn't even consider that he might be in trouble. Albus would sort this out and Potter's life would be hell from now on. They entered the Great Hall and caught sight of the object of all his hatred and anger, standing there in front of the staff table as if he owned the school. Snape literally screamed, "Potter!" And his wand had sent a curse flying before his brain had even engaged. As soon as she heard Snape's voice, Hermione whirled round and the Cruciatus curse hit her squarely in the chest. The pain was unbelievable, but only for a split second, as Harry was in her mind telling her how to beat it and his hands were placed on her shoulders to provide the power if needed. Pomona Sprout had read today's Quibbler and watched this morning's events unfold with an uneasy feeling in the pit of her stomach. She had read what that poor boy had went through and liked to think if he was in Hufflepuff she would have stood up to Albus and Severus better than her friend Minerva did. She didn't think she was a better witch or head of house than Minerva. She just didn't believe every word that came out of Albus Dumbledore's mouth was the truth. If he'd pulled some greater good crap on any of her puffs she would have exploded in his face. She might only manage to singe that ludicrous beard, but at least she would make her point. Minerva just followed along blindly and Phileas followed Minerva's lead. When Severus entered and fired that darkest of curses she was on her feet and reaching for her wand before the impossible happened right in front of her. The Granger girl just stood up straight and accepted the curse, smiling at Snape in the process. The sweat was pouring down Snape's face as he tried with all his might to end the curse, but to no avail. The mudblood bitch had got in the way and now was even smiling at him. Albus Dumbledore shouted, "Enough! Mr. Potter, end this at once." Harry calmly replied, "Students, staff and members of the school board, please note the usual behavior in Hogwarts. The head of Slytherin House fires an unforgivable curse at a student who's not even holding a wand yet. It's my fault. Professor Snape can do no wrong and literally gets away with murder. Just out of interest, how did he escape going to Azkaban? You really have outdone yourself this time, old man." Harry's voice took on an icy tone again. "Your pet Death Eater has just attacked the betrothed of an ancient and noble house in front of hundreds of witnesses. His ass belongs to me, and anyone interfering will, I can assure you, be dealt with in an appropriate manner." Harry was trying to divert attention away from the fact that Hermione was draining the power right out of Snape's magical core. They had quickly decided to leave him just a fraction above a squib. He should be able to cast a Lumos, but not much else, a reminder of what he'd lost. Of course he was going to lose more than that. Snape's power drain very quickly reached the required level. Then Hermione cast a wandless reducto which blew off his wand hand. Simultaneously Harry cast the same wandless spell, removing his other arm just below the elbow. Draco had made his way to the side, unnoticed he thought, and had his wand lined up on Potter when a stinging hex made him drop his wand. Luna had tracked him from the second she was sure Harry and Hermione had the Snape incident under control. Malfoy's wand hadn't hit the floor before the right fist of Neville Longbottom connected with the blonde Slytherin's jaw. Draco went down like a sack of potatoes, but Neville had years of contained anger to release and jumped on him to continue pummeling the hated face of his worst antagonist. After a few punches, a gentle hand on his cheek stopped his onslaught. Neville looked up into the face of an angle as Luna softly spoke to him. "Enough, Neville, you're better than he is in every way, he's not even worth your anger." She offered him her hand and Neville took it, standing up to see that Snape was down and bleeding while Harry was looking at him and smiling. "Now do you understand why I want a Longbottom guarding my back? You two are quite the team, you know." Neville glanced down and realized he was still holding Luna's hand. It felt so right that he had no intention of letting it go anytime soon. Since Snape entered the hall until the Potters rendered him harmless had taken about a minute, but it was a minute that would have major repercussions on the wizarding world. Hermione Granger had taken out Snape while under the Cruciatus Curse. Harry Potter had just made Dumbledore back down. Add to that the two most bullied people in the school had just demolished the worst bully. Albus was trying to regain some control over a silent great hall that had just witnessed events thought to be impossible. Poppy was sealing Severus's wounds as the parts removed were blasted to pieces. He asked tiredly, "Harry, what do you want?" "I don't want anything, and here's something to save you hours of scheming to try and get me back under your control." Harry took out his wand. "I, Lord Harry James Potter, swear on my magic I will never be a student at Hogwarts again." Hermione, Neville and Luna all took the same magical oath in front of a still shocked and silent great hall. It was with an air of defeat that Dumbledore slumped back into his seat as the quartet headed towards the doors. Harry and Hermione were trying to appear calm, but inside they were bouncing about like 2-year-olds on a sugar high, though it was adrenaline pumping through their bodies. Hermione felt no remorse about what they had just done to that evil bastard, and her core had just received a permanent boost. To receive the Dark Mark you had to kill someone in front of Voldemort. Torturing him or her first for the Dark Lord's entertainment got you extra Death Eater points. They had both read the account of Snape's initiation, and the fact that it involved a Muggle child of about 7 left them both feeling quite sick. The fact that stupid old bastard then employed him to teach in a school beggared belief. They would have preferred the knowledge that they could ignore the Cruciatus Curse to have remained a secret for just a little longer, but Harry had acted instinctively as soon as someone tried to hurt her. Harry was struggling to believe they'd pulled it off, even the part about filling the 2 hospital beds. He would watch with interest to see what happens to that greasy bastard who tried to hurt his Hermione. He was so tempted to kill him outright but decided to make him suffer. He should go to Azkaban for casting an unforgivable on a student no less, but Harry wouldn't be surprised if Albus weaved some tale and the bastard got off. The only thing stopping him pushing the situation was without magic he was already being punished, and without hands, eating breakfast was Snape's new challenge. He could forget potions. Even that bastard of a rat needed his body's magic to make that silver hand work. Harry wasn't too worried about Snape looking for revenge. Having the knowledge of how to fire a gun wasn't much use if you didn't actually have access to one, far less the means to hold it. Harry had discussed with Hermione the possibility of turning dark, but she had explained lovingly that neither of them could ever stand back and watch someone tortured, far less carry out the act themselves. They now classed Death Eaters as rabid dogs for which there was really only one treatment. Both had been brought up as Muggles and now wondered how many of those missing persons cases in the news were Death Eaters carrying on their traditions. As far as they were concerned, having a dark mark amounted to having murderer tattooed on your forehead. Their doubts could be put to rest with a quick glance at Voldemort's memories and discovering just how evil any marked individual was. They were nearly at the doors of the Great Hall when all their carefully laid plans went tits up. Neither Harry nor Hermione could believe who had caused it. Hannah Abbott. Excerpt from BBC News. The emergency services in Little Whining were called this morning to deal with the most bizarre incident any of them had ever seen. A house in Privet Drive appeared to demolish itself for no apparent reason while the top of the Range family car was discovered crushed into the cupboard under the stairs. What was even stranger was the ostrich and walrus that were found in the back garden. Both animals appeared to be in a state of extreme distress and attacked anyone who came near them. A specialist from London Zoo was eventually called in and had to shoot both animals with tranquilizer darts before the situation could be brought under control. When asked for his opinion, the specialist replied, "This really is a strange case. Both animals are obviously used to being around humans. In fact, you would almost think they knew what a gun was." The walrus couldn't move much due to his size, so was rather an easy target. The ostrich though zoomed about for a few minutes before actually trying to hide behind the walrus. As an ostrich only hides its head, I was left with rather an obvious shot in the end. Both the ostrich and walrus are now being held in government quarantine facilities until their origins can be established, and a police search is being conducted for the owners of the property, Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Sirius Black had made it to Potter Manor without the slightest hint of trouble. Harry's revelations must have the wizarding world otherwise occupied, he thought. The wards had been set to allow him access and a house elf had just made him lunch. He was starting to worry about the non-appearance of his godson when Moony portkeyed in. A brotherly hug later and Sirius was demanding information. Remus was laughing. "I wouldn't even know where to begin, far less believe that I know everything that's going on. Apparently Lord Potter and his betrothed are going to sit down tonight and reveal all. That should class as a 3-bottle of brandy conversation." Remus was laughing as he watched his friend trying to come to terms with the Lord Potter and betrothed part. Just wait till tonight, he thought. Remus held out the portkey and both marauders headed south. Hannah Abbott had always liked Harry. Truth be told, she had a bit of a crush, but then so did half the witches in Hogwarts. Reading about his life had left her feeling sick that someone the same age as her had to endure so much. Hannah also felt ashamed. First she had been convinced he was the heir of Slytherin last year, and then again a few days ago when he had summed up Hufflepuffs so accurately it hurt. Loyalty was prized by Puffs, but it was rather easy to be loyal to people walking around wearing the same colored robes as you, whose loyalty could be depended on. The first time she was required to be loyal to someone other than a Puff, she had easily let herself be convinced that Harry was setting a monster on Muggle-borns in the castle, despite the glaring evidence that his mother and best friend, now his betrothed, was Muggle-born. She had failed him, and herself badly. That could not be allowed to happen again. Hannah stood up and took out her wand. "I, Hannah Abbott, swear on my magic that I will never be a student at Hogwarts again." Every eye in He Great Hall was now on the little blonde Hufflepuff, but she stood proudly, blushing profusely but declaring her belief in Harry Potter and refusing to be part of the system that had abused the boy for so long. Ernie Macmillan knew he'd made an ass of himself over the whole Heir of Slytherin debacle and had apologized to Harry afterwards. Reading what Harry had been going through at the time just made him feel worse. Harry's comments about Puffs and loyalty the other day had caused quite a bit of discussion in the common room, and most were surprised at how insightful they were. It was almost as if he had inside knowledge of their house. When his friend Hannah stood up and took her oath, Ernie knew instinctively it was the right thing to do, and was on his feet seconds later taking his own oath. Susan Bones and Justin Finch Fletchley were both up and also took a magical oath, effectively leaving Hogwarts with a year group without Puffs. At the Gryffindor table, Colin Creevey was up like a flash to say his magical oath and support his idol. Ginny Weasley stood up and had her wand out before headboy Percy snatched it out her hand. He then proceeded to take Ron's and the twins' wands as well. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but think that Percival would be in for the bollocking of his life when Molly got wind of this. Dean Thomas had spent the year wishfully gazing at the cute little redhead that gave him butterflies in his stomach. He knew that Ginny had her heart set on Harry, but now that he was well and truly claimed Dean, though he stood a chance with the pocket-sized vision of freckled loveliness. When her brother took Ginny's wand and she sat back down, Dean thought this was his chance to console the gorgeous girl who had been such a feature of his dreams lately. One look at her face and those dreams turned to nightmares. Clearly etched on Ginny's face was not the disappointment with a touch of anger he expected, but hatred, envy and utter loathing, giving Muggle-born Dean the classic impression of the Wicked Witch of his childhood. He tried to imagine coming home to that after a few drinks down the pub with his mates. The resulting mental images had him on his feet and swearing a magical oath to leave the terrifying sight behind. Seamus Finnegan hadn't a clue what just came over his best mate, but he wasn't about to be left behind, so he took the oath as well. Lavender Brown watched as all the Gryffindor guys in her year aligned themselves with Harry, the thought of Ron, what are table manners? Weasley, being the only one left, had her on her feet. Parvati was left in a quandary. She looked towards her twin, who nodded, and both stood, taking their magical oath together. The first claw had joined the exodus, but due to Harry and Hermione's confrontation with Luna's bullies, Padma was the only claw other than Luna to leave the castle. Daphne Greengrass belonged to a family that had managed to stay neutral during the war, but here was a chance to align herself with the light side. Daphne was of the opinion that the only thing sitting on the fence got you was a splinter in your ass. She nodded to her best friend Tracy Davies, and the hall got its latest shock of the day as 2 Slytherins supported Harry Potter. Albus fired off a noise spell to get the hall's attention. Enough of this nonsense, get to your classes now. A voice boomed of the walls, stop. So demanding of attention was the command that even the ghosts froze in position. Students WHO took an oath, come forward, the rest of you go to classes. The amplified voice of Professor Sprout was not something to be disobeyed, though Ginny had to be dragged out the hall. The head of Hufflepuff turned on the beleaguered headmaster and let him have it, both barrels. You whiskered wanker, these children are supposed to be in your care, yet you gave them an order that directly contravened the magical oath they just took. Are you really that stupid, or do you care so little for your students that you were prepared to let them loose their magic? She turned her ire on Minerva and Phileas. Were you just going to sit there and let him walk all over you as usual? She lined up her main target again. Albus, I've watched your manipulations and left you alone, protecting my own house, but a young man has claimed that isn't enough, and he's right. My conscience will no longer allow me to work here, so you can take my job and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. She walked down to the students and was pulled to the side by Harry and Hermione. Professor, what you did just confirmed our opinion of you. We would like to offer you a job. Sprout was speechless, so Harry continued, I was intending to hire private tutors for the 4 of us, but it would appear our numbers have swollen. I intend to take care of them and would appreciate your help with the organization as well as teaching. Unlike some, I take my obligations seriously. Pomona Sprout had intended to help the students any way she could. 4 of them were former Puffs. We need to get them out of here so there's no danger of them triggering that oath. Then we contact their guardians and see where we go from there. Harry and Hermione had enjoyed their time in Hufflepuff and genuinely admired Pomona. When she asked how you were getting on, it was to see if you needed any help, not to report it to Dumbledore. We have the place and the means, Professor. A voice from the back of the hall shouted, and here's one signature for you. Amelia Bones had arrived at Hogwarts with a couple of her Aurors looking for any sign of Harry Potter. Just before entering the hall, she heard the voice of her niece's best friend, closely followed by Susan, take a magical oath. They cast disillusionment charms on themselves and sneaked into the hall to find out what the hell was going on. They could have worn Death Eater outfits for all the attention anyone was paying. When Albus gave that order, she was just about to tear him a new arsehole when Pomona beat her to it. After Harry said they would face up to their obligations, she had to say something. Susan had put herself firmly in the Potter camp, and Amelia believed that was the place to be. If you have a form there, Minerva, I'll gladly sign it to get Susan out of a school where the headmaster gives orders that could cost students their magic. Amelia turned to Dumbledore. Looks like you lost a head of house. 2 actually, declared one of the school board members. Severus has yet to be dismissed from his post. Albus was getting ready to bullshit when the 5 members of the school board turned as one and glared at him. If Severus Snape is not immediately dismissed, then you will be out of a job before the end of today. Even without that, the only thing that may save you is there are no suitable replacements at the moment. The board member who spoke looked at Minerva and Phileas with disdain before casting a glance at Pomona. Sorry, sir. We got there first. Harry said. What are your greenhouses like, Lord Potter? Pomona asked. Hermione whispered in her ear, and Pomona must have liked what she heard because her whole face lit up as she said, I'm in. Amelia's professional curiosity was piqued. Just what did Severus do that is actually going to get him fired? It was Susan who answered. He hit Hermione with the Cruciatus curse. Hannah chipped in, but she just smiled at him, then blew his arms right off. Amelia and the Aurors immediately drew their wands. Where is he? Infirmary. chimed a dozen people. At a nod from Amelia, both oars left at once. Chief Warlock, were you intending to report this? Were there any witnesses I need to protect in case they suddenly lose their memory? Harry laughed. He'd just decided he liked this woman. Madam Bones. Not even Dumbledore is capable of obliviating the entire student and staff population as well as 5 members of the school board and 7 goblins. Amelia looked as if Christmas had come early. And what did the Chief Warlock do about this attack? Susan couldn't help but volunteer the information. He told Harry to behave himself, and then Hermione blasted Snape. The school board member was not for letting Albus off the hook. He performed an unforgivable curse on a student without even a hint of provocation and is now in the infirmary minus hands. I would just like to hear, Headmaster, what possible grounds you would have for not dismissing him immediately. With as much dignity as he could muster, Albus proceeded to put his foot right in it. Everyone is entitled to a trial, innocent until proven guilty. Harry was on him in a flash, his whole body tense with anger. So Severus deserves a trial but Sirius doesn't. Just how do you come up with this, Chief Warlock? You are not the law. Albus was on his feet, his anger rising at just how shitty his day was turning. Neither are you, Lord Potter. Harry's title was pronounced with as much sarcasm as the old man could manufacture. Harry's smile was cold enough to freeze Whiskers. In this case I am. He attacked my betrothed, allowing me to walk from here to the infirmary and legally kill him. That is my right as head of a noble and ancient house, and anyone interfering with that right would be breaking the law. You would kill a man in cold blood. That's pretty dark, Harry, even for you. Albus was trying to keep the delight out of his voice at trapping the young shit so easy. Harry's voice was quiet when he answered, but everyone in the hall could still hear every word. Some wished they couldn't. Did he ever tell you how he got his mark, Chief Warlock? Harry was seriously messing with the old fart's head. Apparently when performing that curse it lowers your mental shields, and he was thinking of the first time he used it. She was a muggle child who appeared to be about 7 years old. Snape was really delighted that he managed to draw out her suffering enough to please his new master. After the child was foaming at the mouth and no longer responding to the curse, he cast Avada Kedavra, then knelt before Voldemort to receive his reward, the Dark Mark. Hermione had joined Luna with her arms round Neville. Both witches were hugging the sobbing boy. Snape still thinks of that as one of the best nights of his life. Now ask me again, old man, if you think I could kill him in cold blood. This is the type of person you have chosen to be in charge of children and time again defend against being dark despite all evidence to the contrary. You are dead to me, old man, and the only time I want to see you is at your trial for the crimes you've committed. Out of your own mouth came the words, no one is above the law, and I agree, not even you, Albus Dumbledore. Harry turned his back on Dumbledore and approached his friend, putting one hand on each shoulder. Did you know your mother is my godmother? This got Neville's attention and stopped the tears. Voldemort was going after 2 children, Nev, me and you. Our parents knew this and made a promise that if anything happened to one pair then the other couple would raise both boys. We should have grown up as brothers, Nev, but that manipulative old bastard up there had his own agenda. How could you know that? I demand you tell me now. Albus had seriously lost it. Spittle was flying from his mouth as he screamed at Harry, and his wand was pointed at the former Hogwarts student's back. Harry turned round slowly. In the back, old man, even Snape had the decency to look Hermione in the eye as he cursed her. You can demand all you want, old man. The only lesson you've taught me is that knowledge is power, so why should I give it to you? Hermione had appeared at his side, closely followed by Neville and Luna. Soon everyone who was leaving was standing beside Harry with their wands pointed at Dumbledore. The sight of 15 students, all, with the exception of Harry and Hermione, pointing their wands at Albus finally shamed McGonagall into doing something she should have done years ago. Albus, lower that wand this instant. Do you realize the penalties for firing a curse at the head of an ancient and noble house? Her glare forced his wand down. The students lowered theirs, but not one of them put it away. 8 of her former Gryffindors had shown more courage this morning than Minerva McGonagall had in years. That was a situation she could not allow to continue. Lord Potter, if you find yourself in need of a transfiguration teacher, I would be honored to be considered. I find myself unable to continue working here any longer. Harry knew that whatever her faults, she was a superb teacher, and where McGonagall went, Flitwick was sure to follow. Professor, I have cast aspersions over your blind loyalty to your former head teacher, but I never thought anything other than you were a brilliant teacher who was passionate about her subject. My only reservation would be whether you could be trusted not to tell tales out of class. Minerva knew exactly what she was being asked. I'm quite prepared to swear a loyalty oath, my lord, and understand the need for one. I think there has been more than enough oaths sworn here today. Let's get to that later, answered Harry, who was pleased his prediction came true as Phileas asked for a job as well. Dumbledore's rage was matched by the members of the board. Hogwarts had just lost all 4 heads of house and any chance of sacking Albus. They could place him on probation, but with what was happening next term they couldn't afford to lose him from the castle as well. They would have to draft in emergency teachers for the rest of the week to save Hogwarts from having to close early. Lord Potter, I really must speak with you about a matter of some urgency, Amelia said. Madam Bones, please call me Harry. If you want a job I will gladly hire you, but then who would I trust in the ministry? I think we need to take any discussion out of this castle. You are welcome to come with us, see where Susan will be staying, and join us for lunch after we get our business done. Harry had been communicating with Hermione using the rings, and she was already speaking to Zutekin about contacting parents and informing them of what happened today. Harry spoke to everyone who had cast their oath today. I would like to thank Hannah and everyone else who gave such a public display of faith this morning and hope I can live up to it. Gringotts will contact your guardians and explain what occurred. It will then be their decision what happens next. Those of Muggle descent will be able to phone home from where we're going. Dobby. Dobby appeared and drew stairs for his dress code. Their trunks are all packed and rooms are being made ready as we speak. We have called some elves from other Potter properties to assist, but 4 elves have asked the castle for permission to join our house, and Hogwarts said yes. The final decision is yours, Harry Potter, sir. Harry held a brief mental debate with Hermione before making a decision. Tell them they would be most welcome, Dobby. Hermione came over and gave Harry the information gleaned from Zutekin on the portkey, which allowed it to be expanded so everyone could take hold. Don't we need to be outside the Hogwarts wards? Minerva asked. This portkey will take us home from wherever we are. Harry gave a bow to the now departing goblins before portkeying out of Hogwarts, where a headmaster sat alone at the staff table while the board members were in an impromptu huddle trying to figure out what to do next. It was an astonished Dan, Emma and Remus who watched the cavalcade enter the chateau. Harry and Hermione were like Pied Pipers as they led their guests into the room that had become the family lounge. The 3 adults were not helped by Harry's announcement to the company, "Welcome everyone to the Potter Institute of Sorcery and Spells." When did that happen? Remus asked. Hermione was trying not to laugh. You know Harry, and he just makes it up as we go along, but I love him for it. Her betrothed was given a demonstration with a searing key. Harry held her close and forgot about everyone else. Are you sure you're okay? Why, what happened? Demanded Dan. Susan again filled in the blanks. Snape used the Cruciatus curse on her. Dan and Emma were angry, but Remus was enraged. He was holding Hermione at arm's length, looking into her eyes to assess the damage before anyone realized he'd even moved. I'm fine, Remus, but thanks. She embarrassed the werewolf by pulling him into a hug, but her dad wasn't buying it. I thought you could protect her, Harry. He asked accusingly. Hermione just sighed. Dad, I don't have a scratch on me while that bastard is in the infirmary, rendered harmless. Susan just couldn't resist it, and handless. That broke the ice, and everyone who was there laughed off all the tension that had accumulated throughout a pretty stressful morning. Dan and Emma wanted to hear what happened this morning, so Remus took everyone else to get them settled in their new rooms that the elves had arranged. Harry and Hermione sat down with the Grangers and Amelia to find out why she was looking for him in the first place. After the introductions and confirmation that she could talk freely in front of the Grangers, Amelia started bringing them up to date on what happened at the Ministry. Lord Potter, as of this morning the manhunt for Sirius Black has been called off. If anyone has a method of contacting him, could they please pass on the message that he has been released into the custody of Lord Potter until a trial date can be arranged. Does these arrangements meet with your satisfaction, my lord? Harry couldn't contain the smile that had broken out all over his face. That's brilliant, Madam Bones. If I see him I will be sure to pass on the message. Amelia nodded in understanding. She would bet her pension that Harry was involved in the escape and knew exactly where his godfather was. she was also sure the man was innocent and would do everything in her power to prove it. Minister Fudge resigned this morning after an angry mob started pelting him with ripe tomatoes. The ministry is not quite sure how to proceed, as it would appear the chief warlock will be facing criminal charges as well. The thought of the minister getting pelted cheered the teens up no end, but they needed decisions made. If Harry offered to drop the charges with the proviso that Dumbledore resigned from the Wizengamot, do you think he would take the offer? Hermione asked. It was a thoughtful Amelia who answered, he just may. Would you like me to make that offer? Harry nodded. We don't think he's going to end up in Azkaban, so resigning might be better than a prolonged court case holding everything up. This way he has no charges against him and we still get what we want. Amelia became somber. Sadly, I have some bad news for you. It would appear an angry mob of witches and wizards congregated outside number 4 Privet Drive this morning, with the result that the house and automobile have been totally destroyed, with your aunt and uncle being transfigured into a ostrich and a walrus. The Muggles had turned up before a magical reversal squad could get there. Both animals were knocked out using some kind of fired dart and removed from the premises. We reckon that with everything else that's happening, it might take weeks to trace them. Harry and Hermione were almost falling off their seats with laughter. The image of Vernon as a walrus with a tranquilizer dart protruding from his ass completed the journey. They were on the floor with tears running down their faces. Only years as an Auror allowed Amelia to maintain a straight face, but it was so very hard. She so wished she could have been there. Your aunt and uncle have officially been posted missing in the Muggle world, with your cousin being collected from school by his Aunt Marge. Officially I have no position on this. Unofficially, one of the reversal squad has offered to let you have the memory of the Muggles trying to subdue both animals for a signed Harry Potter poster for his 7-year-old daughter. You can get posters of Harry? Emma asked, not quite believing it. You can get anything with Harry's face on it. I'm told the teenage underwear is a big seller. Amelia wasn't joking, so Emma looked towards her daughter and lifted an enquiring eyebrow. Mother, I have the real thing. Why would I need the underwear? That's not to say that half the witches in Hogwarts don't own a pair. Harry was in too good a mood to let this trouble him in the slightest. Amelia, I would sign it in blood for that memory, and I would quite happily meet the little girl and thank her dad for making my day. Okay, official business over, but on a more serious and personal level, if you both have found a way to defeat the torture curse as head of the DMLE, I would be eternally grateful if you would share that knowledge. Amelia, this is not one of those knowledge is power situations. Quite the opposite, in fact, is you need the power to use the knowledge. When a curse is fired at you, it is basically someone releasing their magical energy and commanding it to have a certain effect on the victim. If the intended victim is powerful enough, they can override that command, rendering the magical energy harmless. Amelia was flummoxed at Harry's explanation, so he stood up to demonstrate. If you fire a stunner at me, you're commanding magical energy to leave your body and render mine unconscious. She nodded that she understood that much. If I change the command on that energy to give me a nice warm glow, then I've rendered the curse harmless. Amelia understood the theory. It just didn't seem possible, so Harry invited her to cast a stunner. Amelia stood, fired her stunner, then had to sit back down in shock as she watched Harry just absorb the curse with no ill effects whatsoever. You need an immense amount of magical power before that can be achieved. Hermione is about 95% of the way there, but I was able to share some of my power with her due to our betrothal bond. Amelia looked like someone had snatched the Holy Grail right out of her hands. Both teens knew this was not a selfish thing, but the thought of protecting her Aurors and her niece, they decided to take a chance. Hermione asked, Madam Bones, could we have a witch's oath that you will not tell anyone the information we're about to give you? I promise none of it breaks any laws. Amelia needed these two to trust her, so gave her oath immediately. Hermione was smiling as she continued, when we released that article, all we hoped for was to have Fudge and Dumbledore at each other's throats, allowing us to quietly train and carry out tasks we've set ourselves. Harry has defeated Voldemort 3 times, but he keeps coming back. Our tasks are to strip away his protection and finish him once and for all. We are hoping to achieve this before Christmas. Amelia knew she wasn't being lied to or bullshitted. All her years in the Force had given her a very good nose for those things. She also knew that this was only part of the information, but if they carried out their task, she was quite prepared to cut them some slack. She would do anything even remotely possible to assist them. How can I help? was her reply, but she wasn't ready for Harry's answer. By becoming Minister of Magic. Daphne Greengrass admired the beautiful room she was going to be sharing with her best friend Tracy. It had the Slytherin dorms beat all ends up with even its own ensuite and a balcony. No more sharing a shower block and, with the boys being on the other side of the corridor, no worries if they decided to sunbathe for an hour or 3. With Susan and Hannah on one side and Lavender with the Patels on the other, she didn't even have to endure that troll Millicent or Pansy. When Draco and I are married, Parkinson. Her only concern was the reaction of her parents. She hoped they'd understand, but if not, she would be doing her schooling in France next term. Even without the oath, stepping back into the Slytherin dorm would probably cost Daphne her life. Dean Thomas thought he'd made one of the best decisions of his life. Even though Seamus and him were sharing a room with Colin, he still considered himself to be streets ahead of where he was this morning. All 3 boys had Muggle backgrounds and had phoned home, getting immediate permission to stay there for now and continue their schooling with Harry next year. Potter was apparently the new magic word for opening doors in their world, and all the parents were delighted their kids were associated with him. Dean was also reassessing his choice in girls after that narrow escape and realized he must have been blind. There were currently 4 single guys here, and Colin. There were 7 unattached females, each one of them gorgeous, and Dean liked those odds a lot better. Neville and Luna hadn't stopped holding hands since this morning, and after his wicked takedown of Malfoy he would have been serious babe competition, but the little blonde former Claw looked to have him off the market. Dean couldn't remember the last time he looked forward to classes as much. Neville's whole world had been turned upside down. He'd just left Hogwarts after knocking Malfoy's lights out, and it looked like he had a girlfriend as well. He glanced at the little blonde who just smiled and nodded. Yep, he had a girlfriend. It was amazing how well they just fitted together after only speaking to each other just a few days ago. Neville sensed in his new girlfriend the same fragility that he had in abundance, and he was sure combined they could be greater than Neville and Luna alone. They complemented each other so well. Luna walked hand in hand along the corridor with her first ever boyfriend and wondered how she got this lucky. 1 minute walking along the Hogwarts corridor in pain from being forced to wear the wrong shoe, to then watching her tormentors fall over themselves trying to make it up to her. When Harry and Hermione left, she had gravitated towards the wizard by her side. He came with excellent references, so she gave him her trust. They had rooms next to each other on the same floor as Harry and Hermione because they had been expecting to leave Hogwarts. The rest of the morning was just plain crazy. Watching Neville beat his tormentor was hard, and she knew he would have felt terrible if he'd hurt Malfoy anymore. Luna was sure it was in reaction to the curse Hermione was under that Neville acted like he was possessed, and holding him as he cried confirmed this. Once he trusted her enough, she would hear the story behind it, but what she really wanted to listen to was the promised explanation from Harry and Hermione, her friends. Sirius arrived in the chateau, and only Moony holding on to his arm stopped him from making a run for it. There seemed to be people everywhere before he noticed McGonagall smiling at him, then his godson and new betrothed held him in a hug. Harry James Potter, if you don't tell me what the hell is going on right this minute, then your godfather is going to deliver you a smack round the head. Relax, Sirius, the manhunt is called off and you have been placed in my custody until a trial can be arranged. So if there's any smacking to be done, I will be the one doing it, dear godfather. Looks like you're coming to stay with me rather than the other way around. Harry's laughter could be heard in every word. Welcome to the Potter Institute of Sorcery and Spells, Hermione laughed. Sirius looked to his oldest friend. Remus, what's going on? Are these two taking the piss? No, but everyone else is. The laughter spread as people started getting Remus's joke. Dean had just thought of a brilliant idea for a t-shirt. Albus Dumbledore had no idea how long he sat alone in the Great Hall, reconstructing this morning's events in his mind and trying to figure out where it all went so horribly wrong. In a matter of a few moments he'd lost his gold, the brat Potter, half of the current 3rd year and his foremost senior members of staff. Albus still couldn't work out how it was done. Where did that ass Potter get his information from? Marching into his school as if the little shit owned the place. If he hadn't put a stop to it, half the bloody school would have followed Potter out the castle. Albus had watched the older students wrestle with the prospect of leaving versus exams next year while the younger ones were gathering their courage to stand up in front of everyone in the hall. When he factored in the effect of the two Slytherins standing as well, he now considered his estimate of half to be somewhat conservative. He decided to go and visit Severus in the infirmary. They needed to have a long, serious chat with damage limitation at the top of the agenda. Poppy watched the headmaster enter the infirmary and had to call on all of her professionalism just to be civil to the man. She more than anyone knew of Harry's injuries, and some of the marks on his body had nothing to do with Hogwarts. Unfortunately, protocol dictated that she report these matters to the headmaster, who dutifully sent the young boy back to his abusers every summer. Poppy had left the hall before Hannah made her vow and had no idea what had happened since. She was quickly coming to the decision that she could no longer work for this man all on her own. "Poppy, my dear, how is Severus?" She hid her anger, letting her years of experience keep her from betraying the fact she wanted to strangle this bastard with his own beard, but she didn't quite manage the civility. "Your pet Death Eater is missing a hand and an arm just below the elbow. The amount of time he held it and the ferocity of that vile curse seems to have affected his magical core. Apart from that, I'm afraid to say he'll live." Dumbledore thought he was over the shocks for today, but a healer, especially Poppy Pomfrey, being displeased that someone had lived was another blow to the normality of his world. "Poppy wasn't finished yet. After today I am ashamed to be even associated with Hogwarts under your leadership, therefore my resignation will be with the board before the day is out." Albus was crestfallen. Et tu, Brute. He was not above using a little emotional blackmail to get what he wanted. At this point he was not above using any means at his disposal. Too late he realized that he'd given information away without having time to formulate a plan to deal with it. "Who else left then?" Poppy asked. Albus knew he couldn't hide the facts of this morning, but he just wanted a bit of time to put the proper spin on them. "Minerva, Pomona and Phileas all left with Potter and his band of fans." The healer was elated. It looked like she wasn't the only one to grow a backbone today. "It would appear that you are going to have a busy summer, headmaster, interviewing prospective staff members instead of interfering in that boy's life. I'll save you a task and won't request a reference. It would probably count against me." Albus stormed away towards the bed containing Severus, only to find his way blocked by a rather large, black Auror. "Can I help you, sir?" The deep voice boomed out. "I'm just here to visit my friend Auror. Sorry I don't know your name." "My name is unimportant, but the fact that you called this Death Eater your friend is. This thing just used the torture curse on a young female student, so I would advise you to leave here now before I arrest you for associating with a known criminal." Why was nobody showing him the respect he deserved? "I demand your name, Auror, and I will be taking this matter up personally with Minister Fudge." Shacklebolt just smirked at the old wizard. "Fudge is gone. He resigned this morning, and having seen the charges that Madam Bones has in store for you, resigning might be contagious." Albus tried to bluster and push past the Auror. "I'll have you know that this is my school and that is a colleague of mine lying th." The young pink-haired Auror had activated an emergency portkey and both she and Severus were gone from the castle. "My partner may be young, but she's almost as smart as she is quick. Let me be as honest as I possibly can. The only thing as bad as someone getting their jollies from using the torture curse is the person standing idly watching. The leader of the Light left 2 children to deal with a dark bastard like Snape. That puts you right near the top of my shit list." Amelia Bones entered the infirmary with Dobby and couldn't fail to notice her Auror going eyeball to eyeball with Dumbledore. She knew Shaq could never win a magical fight against the old wizard. She also knew he had no intention of letting it become a magical contest. If Albus had even twitched, Shaq would have started breaking his bones. Dumbledore had made a serious miscalculation letting the physically powerful younger man get so close, and Shaq was like a magnificent black mamba ready to strike. She almost wished she could let him. It was just beginning to dawn on Albus that he might be in a spot of trouble here, and, despite his better judgment, his hand was instinctively inching towards his wand when he heard the voice behind him. "Everything okay here, Shaq?" The Auror's eyes never left Dumbledore as he gave Amelia his report. "All under control, boss. This gentleman was insistent that he see his friend, so Tonks removed the Death Eater to our secure location." "Oh, and I'm being reported to Minister Fudge." Dumbledore whirled round to face Amelia. "Why was I not informed that Cornelius had resigned? As head of the Wizengamot, it is my right to." Amelia decided to kick this old bastard where it really hurt. She had considered kneeing him in the nuts, but felt trampling all over his pride would cause more pain. "Canid Albus, you have been suspended from the Wizengamot pending the criminal investigation regarding your dealings with Lord Potter." "This is preposterous," Albus roared. Amelia Bones was the epitome of cool. "We have the Potter will bearing your signature as a witness, a will that you blatantly and illegally ignored. We have records from Gringotts showing you taking a serious amount of gold from the Potter vaults and move it to a Muggle bank before it made its way back to another vault at Gringotts under your control. If I can implicate you in any way with the debacle that denied Sirius Black a trial, I'm prepared to take a witch's vow that I'll make sure you personally become acquainted with his former cell. Now I don't believe I've left any room for ambiguity here. Simply put, you're in deep shit." Amelia gave this a minute to sink in before continuing. "Lord Potter believes it's in no one's interest to allow this to become a long drawn-out affair with the media crawling all over it. He has offered to drop the charges if you resign from the Wizengamot and as Supreme Mugwump. Your alternative is to fight the charges and risk losing being headmaster and even your freedom." Albus was so depressed the goblins had found his secret stash that he magically resigned both positions there and then. Amelia had only added the Supreme Mugwump as a bargaining chip and would have let him retain the position as long as he resigned from the Wizengamot. She beamed a smile at Shacklebolt as the old man shuffled out the infirmary. Ronald Weasley was in a greenhouse alone. He wasn't supposed to be alone, but none of his fellow Gryffindors, any of the Puffs or Professor Sprout had turned up yet. This gave the redhead time to figure out who was to blame for the severe downturn his life had just taken. Ron tried to put the events into some kind of order. Friday night he was doing well with Hermione, playing up the injured leg and whining lots of sympathy. Ron's job was to get Hermione out of her knickers, thus forcing Harry to go out with Ginny. The twins were helping with advice and even a book, though it now seemed likely that only potions would work. Saturday the pair walked into the Great Hall with Loony, insulted Gryffindor and announced that Squib Neville was a great wizard. Harry snogging Hermione in front of all the Weasleys was not a memory Ron wished to recall, and then they had disappeared for the entire weekend. Watching as Hermione smiled at the greasy git had almost required a change of underwear as he thought, "This is the girl I was going to try it on with." As Snape lost his appendages, Ron lost any and all interest in Miss Granger. Even he wasn't stupid enough to mess with power like that. When Percy took his wand, Ron had already decided his ass was not leaving his nice comfortable Hogwarts wooden bench. Being around Potter could get you killed. If the family wanted in on the Potter fortune, then some other Burke could be the patsy. He was too young to die, and inexperienced to boot. Unfortunately for Ron, experience chose that moment to make an appearance. "Ah, has the little lion been left all on his own? I know how it feels to be alone, but it doesn't have to be that way." Ron found himself grabbed by the ears and pulled towards a face that appeared to engulf him. Within seconds he was sure his attacker was trying to remove his appendix orally by use of her tongue and a tremendous amount of applied suction. He wasn't certain, but his lightheadedness could be caused by lack of oxygen to his brain due to not being able to breathe for what felt like 30 minutes. Whatever the cause, it was a dizzy Ron who was delighted that his mouth was suddenly free from obstructions and intruders, allowing air to once again flow to his lungs. He wasn't so delighted as the grip on his ears increased and his head was forced southwards. Just what the hell was going on here? It was a worried Fred and George who eventually found a disheveled Ron, making his way along the corridor by holding on to the wall, his ears sticking out almost at right angles from his head. "Where have you been, Ron? You missed lunch," Fred inquired. Ron shuddered as he croaked his answer, "No, I didn't." George wouldn't let him away without knowing what was going on. "Spill it, Ron." Ron for some reason had difficulty speaking, so the twins had to play the yes-no guessing game. "Have you been attacked?" Nod of head. "Are you injured?" Shake of head. "Did you get a good look at who attacked you?" Full body shudders, but a definite nod of the head in there somewhere. "Was it a wizard?" Venomous shake of the head. "A witch attacked you?" Nod of the head. "What did she do to you?" Ron hung his head in shame. In desperation Fred asked, "Did you get into her knickers?" "What knickers?" croaked Ron. "Way to go, bro," exclaimed George. "And do we know the lucky girl?" A nod followed by another croak. "Millicent Bulstrode." Fred put his arm around his young brother's shoulder. "Sorry, Ron. Listen, this attack really needs to be reported to Dumbledore." Shake of the head followed by a faint, "Can't." George was very sympathetic. "Listen, there's no need to be embarrassed, we understand." Ron shook his head again. "Can't, I'm seeing her again tonight." The Weasley twins lost their lunch all over the corridor. As they were barfing up their breakfast as well, the idea of the puking pastel was born, with the promise that Ron would be the test subject until it was perfected and maybe after as well. Poppy was packing when the oddest-looking elf she had ever seen appeared next to her. "Excuse me ma'am, but the castle is telling Dobby that you is leaving." This was new, thought Poppy, a house elf asking her a question after talking to the castle. "Yes I am, I can't work here any longer." "Would ma'am consider working for the great Harry Potter? Madam's friends have already agreed and you always take such good care of my master and mistress." This was really new, she'd just been offered a job by a house elf. "Does Harry know you're making this offer?" Dobby stood up straighter. "I know Master Harry very well and the castle is worried Headmaster Whiskers is going to do something to keep you here. My first job is to help Master Harry's friends and family. You have been kinder to my master than almost anyone else in the castle, so I will help you get away before Whiskers can use his wand." Poppy was worried now. She had often suspected Albus was not as light as he tried to appear, and, if she could believe this elf, the castle itself was warning her against him. She looked around at her just started packing when the little elf seemed to read her mind. "The Hogwarts elves will pack all your belongings and they will be brought to your new home. Please let's just leave now." Poppy had made up her mind. Even if she didn't get a job with Harry Potter, it would seem prudent to make like the proverbial shepherd and get the flock out of here. "Okay Dobby, I'm ready." Seconds later they were gone. Molly Weasley was on an emotional roller coaster. Every time she thought of Harry with that mudblood witch, she was depressed yet at the same time extremely angry that it wasn't her Ginny. Since receiving an owl from her daughter on Friday describing what happened in the hall and that Harry and Hermione were together, the Weasley matriarch had been even more impossible to live with than usual. When she read in Saturday's Prophet that the brown-haired bitch was now his betrothed, her anger had been so bad, and so loud that even the garden gnomes had packed their bags and legged it as far away from the burrow as possible. This morning's quibbler had effectively ended Harry's relationship with Dumbledore and his ability to influence Lord Potter's decisions on anything, including choice of partner. Molly was many things, but she wasn't as stupid as people took her for. Attempting to interfere with a betrothal of the head of an ancient and noble family would cost at least your freedom, but more likely your life. She was going to have to be subtle. Molly could do subtle, so Ginny wasn't going to be the primary wife, but as a pureblood Weasley she could bring a lot to the House of Potter. Also as a Weasley she would easily outbreed the mudblood and Harry would always treat his children equally. Yes, there was more than one way to skin an easel. She was just congratulating herself on her plan when Percy's owl entered through the open window and presented her with the latest developments from Hogwarts. Molly was reading the letter until she got to Percy's boastful description of how he saved the family honor by not allowing the Weasleys to betray Hogwarts and leave with that upstart Potter. Molly was beyond angry. Her magic was boiling and she needed an outlet to release her famous temper on. She saw Percy's owl and her wand was in her hand in an instant. Post owls are incredibly intelligent animals and Hermes recognized the danger and tried for the window. A reductor curse forced an emergency course change. 5 reductos later and the poor bird couldn't see a thing for dust and flying debris. Being able to feel the heat of the flame curse was an entirely different matter as the terrified owl found the staircase and headed up. Anywhere that didn't contain this maniacal human was all Hermes was hoping to achieve. Molly was firing the flame curse blindly into the dust, determined to cook that bloody bird, when she heard the ceiling give a loud groan and creak. The chubby witch suddenly realized just what she was doing and performed an emergency apparition out to the garden. She was in such a hurry that she spliced herself, leaving her hair behind. The now bald chubby witch watched as her house mirrored her dreams. It collapsed in on itself and burned to a crisp, leaving nothing but cinders and ashes. To make matters worse, the bloody owl shot out an upstairs window just as the house was coming down. The ministry had recorded the intense spell work and thought that a departmental head's residence was under attack. 4 oars apparated in to find Molly rolling on the grass while kicking, screaming and punching the ground like a toddler in a tantrum. She was immediately portkeyed to St. Mungo's and admitted to the spell damage ward while they attempted to diagnose what the attackers had done to the poor witch. As the kids sat around the pool, Dean was working on his t-shirt design. He'd got the mock-up done on paper and was now studiously applying his creation to a white t-shirt. Unbeknown to Dean, this was drawing him far more female attention than his phony posing and cheap chat-up lines ever did. The girls were noticing Dean was not bad looking and talented too. He had just been moved to the top of the rather short list of eligible boys at the Potter Institute. While this was taking place, a meeting of the adults with Harry and Hermione was in full session on the terrace. Harry was doing what he did best, making it up as he went along. Harry had learned to trust his instincts and follow where they led. The difference now was that he had Hermione in his head, filling in the blanks and keeping him out of too much trouble. Our original premise was to hire tutors for 4 students and cover a wide range of subjects. As our numbers have increased, I would like to establish what courses the Institute will be able to offer its students and who else do we have to employ. We also need to examine the actual building and determine if it's suitable for teaching the courses we want to offer. Pomona, I would like to offer you the headship of the Institute. You are a brilliant teacher who always puts the needs of her students first and won't think twice about telling Hermione and I if we screw up when trying to get this place up and running. Minerva, I would really appreciate your help on the administrative side of running a school, but I want to stress here and now there will never be a house system at our school. His former teachers were wondering just where this version of Harry Potter had come from. They'd never seen him so assertive. We will also need your input into what equipment and furniture we'll need for the Institute. We're building classrooms from scratch, so use your experience to design the rooms to be fit for purpose. Money should be no object, but we really don't need solid gold desks. Hermione cracking jokes was something else her former professors were going to have a hard time getting used to. Minerva had a question niggling at her brain, so decided to ask it. Miss Granger, what did you say to Pomona to convince her to take the job? Hermione just smiled. When she asked about our greenhouses, I told her we didn't need any because of the climate. I also mentioned that the soil around here is volcanic and, as everyone knows, with the application of some dragon dung compost, these are probably the best growing conditions to be found anywhere. Are you sure you want me to be head? Pomona asked. Absolutely, answered Harry. I think we should be honest here. Minerva and Phileas are brilliant teachers but not the leader we need, especially starting from scratch. Both nodded to show there were no hard feelings and they agreed with his assessment. Well, I would be happy to teach herbology and potions. I think the subjects should be more closely linked anyway. Phileas put in his 2 nuts worth. Like Pomona, I would be delighted to teach charms and runes. I would like to include wards in the syllabus as well. Minerva indicated that she would teach transfiguration and arithmancy as everyone turned to Remus, who appeared to be daydreaming before giving a shudder and rejoining them. Remus was daydreaming. He was gazing at this new Pomona sprout before him. Her usual attire of old dark soil-covered robes and beat-up hat had been replaced with a light blue set that did wonders for her. He was also guessing that she wore many layers of cloths under those old robes, as her Molly Weasley figure had slimmed down drastically. Considering that summer in the Scottish Highlands consisted of the last week of May and the first week of June, the layering of cloths was understandable for someone who spent most of her day outside the castle. With no plans to pull her hair all over the place, Remus was coming to the conclusion that Pomona was an attractive woman who was at most 10 years older than him. His glance shifted to the beautiful Emma Granger and could see the woman Hermione would become. How did these Potter men manage it? In Remus's opinion, Lily Evans was the best witch he had ever met. They had spent some time together over the years as both were the Gryffindor prefects, and he had thought his friend James was the luckiest man alive when he started dating her. All the Marauders had fancied Lily but knew James was besotted with the girl. As soon as they started dating, James had confessed that this was the one he was going to marry, and not one of his friends doubted that would be the case. Now Harry had a witch that could rival Lily and was going to marry her in a matter of weeks. Remus couldn't find it in his heart to wish them anything but happiness. If anyone deserved some joy in their lives, it was Harry and Hermione. He then thought about his former head of house and the strange relationship between her and Phileas, who seemed to follow her every action and word like some lovesick puppy. The image of Minerva in leather leading Phileas around by a leash just popped into his head and would require to be bleached or obliviated later. The involuntary full-body shudder the image produced drew him back to the present, where he realized everyone was watching him. I've been in contact with the Italian ministry, and their syllabus would appear to be a bit more demanding than Hogwarts. The former heads of house looked at Remus in disbelief. Apparently the purebloods were finding some parts of the curriculum difficult, so the ministry had it altered to prevent them being proven to be magically inferior to the mixed and first-generation witches and wizards. Pomona just shook her head. Why am I not surprised? Minerva was starting to see things more clearly now that her Dumbledore blinkers were removed, and Albus just stood back and let them. Are you saying that Hogwarts is producing substandard graduates? Yes, answered Remus. Compared to Europe and the USA, the purebloods tend to stay in Britain where their power base is, but the others are forced to move abroad or into the Muggle world to find meaningful work. They get there only to find gaps in their education because of bigotry in Britain. Do you mean to tell me after paying all that money for Hermione's years at Hogwarts she would have been unable to find work while receiving a substandard education that would deny her opportunities abroad? Dan Granger was angry. The only answer I can give you is yes, but as Lady Potter she will have a lot less problems, though some will always look down on her, as they do Harry and just about everyone here with the exception of Minerva. Remus was on a roll about his least favorite subject, Sirius's classes as a blood traitor, me as a dark creature, Pomona and Harry as mixed blood while Phileas is mixed race. Why are you a dark creature, Remus? Emma asked. It was Hermione who answered for the embarrassed man. Remus is a werewolf, Mum. That means once a month he drinks a potion and curls up in front of the fire in his wolf form. As a precaution he always locks himself away from everyone, and turning into an animal is something both Harry and I wish to learn. Both Minerva and Sirius have animal forms. Sirius was quick on the uptake and had seen where Hermione was steering this conversation. Tying werewolf transformation to animagus was not correct, but if it helped the Grangers come to terms with his friend then he was all for it, and Padfoot made an appearance. Minerva also gave credence to the deception by pouncing on the table in her cat form and prancing over to the Grangers. I'm really touched, people, but there will be no lies here. What Hermione forgot to mention is that while Minerva and Sirius can change their form at will, I have no control over mine. The potion I take allows me to retain my mind, otherwise I become a beast. I was bitten as a child and have had to live with this most of my life. Dan got up and made his way over to Remus and held his hand out. Pleased to know you, Remus. Emma thought if Hermione could hug him so could she, so she did. Thanks for looking after these two for us. It was with moisture in his eyes that Remus continued, thanks everybody. Now I would like to teach defense and history of magic if that would be okay. Hermione had a smirk on her face. Now if we can convince Dr. Granger and Dr. Granger to teach Muggle studies that gives us 9 core subjects, I don't think we could teach care in this environment, and I won't even consider divination. If any students show sign of being a seer then we could reconsider. Now here's the big question. Do we stick with the students we have or accept new admissions? I would like everyone's opinion on it, and unlike Albus I would like it to be your opinion. Harry glanced around the table and waited for their first answer. Pomona decided if she was going to be head then she should get her opinion in first. I think we should look to take more students but younger than our current intake. This way we build up to owls and newts. Some of the younger Hogwarts students may be interested, and I would be delighted to offer the new pupils an alternative to Hogwarts. Minerva was smiling. I agree with the headmistress. I know of at least one Weasley that was desperate to follow us here. There will be no Weasleys attending the Potter Institute. The venom in Harry's voice shocked the ex-Hogwarts staff even more than the statement, though Dan Granger's follow-on comment led them to believe there was information that was personal, and it must be bad judging by both reactions. Are you sure, Harry? Asked Dan innocently. There's a lovely cliff here just begging for a certain redhead to be flung off it. Emma had seen a whole new side to her husband in Gringotts and thought Dan was more than capable of killing the boy who tried to drug their daughter for shit she'd help kill the bastard herself. Remus signaled to a bemused Sirius that this would be discussed later before adding his opinion. Is there any way to get a hold of the list of children down to attend Hogwarts this summer? Minerva sighed. It was in my old office. I wish I'd thought to lift it. Dobby chose that moment to appear with Poppy and pulled the list out of one of his precious pockets. Sorry, Miss Minnie, but you went and forgot this when you left the castle. The thought of McGonagall as Minnie Mouse cracked Harry and Hermione up. Dobby, you are simply the best. Harry told his beaming friend as Poppy was welcomed to the group. Draco Malfoy was in trouble. The beating he received at the hands of Longbottom and the mudblood-destroying Snape had left him powerless in Slytherin. Add to that he hadn't heard from his parents despite the fact he had been sending owls daily since Friday. Pomfrey had healed him pretty quickly, but his godfather didn't look to be leaving the infirmary anytime soon. he was going to have to send another owl and not looking forward to explaining to his father how Snape was taken down by a mudblood. At least Longbottom was a proper wizard. Even Crabbe and Goyle were distancing themselves from him, and he would have to keep his wits about him to make it to the end of the week unscathed. Thankfully it was end of term on Friday. Snape awoke in a cell and immediately noticed the bandages where his arms ended prematurely. He was going to rip that mudblood's throat out with his teeth. The ex-potion master felt fear run down his spine. Normally when he was this angry he could feel his magic fizzle around his body, but there was nothing happening. It was as if there was no magic in his body. Trying to raise his occlumency shields brought another shock and a cold sweat to his forehead. He was like an open book. Snape had spent years perfecting his shields and had reached the point where he could even neutralize the effects of Veritaserum. Dumbledore had better get a move on and arrange his release before the Aurors started questioning him. The Death Eater was unaware of Dumbledore's new status and that Amelia was en route to his cell with Kingsley, Tonks and a good supply of truth serum. The meeting broke up with Harry and Hermione heading through the chateau towards their friends in the pool. Dean had finished the t-shirt and held it up for their approval. Harry put his hand on the shirt and pushed some magic into it. "Now that's what I call a t-shirt," Harry proclaimed. The rest of them apparently agreed as they stood in awe at the now animated design, showing the Hogwarts Express with its wheels turning and smoke belching out the stack. Dumbledore was the driver, and as he leaned out the engine a large X appeared over the picture with the words, "Taking the PISS," superimposed over the design. The back of the shirt proudly proclaimed Potter Institute for Sorcery and Spells. After Harry cast a duplication spell, the unofficial uniform of the Institute was born. It would turn heads in Diagon Alley this summer. Albus sat at his desk that was covered in paperwork Minerva would normally have taken care of. It had always been the headmaster's responsibility until he had gladly passed it on to his deputy. Something caught the attention of the old man and a slight twinkle was back in his eyes for the first time since breakfast. Potter's oath prevented the brat from being a student at Hogwarts, but didn't preclude him from being a contestant. The 8 that sat down that night to hear what was actually happening were a somber group. The Grangers and Remus knew some of it, but Harry and Hermione had promised full disclosure tonight. Neville and Luna were fascinated at the 2 years of extra knowledge and enraged with the Weasleys' use of potions, while Sirius was compiling a list of those who were going to pay for mistreating his godson. When they reached the part about meeting with James and Lily, Sirius was in bits. The thought of his godson not wanting to return had the old dog in tears. When Harry explained the creation of Horcruxes, Remus felt ill. He knew just how deep into the dark arts one had to delve even to find information on these abominations. The group cheered up considerably when Hermione informed them that 2 were already dealt with while a 3rd was safe at Gringotts in their vault, and they knew the location, as well as the protection around the others. "Our plan is to train over the summer while going on treasure hunts with Sirius and Remus to collect and destroy these things." Harry was waiting for questions and Dan didn't disappoint. "I'm really glad to see you taking help when you attempt to remove these items, but how are you going to destroy them? The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets has plenty more fangs than the one it sunk into me. One of the Horcruxes is presently stored in Hogwarts as well, so we have to figure out an excuse to get us back in there to collect it and harvest the basilisk." Neville and Luna were sitting holding hands as the blonde asked, "Can we stay here this summer and train with you?" "I don't think my dad would mind too much. All taken care of. Your father and Neville's gran will be spending some time here over the holidays. We start tomorrow at 7 and the first few days will be murder." Hermione was thinking back and remembering the pain of muscles protesting every movement. "Remus got us some presents so we wouldn't have to be totally useless in a fight. Could we train with you as well?" Emma's question had stumped the teens, but they couldn't figure a reason why they shouldn't. "For the first 10 days or so we will be concentrating solely on getting our bodies fitter with perhaps some unarmed combat. Your daughter's signature move is taking out people's kneecaps. She figured out that men tend to concentrate on protecting certain other parts of their anatomy, leaving the knees an easy target. It certainly worked with that goblin." Harry was glancing admiringly at his now blushing betrothed. "Is all this physical training really necessary?" Sirius beeped. "Spoken like a true pureblood Sirius. My beautiful betrothed here could whip your ass in combat, with or without a wand. Our training kept us alive against the best that Voldemort could throw at us." Sirius just huffed in disbelief before Remus skillfully laid his trap. I've got 50 gallons on the beautiful brunette. Both Dan and Emma offered bets on Hermione beating Sirius. Like Remus, they had seen their daughter in action. Sirius knew he was trapped into a contest he couldn't win. Even when he beat Hermione, where was the kudos in winning against a 14-year-old girl? He stood up and Hermione walked towards him with her hand held out to shake. Sirius realized his mistake as he was flying through the air, landing heavily on his back before finding Hermione's shoe in gentle contact with his throat while his wand was behind the young witch's ear. In less than 5 seconds she had disarmed and had him in a position where he would be deceased if she so wished, and there was nothing he could do about it. Remus came over and helped his embarrassed friend of the floor. Don't worry about it, Sirius, she would have done the same to me. You should have seen them in Gringotts taking out 7 armed goblins without a wand being drawn. Purebloods are inherently lazy. They will use either their magic or call on a house elf to accomplish every task. In any kind of prolonged fight, our higher fitness levels will give us a major advantage. Death Eaters are used to their victims either fleeing or freezing through fear. When you overcome the intimidation and fight back, it becomes obvious they're not that powerful or skillful. It doesn't take lots of magical skill to torture and murder muggles, especially when your favorite curses are unforgivables. Harry's words made sense to purebloods Neville, Luna and Sirius. They would recall them often in the days that followed when they felt like lying down and resting. Hermione laid out the rest of their plans. The students are portkeying into the apparition point in Diagon Alley on Friday, and the staff are staying to get the institute up and running before September. Our plan is to recover both hidden Horcruxes that are available to us at the moment before our wedding, giving us a break before we figure out how to sneak into Hogwarts. Okay, I know I'm not at my best just now. I've just been beat up by a young girl for Merlin's sake, but I could have sworn I heard you say, wedding, in there somewhere. Hermione and I are getting married on my birthday. As the last in line of a noble and ancient house, the law allows this. We were getting married on my birthday before we came back in time, and my wife to be absolutely refuses to wait another 2 years. The wedding will be held here, and of course you're all invited. Sirius whirled on the Grangers and Remus. You knew about this. You're okay with this? It was Emma who answered the concerned godfather. In their reality they've been best friends for 5 years and been dating officially for 1 of them. The bond they share is more intimate than anything we know, and their love for each other is beyond measure. We are fighting a war here, and these two, for whatever reason, are in the eye of the storm. Given their position, I would like to think that Dan and I would do the same thing. Dan leaned over and keyed his wife, lending credence to her assumption. We know why Harry and I are in the center of this. A prophecy placed him there and I refuse to leave his side. Dark Lord be damned. Harry told them the prophecy before turning to Neville. 2 boys matched that profile, which is why our parents made their agreement. I could have grown up with a brother instead of that obnoxious, obese bastard of a cousin, and for that reason more than any other I'll never forgive Dumbledore. The 3 men were raging and all talking over each other. Knew all this time. No training whatsoever. Wring his scrawny neck. In every case the phrase, manipulative old bastard, was used liberally and repeatedly. Neville had just keyed Luna goodnight. They were standing outside her bedroom door, neither wanting to let the other go, and were oblivious to the world around them, which is why they both nearly jumped out their socks when Harry placed his hands on their shoulders. I'm so glad you 2 got together before we had to tell that story. I was worried it would affect how you felt about one another. We also want you both to stand with Hermione and I when we get married next month, because by the time we went to the ministry that night we were as close as family. None of us have any siblings, so we all kind of adopted each other, with you becoming our brother and sister. That's why we reacted the way we did in the corridor. Luna, you're our sister and nobody messes with our little sis. Both Hermione and I love you very much, and the Christmas we all spent together at your house is the best I've ever had. Hermione had joined what had become a group hug, though it was a tearful Luna who spoke. I always wanted a brother and sister. Hermione answered. That's what we all wanted, Luna, but different circumstances prevented our wishes coming true. We were 4 lonely people who each found a partner that gave us the strength to reach out to others. Neville has very similar values to Harry, and there's not an ounce of deception in his body. We know you have a hard time trusting people, Luna, but we got beyond that once, and I now have the chance to get to know my best friend and little sis a lot earlier than before. I'm really looking forward to it. Luna had one arm round Hermione while the other encircled Neville. I don't know what it is, but something is telling me to trust everyone here. I'm sure it's not a Crumplehorn Snarkack because they left when you held me in the corridor. Apparently kindness and love drives them away. It's no wonder Daddy could never find them. They all looked at Luna before the young witch burst out laughing. To the astonishment of Harry and Hermione and the bemusement of Neville, the blonde had banished her mythical creatures with a joke. She trusted them. Okay sis, you and I have a date with some shops on Saturday and we'll drag our men folk along to carry the bags. If you boys think our exercises are tough, just wait till you see Miss Lovegood and Miss Granger shop. We're in serious trouble now, Nev, Harry joked. Listen, 7 I'm on the beach tomorrow and I'm betting you hate us by 8. All joking aside, this really does help and you two were awesome fighting by our side. It was a stupid mistake that got Hermione cursed, so we now put our enemies down and they don't get back up without medical attention. Hugs and kisses all round followed, with neither Neville nor Luna commenting on the fact that Harry and Hermione entered the same room. Is it okay to hate you yet, Harry? Another 20 minutes yet, Nev, I said after 8 and Hermione claimed before then. We can't let her win again or the insurable know-it-all might resurface. Both girls were shoulder to shoulder with their boyfriends and knew that the banter was in jest. As soon as they could get their lungs working properly, jibes would be returned when breathing aloud. Emma listened to the exchange between the boys with a smile on her face. She now understood where Hermione's newfound sense of humor came from. Emma thought she was a prime candidate for a heart attack as she jogged along wet sand at the water's edge, occasional waves washing over her feet and inviting her to stop and use the sand for its original purpose, lying on while tanning. Emma looked at her husband jogging beside her and could have smacked him. Her legs felt as if they were turning to jelly, yet Dan seemed to be running effortlessly and she could feel how happy he was through their wonderful bracelets. Dan couldn't remember being happier. He awoke this morning with a beautiful naked woman in his arms and was now jogging along a private beach with her at his side. Daniel Granger could safely say that he enjoyed dentistry, but he adored his new life, new wife, new daughter and soon-to-be son-in-law. He had the Mediterranean Sea on one side and his gorgeous wife on the other. His body might be sore later, but at the moment Dan was feeling no pain. Sirius was in trouble. The exercise he had done was already more than at any other time in his life. His vacation in Azkaban may have left him physically weaker but had equipped him with a will of iron, which was the only thing keeping him upright. His casual defeat at the hands of Hermione had cemented his view that this was something he simply must take part in. They had started jogging along the sandy beach, then returned via the wet sand. A few circuits later and he was dead on his feet. The thought of a hot shower, large breakfast and spending the day lying beside the pool trying to change his skin color from gray was more than he had to look forward to in over a decade, and this kept him moving. The cliff signaled the end of their beach and Harry called a halt. Everyone was in need of a breather, so he gave them 10 minutes before calling on Dobby. His little friend started handing out small bags and they all felt better after the Elven energy drink did its work. We have another hour to exercise, but we're going to try something different now. Each bag should contain a watch. Please put it on and follow me. Harry waded into the sea before gathering everyone around him. Set your watches for 1 hour, then take out the piece of gillyweed that's in your bag. This will cause a slight pain for the first minute but will then allow you to breathe underwater for an hour. Stay together and plan on finishing up at the other end of the beach when the time is up. Emma ate the gillyweed and thought the pain wasn't too bad until she realized she couldn't breathe. She was starting to panic when Harry pushed her head under the water. Harry ate his last after ensuring they were all okay. There were a lot of excited people under the water and he led off for the strangest and most wonderful game of Follow the Leader any of them had ever played. Harry and Hermione could still communicate through their rings and managed to keep everyone more or less together. The fish and plant life were a lot more interesting and certainly more diverse than the bottom of the Black Lake in February. They noticed Neville and Luna slip away for an underwater key asterisk. They deliberately didn't notice Mum and Dad doing the same. Sirius and Remus were giving that experience a wide berth until accompanied by a female of their choice. As the hour was almost up, the group moved into shallower water and only had to stand up when the effects wore off. It was a very excited group who made their way back up the cliff towards showers and breakfast. Only Harry had experienced this before, but all wanted to do it again. The fact that they had just spent an hour swimming and using just about every muscle in their body was forgotten in their enjoyment of the time spent underwater. Harry and Hermione were studying in their library for exams they planned to take. Between their shared knowledge and Tom's library in Harry's head, they would have no problems. Their objective was to knock Tom Riddle off the leaderboard for most owls and newts. They planned to sit all the exams he had with the addition of Muggle studies. Neither regarded this as cheating, as they would never need to use these results to get a career. The Potter name and fortune pretty much guaranteed every door in the magical world was open to them. It was one in the eye for Riddle and Dumbledore, as Potter Institute students would hold the record. Before the end of August they would be married, emancipated and a fully qualified witch and wizard, removing any legal wrangling options of being underage used against them. They were disturbed when Dobby appeared. "Begging your pardon, but the elves have told me that Bones is in Malfoy Manor and not happy. She is demanding they tell her who this mysterious new master is. I think she was at Gringotts first and that added to her bad mood. Could you bring her here please, Dobby?" Harry asked. He was back minutes later with a clearly raging Amelia and 2 Aurors. "Lord Potter, I demand to know what you're playing at." "We're actually studying potions since we had such a crappy professor for the subject. Why don't you sit down? We'll have a cup of tea and get whatever's troubling you out in the open. I'm not really good at guessing games." They both had a fair idea what had got Amelia so worked up, but were waiting to see how much she knew. Brutus immediately arrived with tea and soft drinks as they slowly marked their places in the books they had been studying. Amelia took a sip of tea while both Aurors stood alertly behind her. "Snape sang his head off giving us more information than I would have believed possible, leading to the filling of warrants for the arrest and freezing of assets of some very high-profile Death Eaters. You can imagine our shock when we found that 11 had fled the country while 1 was a prisoner of the goblins. An even greater shock was that in every case their vaults had been emptied, but not by them. I would like to know what you can tell me about this situation." Harry grabbed Hermione. "You are an absolute genius," he proclaimed before administering a key that only Amelia's embarrassed cough eventually stopped. He looked at the woman before asking, "I'm assuming you trust these 2 or they wouldn't be here." Amelia's slight nod was all the answer he required. "The richest Death Eaters created a method for Voldemort to have full access to their vaults. We wished to deny him these considerable resources and hopefully some followers as well. We legally emptied their vaults except for 1 Canute and a note written by my brilliant betrothed. It basically said Tom was unhappy with them and would show his displeasure at the earliest opportunity. We had hoped some of them would flee but expected the rest to come after us, which is why we, along with Hermione's parents, are here." Kingsley couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. "Sorry boss, but that is bloody brilliant and did more damage to the bastards than we could. Your Auror is right. They would have been dragged through the court proclaiming their innocence while spreading gold about like dragon dung fertilizer, trying to cultivate the result they wanted. This way their fleeing the country is as good as an admission of guilt and they can be tried in absentia with no untoward influence being brought to bear," Hermione added. Amelia nodded in understanding. "You are of course right, and the trials will go a lot smoother for our side without Malfoy spreading his golden influence around. I'm only disappointed because I wanted some of their ill-gotten gains to bolster the Auror department." At that, Dobby appeared with a checkbook Gringotts had given them. "This little bugger now knows what I'm going to do before me." Harry's laughter took any sting out of the remark and Dobby was overjoyed. To anticipate their master's needs was a house elf's greatest achievement. Harry handed Amelia a check and she tried but failed not to react to the amount it was made out for. She handed it to Kingsley, who fared no better than his boss, but it was the pink-haired Auror peeking over his shoulder who took the gold medal. Merlin's beard. 5 million galleons. Holy shit, I didn't know there even was that much gold. Amelia though was all business. "Lord Potter, before accepting this I would like to ask what you hope to gain from this donation." "All I ask is that it's put to the best possible use in the Auror department. I wouldn't dare to suggest I knew what that was. I have something to tell you and a request, neither of which have any bearing on that check. My name is Potter, not Malfoy." She nodded for him to continue. "We knew the Death Eaters would need money fast and couldn't really go out onto the streets selling their wares, so we came to an arrangement with Gringotts and bought everything. Some of those items are bound to be dark and we didn't want them appearing in the general wizarding populace. You have my word that every single item will be checked and anything dark destroyed." Amelia couldn't quite contain the shudder that ran through her at the thought of some of those items in the wrong hands. I think that's a very sensible solution and a great public service. Hermione's mischievous side surfaced again. We actually bought the items with their own money at well below market price. Shaq was again laughing. These two could put us out of a job, boss, and that check be put towards our retirement fund. Taking out Snape was great work, but this again is bloody brilliant. Amelia could see the next bit was costing Harry, so she asked him to continue. I'm assuming Snape gave you enough information to arrest Dumbledore, but I would like you to sit on that for now and offer ministerial support to the plane tournament scheduled for Hogwarts. Harry could see the expressions changing, so pushed on. My number one priority is to take down Riddle, and granting those requests will go a long way to achieving that aim. I want Dumbledore dealt with probably more than you do, but while that old bastard sits scheming and planning world domination, Riddle fires off unforgivables like the psychotic megalomaniac he is. Which one do you think we should deal with first? Dumbledore won't run and hide because he's too proud to think he'll ever get caught, while Riddle killed his father and grandparents when he turned 17. Hermione continued, we will be letting the old fart think he's manipulating us, whereas he'll be doing exactly what we want. Taking out Dumbledore first might push any fence-sitters into Riddle's camp, and that is something we definitely don't want. We need to be clear here, you're not asking for Dumbledore to get special treatment, it's just the order in which we deal with people that concerns you both. Amelia wanted no chance of misunderstandings developing. That's exactly right, said Harry. I want Dumbledore in Azkaban for the rest of his life, but I need Riddle dead so I can live mine. Amelia glanced at Shaq, who gave the slightest of nods, so the plan was approved. The fact that she was in total agreement with Harry's assessment that Riddle was by far the greater danger was the sole reason for her decision. Amelia wasn't fudge and not for sale. This leads us on to another problem that none of us could have foreseen. In every case, the Death Eaters have fled and abandoned their children who are presently attending Hogwarts. We need to reach a decision by Friday on what to do with them, but I fear most are headed for an orphanage. The reaction of the two teens shocked Amelia. These were Death Eater kids, most of whom had tried to make their time at Hogwarts miserable. That's not going to happen, Amelia. Riddle is a product of an orphanage, so that idea can be discounted immediately. If you can keep Dumbledore away from us, we would like to go to Hogwarts on Thursday and meet with them individually. We will make them an alternative offer to an orphanage and meet all expenses. Harry was again making it up as he went along, but he knew he couldn't put someone in an orphanage, not even Draco. I would like these two to accompany you if that would be okay. Neither have any time for Dumbledore and will keep him away from you under my orders. Hermione hesitated before replying. As long as any extracurricular activities we engage in remain between the 5 people present in this room, again you have my guarantee we won't break any laws. It was an intrigued Madame Bones who agreed, thanked them for their hospitality, and decided she wouldn't miss Thursday, so invited herself along as well. She had a feeling this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as they left, Harry turned to his betrothed, help. She just laughed. Surely you know by now I would have an idea, and I can't wait to see Draco's expression when we tell him. Her idea had Harry howling with laughter. Now if they could get past Dumbledore and visit the chamber and room of requirements, they could have almost all their business done before their wedding. Ginny Weasley was not enjoying the final week of term in Hogwarts. She knew her family was poor and had used her family's friendship with Harry to counter some of the worst quips aimed in her direction by her peers. Now that friendship was publicly over, they were merciless in their verbal attacks. Harry calling the twins bullies had also curtailed their adventures, as no one laughed at their pranks anymore, only consoling the victims. Ron was walking about as if his head was up his ass, and Percy was just Percy. The pompous prat had ruined her life when he pulled her wand from her hand and didn't give a shit. Yes, it was safe to say the Weasleys were not having a good time, and she was on her way to an unused classroom where her father had called an emergency family meeting. Ginny had a premonition that this was not good news. Her father and 4 brothers were already seated by the time she arrived, so they started right away. I've called everyone here today because things have really taken a turn for the worse lately. The Burrow has been completely destroyed and your mother is in St. Mungo's undergoing treatment to determine what happened. We will have to live in a tent I've managed to borrow for the foreseeable future. Combined with the news of Harry's betrothal to the Mudblood, I'm afraid the family can't wait any longer but must sell its only available asset. Ginny was totally confused by her father's remarks. What did they have that was worth enough money to rebuild the burrow? Her heart sank to her shoes when she noticed her father and brothers were all staring at her. Surely they would never stoop that low. She pulled out her wand, but Percy was once again faster as he grabbed it from her hand. You can't be seriously considering selling me. It's called a betrothal and we would receive a bride price. Arthur then cast a spell on his daughter that made her glow white for a few seconds. Good, a peer will fetch a higher price. For Merlin's sake, I'm only 12. Ginny protested loudly. Arthur Wesley just smiled at his only daughter. Your middle name's also Molly, so I was just making sure you didn't take after her. I'll try and get something arranged for over the holidays, so enjoy your last few days of school. I'd take you home now, except we don't have a home to go to. Do you mean I'm getting married this summer? How is that possible, and who will be the groom? Ginny couldn't manage to keep the horror out of her voice. Of course it will be this summer. We need the money now, and the groom will be whoever offers us the most. We might have to buy you some new underwear because prospective grooms will want to see what they're getting for their gold. Ginny couldn't believe the way her father was discussing her body like it was something he owned and could be sold to the highest bidder. You sick bastard, I'll kill myself before I'll let some stranger put his hands anywhere near me. I don't care how much gold he's got. I'm your 12-year-old daughter, not some side of beef to be sold at the market. Arthur looked positively smug. You're a pureblood daughter and the family magic will prevent you harming the goods, so to speak. You will do your duty and marry whoever I decide. Regardless of their age or any other conditions, you will do your duty as a wife and not bring shame on our family honor. What bloody honor? You stand there talking about honor and selling your daughter to the highest bidder in the same breath. You really are a sick bastard. Ginny was screaming at him now and praying she would wake from this nightmare soon. No, I'm your father and head of the family. My decision is final, so you will have a husband this summer and the Weasleys will have a new house. She could see the determined look in her father's eyes, and there would be no help coming from her pureblood brothers either. Her mother was prepared to use a love potion on Hermione so Ron could have her instead of Harry. She was unlikely to be horrified at this arrangement. Ginny sunk to the floor and curled into a ball, her body racked with sobs as she cried for her lost life while listening to her brothers argue for improvements to the new house her body was going to provide. She had no wand, no opinion, and no option but to obey her father's wishes and be sold to the highest bidder, where by magic she would be his to command. The only people who would pay money for a bride were those that couldn't get one any other way. Ginny knew she was destined to be some old mont's plaything, and that thought had her vomiting all over the floor. Being a pureblood female was not something Ginny would ever boast about again. The Slytherin table was in disarray as the sensational news of the Death Eater purge appeared on the Prophet's front page and listed the names of those who had fled the country with their vaults emptied and property gone. There were quite a few sitting at breakfast that now didn't have a home to go to or a guardian to look after their welfare. With no head of house and Dumbledore not anywhere to be seen, the joke circulating Hogwarts was that Trelawney was now in charge. Unfortunately, with almost 15 years' experience, she actually was the most senior professor after the headmaster. Draco sat contemplating what was in store for him next. His parents had fled the country while Severus seemed set for joining Aunt Bella in Azkaban. With no relations and no gold, Draco couldn't see any other alternative to an orphanage. Any friends he could have stayed with were all suffering from the same set of circumstances as him. These bleak thoughts were interrupted by a flock of owls winging their way to every student in the same position. Draco ripped his envelope open and gave a visible sigh of relief. Here was an offer to accommodate him over the summer and continue to fund his education. He had a meeting tomorrow to discuss the details, but any option other than an orphanage had to be good news. For the first time that week, a slight smile crept onto the Slytherin's face as he realized the happy consequences of the purge. He no longer had to marry Pansy. The group was again on the beach, and Harry could see the stiffness start to leave their bodies from yesterday's first session. He intended to push them slightly further this morning before doing something different again. After calling a halt beside the cliff after they had done one more circuit of the beach than yesterday, Dobby again appeared with his wonderful energy drink, but no gillyweed today. Instead, he began conjuring dummies and fixing large sheets of parchment to the cliff face above the dummies' heads. When we began our training, the room of requirements provided us with everything we needed to learn to fight. The parchment will show animated diagrams of defensive and offensive moves and will design these around your physical ability and personality. Hermione is pure offense. She attacks until her opponents are down, while Luna used to dodge everything thrown at her but strike like lightning as soon as an opening presented itself. Neville became the most physically powerful of the group and once ripped a dummy in half because it had managed to land a blow on Luna. Yes, the dummies can be animated, but we're a few weeks away from that, I think. Harry knew he had their full attention, so decided to give them a little demonstration. Hermione could tell through their rings what she was expected to do, so walked up to Harry and carried out the exact same move she had flattened Sirius with. Her betrothed flew through the air but twisted and landed on his feet with his wand pointed right between her eyes. The wand disappeared before Hermione came over and keyed him. They turned to see the rest of the group looking at them in wonder. "How the hell did you do that?" Sirius demanded. "Well, we just put our lips together and do what comes naturally. I know you've been out of circulation for a while, Sirius, but I didn't imagine I was going to have to give my godfather the talk." Sirius held him with a glare that said he was tired, sore and in no mood for jokes. "Oh, you mean the flip thing? It's called training, which is why we're all here. It might just save your life one day, and it impresses the hell out of chicks." Hermione's slap to the back of his head had everyone laughing. She knew exactly what he was doing and why. If you had the energy to laugh, you could push yourself just a little bit more. "My beautiful betrothed will now give us a slight demonstration on how to use the dummies." Hermione turned round and immediately gave a more than passable impression of the cartoon Tasmanian Devil. She reacted so fast that the dummy's head was rolling on the sand before most of the group knew she had moved. Harry was beginning to think that transfiguring the dummy to look like Ron and wearing an "I Love Potions" t-shirt was maybe a bit too much. His Hermione had exploded at first sight of the dummy, and he was slightly worried that he would be her next victim, but Dad saved the day. Dan Granger put his arms around his trembling daughter and keyed the top of her head. "You have no idea how good it feels as a father to know that my daughter can kick the ass of anyone who tries to bother her." The adrenaline coursing through her blood at the sight of the dummy dissipated as her father's arms held her. She had longed for this experience all the years she was growing up. Her parents were really grasping their second chance with both hands. She turned and gave her father a hug before keying his cheek. "Thanks, Dad." She then turned to her love and held her arms out. He almost apparated into them. "Sorry, love, but that wound is just a bit too raw at the moment. We now know what that bastard's interference could have cost us. The Weasleys will really have to stay out of our way for the foreseeable future." A key later and everything was back to normal. "Now this beautiful lady moved slightly quicker than I had intended, but we can ask the parchment to slow the action down. The darker the color and size of area affected as an indication of how much damage the blows would have done to a normal body." The groin area became black and spread towards the black area now emanating from its chest. Most had caught Hermione's spin and elbow into its throat that resulted in the head now sitting on the beach. Harry found himself having to cough a couple of times to get his voice back down to its normal tone, as the black swelling in the groin area seemed to have the same eye-watering effect on all the males except Dan. His "that's my girl" expression was beaming out pride at a wattage to rival any FM radio station. "We'll teach you how to hit. The dummies will glow indicating where to hit, and the parchments tell you the damage your blows would cause." Harry and Hermione then had the group practicing basic moves while Dan took to it like a duck to water. He was throwing combinations by the time they were finished. The dummies and parchments assessed them individually and pushed each member to their limits. It was a sweating but satisfied group who headed off for showers and breakfast. Daphne Greengrass was enjoying her day that had started with the dreaded letter from home, delivered via Gringotts, as it would take a couple of days by owl. The whole of magical Britain was talking, with the name on everyone's lips being Harry Potter. Her father had heard whispers of prominent purebloods fleeing the country with their tails between their legs and was delighted his daughter had allied herself with the House of Potter. Being that fence-sitting was almost embedded in the Greengrass genes, her father would wait for developments before taking any drastic action like declaring alliance. They were currently being taught charms by Professor Flitwick and, because the class was so small, being allowed to work at their own pace instead of having to wait on Crabbe and Goyle having everything explained to them 6 times. The lessons, learning environment and classmates that she could be herself amongst all helped to make her believe that standing up on Monday morning was the best decision she ever made. The warm Italian sunshine and beauty of the Amalfi Coast was slowly melting the ex-Slytherin Ice Queen. Pomona, Minerva and Poppy were sitting trying to organize what the Institute needed to get done before being able to open on September 1st. Minerva was noting all that they would need to buy, and the Scotswoman was fast approaching overload at the running total so far. Hogwarts would never be able to afford this, but then she was one of very few people who knew of the financial manipulations that went on, and with ministry approval. The pureblood dogma that Muggle-borns shouldn't be allowed to attend was utter rubbish, since without them the school would close. They paid in some cases 15 times more fees than the purebloods for two reasons. Their fees were comparable to the best Muggle boarding schools, and if purebloods were charged the same, most of their parents wouldn't pay. As their children were either going to be married off or get jobs due to their family's influence, why waste all that good gold on an education? The result was that Hermione's fees for the last 3 years would probably pay for the entire Hogwarts education of all 7 members of the Weasley clan. She had been debating with herself whether to pass this information on to Harry. The Institute targeting of the Muggle-born students could end up closing Hogwarts, but this story in the press would cause uproar of epic proportions. She had to tell him and let the group decide what to do with the information. She was nothing if not loyal, and she had decided where her loyalties should be when leaving that Monday morning. Pomona and Poppy were amazed at the European syllabus that actually had potions and herbology closely linked, but with healing included as well. The students had to understand the plants, the potion, and the effects they achieved on the body. Again, the equipment needed to start potions, herbology in an infirmary from scratch would not be cheap. Harry and Hermione were working with Mum and Dad to make arrangements for the Hogwarts students that had basically become orphans. With their parents on the phone, both teams had dossiers for each student and were writing in the arrangements as they were worked out. Dan discovered 2 things. They badly needed computers with internet access, and the Gardner credit cards had no limits. Amelia had also sent through a list of qualified ministry personnel that would be assisting with the plan. Albus had received notice that his presence was required at the ministry tomorrow to discuss irregularities relating to Hogwarts. After reading about the Death Eater purges, he suspected Severus had given the DMLE information, but he was aware that the potion's master could overcome truth serum and was impervious to mind scans. There was also the fact that Amelia hadn't turned up with those 2 pet Aurors of hers yet, which would definitely be the case if they broke Severus. At most he was going to be getting a dressing down for his treatment of that little shit Potter. As long as they didn't cancel the tournament, Albus would listen to their bullshit all day. Harry, Hermione, Dan and Emma met with Amelia and both Aurors in Hogsmeade. Albus had already left for his day at the ministry, so they should be free from interference, especially since it appeared in the Quibbler that Harry had a high opinion of Madame Bones and felt that if she was in charge he wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. She was a shoo-in for becoming the next Minister of Magic. Dan and Emma were pretty sure that these 2 were going to use this opportunity to complete the task they had to do in Hogwarts, so they were not going alone, and both Grangers now carried guns. They entered the castle, and the laughing teens had to guide their parents by the elbow as they gawked at their surroundings before managing to get into the classroom that had been commandeered for their use. They quickly got organized before sending for the first appointment of the day, Draco Malfoy. Draco strutted into the room and almost ran back out when he recognized who was waiting for him. Malfoy, if you leave this room then you must know the only decisions are which orphanage to place you in and what to do next year when you can't afford Hogwarts. Draco had stopped, so Harry pressed home his advantage. It's not very Slytherin of you to leave before even hearing the proposal. Take a seat and I promise that you will get to accept or decline my offer. Draco sat in front of the panel of 5 with 2 Aurors standing behind him. I won't waste your time, so here's what we're offering. Non-magical people in America have what's known as summer camp. It's people your own age who get together to do outdoor pursuits and basically have a lot of fun. You would have to live as a Muggle for the summer, but on September 1st you would be attending Salem Academy of Magic to continue your education there. Please don't think of this as some sort of punishment. You have been told your whole life that Muggles are beneath you without ever having any experience of them. This is to provide you with that opportunity. Amelia spoke. The ministry is assisting in this venture, but it is being totally funded by Lord Potter with all fees, travel arrangements, equipment, clothes and even an allowance to be paid monthly. You are well aware of the alternatives, and if this is Lord Potter's idea of punishment then he can punish me anytime. It's costing him a fortune. Draco sat quietly, living as a muggle for 2 months, then being allowed to attend Salem or go to an orphanage and depend on someone's charity to continue his education. The name Malfoy would now count against him, and he would need a good education to make any headway in life. On paper it wasn't a hard decision, but there was one thing that was driving him crazy. Why was Potter doing this? The idea that there would be no gain or a debt to be paid off somewhere down the line was inconceivable to the Slytherin, and he couldn't see Potter's angle. What did Potter get out of Draco Malfoy saying yes? He felt that if he understood that, then he could fight it, but how do you fight an unselfish act? He said the only thing he could say, "I'm in." He was to meet Tonks off the express, where his trunk and wand would be sent on to Salem. He would spend the weekend staying in a Muggle hotel, shopping, getting a passport from Gringotts before flying to New York on Monday, accompanied by Ministry employees with the appropriate background. As everyone was being sent to different camps all over America, he would join them all in Salem. Draco left with his head spinning, and the only fact that stuck in his head was that Bones was right. This must be costing Potter a fortune. After the last interview had finished, Harry glanced towards Hermione, who'd been studying the Marauders map all day. A nod of her head and a "still there" was all that he needed to hear. They had originally planned on sneaking out for a second and using the time turner. Hermione still had to complete their tasks unnoticed, but Mum and Dad would never forgive them, so the group of 7 headed into a girl's toilet to find a red-haired witch kneeling at a certain sink. Ginny was distraught, sobbing, and looked as if she had been for days. When she saw Harry, the glimmer of hope in her eyes was heartbreaking to see. She threw herself at his feet, with her speech being interrupted with soul-wrenching sobs. "Oh Harry, I prayed for you to come." Sob, "Can't open it." Sob, "Wish you left me down there." Sob, "Tried to jump of tower." Sob, "Magic won't let me." Sob, "Never be found in chamber." Sob, "Being sold to buy new house." Sob, "Die before let old bastard touch me." At this point she became so bad that they couldn't understand a word. Harry glanced towards Hermione and received his answer. She had total faith in Harry, but wouldn't trust the red-haired bint as far as she could throw her, which, come to think about it, was pretty far. Harry knelt beside Ginny and scooped her into his arms. "Schhh Ginny, if you can't tell us the problem, then we can't help." After a minuet or so she was coherent enough to get her main points across. "The burrow is destroyed, so my family are arranging for me to be married this summer to the highest bidder." "Molly," shouted Hermione, but Ginny shook her head. "Dad, and those selfish bastards of brothers are arguing who gets biggest room in new house." Dan Granger was just getting used to the role of loving father and found he liked it a lot. This distraught young girl reawakened the emotions he felt during the bank fight. "Let me see if I've got this right. Your house got destroyed, so the family is going to sell you to the highest bidder in order to rebuild." Ginny nodded and Dan whirled on Amelia. "Please tell me this isn't legal." Amelia bowed her head. "I assume she's talking about a betrothal contract and bride price, in which case it's perfectly legal. They probably took her wand, and her family magic will prevent her harming herself, so she was unable to jump off the tower." Both parents turned to Hermione, well aware that she would be the one they would have to convince. "We have to help here. I know we have the whole potions issue to deal with, but what kind of sick bastard sells his own 12-year-old daughter, and what would that make us if we could help but didn't?" Hermione had never heard her mother swear, and that made her think more than anything else. "Did Ron try a potion on Hermione? Is that why you guys left?" Ginny asked, confused. "We found out he was going to make the attempt." Harry answered diplomatically. "I didn't know," Ginny answered truthfully. Hermione asked bitingly, "Would it have made any difference to you if the result was to split me and Harry up?" Ginny was young, but even she realized her future could hang on this answer, so decided to be completely truthful. "I was honestly so in love with Harry that I would have took him any way I could. There are so few genuinely good people out there, and even my own brothers are heartless bastards. Being told that I'm to be sold has changed my opinions on everything. My eyes have well and truly been opened, and no one should ever be forced in that position. I hadn't heard about the potion, though I certainly wouldn't be shocked if he did." Hermione had so many conflicting thoughts and emotions running through her head. She wasn't sure what to do, and Harry was wisely staying out of her mind, as he recognized this was a decision she had to reach on her own. This Ginny hadn't done anything yet and knew nothing of the plot to use potions on her. Hermione also recognized that their interference in the timeline must have caused this event, even if the other Ginny had been sold after they had closed down Harry's Gringotts account that the Weasleys had been stealing from that Christmas. She still felt responsible. Hermione already knew what her betrothed's answer would be. Shit, they just spent all morning trying to save Malfoy and his cronies. Hermione had no option but to give Ginny the same second chance that they were enjoying, but first it was time for a few home truths. Ginny, Harry and I are betrothed, and anyone tampering with that relationship would find themselves in serious legal trouble. I will become Lady Potter this summer, and although allowed by law to take more than one wife, trust me when I say this lady's not for sharing. Harry is well aware of my position and agrees with it. If you can accept this and move on, we can help you. If you make a move on my man, I guarantee what happened to Snape will seem like a picnic compared to what I'll do to you. Hermione, I have tried 3 different ways to kill myself rather than face being married to some unknown old man. I would swear on my magic never to hope for anything more than friendship from both Potters, but that bastard Percy took my wand again. I already owe Harry a life debt and would certainly consider I owed my life to whoever rescued me from this situation. If you can help, then please, I'm begging here and will do anything you ask of me. A quick discussion over their bond and it was settled. Amelia, can we take her with us? Harry asked. No, it would be classed as kidnapping. The only reason it worked on Monday was that you had no prior knowledge of the oaths and then did everything in your power to save them, triggering their oaths. If Miss Weasley were to be given a wand to make any kind of oath to prevent this betrothal, the person responsible would end up in Azkaban. These laws are nuts, Emma declared. Our society is dominated by pureblood males who make the laws to suit their needs. Who do you think would be purchasing Miss Weasley? Our society is roughly about a century behind yours in values and technology, and as long as the old guard stay in charge, that's the way it will remain. Harry looked at Ginny and saw a small, frightened child that needed reassurance as much as her body needed air. Ginny, we will help, but we came here to do a very important job and have to enter the chamber again. Now that she had some hope, all desire to enter the chamber evaporated and she decided to wait in a cubicle for their return. Ginny provided the first laugh of the afternoon when she told them Myrtle left. Apparently Ginny's incessant crying was driving the ghost mad. Dan Granger felt as if he was in an Indiana Jones movie as small bones crunched under their feet while they walked along the wand-lit tunnel. He was even wearing a leather jacket and a gun in its holster with only a whip and hat missing. As if sliding down a giant tube wasn't enough to reinforce the image, they were now standing in front of a massive round metal door that Harry was speaking to in that strange hissing language. Parts of the door animated before the whole thing swung open, releasing the most noxious smell Dan had ever experienced. Before he could even complain, his head was surrounded by a goldfish bowl filled with clean air as Harry then led them through the door. His future son-in-law had described the basilisk as a big snake, but that was a bit like describing King Kong as a large monkey. Technically accurate but severely lacking on the grandeur of the beast. It was bloody enormous. The thought of 12-year-old Harry fighting this abomination with a sword to save the life of the petite witch they had just left forced Dan to sit for a minute as the enormity of the task and bravery of this young man he was growing to love hit him. He glanced around and could see he was not the only one having such a reaction. The 3 women were in tears while Auror Shacklebolt was leaning against the wall as they all tried in vain to comprehend the achievements of the wizard known as Harry Potter. He was surprised at Hermione's lack of reaction until remembering that she would have gotten to experience the whole thing through Harry's memories. Definitely not something he could imagine was a pleasant memory, and feeling his emotions as well. As a couple, their relationship was so strong because it had been forged in the heat of battle with enemies on all sides and their unquestionable belief that they would die before allowing the other to be harmed. This knowledge was truly humbling to Dan as he watched his daughter and her love extracting teeth while 2 dentists were so overcome with emotion to be rendered useless. Dobby popped them back into the toilet 2 at a time, and it was Amelia who spoke first. Lord Potter, the picture in the Quibbler just didn't do your heroics justice. Why weren't you recommended for an Order of Merlin? It was a very bitter Hermione who answered. He saved Ginny, Hogwarts, Dumbledore's job, and cleared Hagrid's name while getting him out of Azkaban, and his reward was to be sent back to Privet Prison and isolated from everyone who cared about him. If we didn't need the old bastard, I swear I would take great pleasure in kicking his decrepit ass into next week. Harry put his arms around her and kissed her neck. Never change, Hermione. I love you just the way you are. Any smidgen of hope that Ginny had left of a relationship with Harry died there and then. She could see the utter devotion these two had for each other. Amelia looked on as Harry walked up and down in front of a blank wall, giving a gasp of astonishment as a door made an appearance, and once again Harry led the way in. Harry was wearing dragon hide gloves as he lifted a tiara down, which brought a scream from the red-haired witch. "That's the same as the diary. Harry, I can hear it calling to me. Please don't let it get me again." Emma held Ginny tightly as Hermione handed Harry a tooth from the basilisk, and he quickly stabbed the tiara. Screams louder and containing more terror than Ginny could ever produce came from the inanimate object as a smoky humanoid form leaked from the center jewel before dissolving into a black goo on the floor that Hermione quickly banished. Amelia's legs gave way as she found herself on the floor with two Aurors standing above her with wands drawn, unsure what had happened to their boss but determined to fight it. The phrase, "same as the diary," had triggered her collapse as soon as she worked out what the tiara was. "Oh dear Merlin, how many more were there?" She asked Harry the question with a glance, and his answer of 7 had her head spinning and the Aurors starting to get really agitated. She held up her hand to signal that she was okay and they could calm down. "Can you give me any details?" she asked Harry. "That's the third one destroyed. We have one at Gringotts that came out the Lestrange vault, and we can now use the same means to destroy that as well. We know the location of the rest and will retrieve them and administer the same treatment. As you can imagine, this must stay secret, and only Hermione and I have this knowledge. If this information got into the wrong hands, it could totally screw us up. Anything you need, anything, anytime, it's yours for the asking. If you pull this off, our world will owe you a debt that could never be repaid. Merlin, they already do." The sincerity and respect in Amelia's voice was there for all to hear. Shaq's questions were met with a shake of the head. Harry was right. The fewer people who knew about Horcruxes at the moment, the better for everyone. Ginny was assured once more that they would help before the 7 beat a hasty retreat, preempting the return of Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley was lying alone in the borrowed magical tent, contemplating his life in relation to his decision to place his only daughter on the betrothal market. His mind drifted back to what he considered the pivotal moment of his life, meeting Molly Pruitt, the redhead that changed his world. She came with a reputation, but shy Arthur was just glad she came. His total experience up until that time had been a few keys and a fumble in a broom closet as a dare. She seemed to see something in him that no one had before, or since, if he was being truthful. They married as soon as he got a job in the ministry. She kept him well fed and warm at night, with Bill making an appearance less than a year later. While his pure blood status almost guaranteed him a job at the ministry, the lack of money and family prestige placed him on the lowest rung of the promotional ladder. Arthur believed that as a pureblood wizard he actually was better than the rest, but being a poor junior clerk in the department dealing with muggles meant he had nothing to offer the Death Eaters, and when the great Albus Dumbledore asked him to join the light side, Arthur was so flattered he said yes. He was regretting his decision up until little Harry Potter finished of the Dark Lord. Arthur thought he would be rewarded for joining the right side, only to have his earlier fears confirmed and his dreams of prosperity dashed. Gold and a family name could apparently get you out of anything, and the Death Eaters were all still lording it over the perpetually penniless and now blood traitorous Weasleys. His career had crawled along at a snail's pace, but then he wasn't actually working his ass off. Arthur had found his niche, and in this night of honesty probably his level as a wizard as well. Dealing with biting teacups was quite enough for him. Of all his children, Ronald was probably the closest to Arthur in ability and personality, in that he expected maximum returns for minimal talent and effort in whatever field he chose. The owl requesting he spend the summer with his new girlfriend confirmed his opinion that the boy did most of his thinking using a part of his anatomy that was not his brain. Molly and Albus had been cooking up some scheme for years to get Ginny into the Potter family and solve all their monetary problems at one fell swoop. Arthur had been quite happy to go along with that, but it would appear to have blown up in their faces. A bit like the Burrows, since they had now determined the spell signatures that destroyed their home all belonged to Molly, leaving Arthur with the choice of the family living in a tent while they saved for years to try and rebuild their house and replace lost belongings, or offer Ginny for betrothal and rebuild now. Arthur considered this a greater good decision and eased his conscience with that thought. The needs of the many outweighed the needs of the one. He would try and choose someone who wasn't too terrible for Ginny, but at least she would have money wherever she finally ended up. It was the cold light of day before Arthur had convinced himself that, as head of a pureblood family, this was the only choice available to him. He had just roused himself out of the borrowed bed when his name was called from outside the tent. Reaching for his wand, Arthur found 3 goblins standing waiting on him. The goblin in charge gave a look of distaste at the interior of the tent before speaking. "A client I represent has heard of your situation regarding the youngest female Weasley and would like to make you an offer." He pulled out a folder and handed it to Arthur. He opened the folder and gazed upon the prettiest manor house he had ever seen. Glancing at the details, it was in Cornwall, had 10 bedrooms with 6 bathrooms, reception rooms and a kitchen Molly would kill for. It also had extensive grounds and came fully furnished. "My client would like to do a straight swap, the deeds to this house in exchange for your daughter. This is a one-time only offer and the papers must be signed this morning or the deal is off. We can of course portkey to the property and allow a viewing." Arthur was so eager he forgot that he hadn't dressed yet and was stood in just a shirt. Pajamas burn just as well as houses. It took less than 5 minutes for the head of the Weasley family to make up his mind. As soon as he entered the house, his decision was made and the documents were signed on his new dining room table without even asking who their client was. The Hogwarts Express was pulling into King's Cross and Ginny Weasley was a nervous wreck. The second Harry had left Hogwarts, her mind started throwing what-ifs at her. What if Hermione changes her mind? What if they want too much gold? What if she was already sold? The list was endless, getting more and more unlikely but no less terrifying as time slowly passed. Ginny retrieved her battered old trunk and trundled towards her beaming father. This could be very bad. When all the Weasleys had gathered round, Arthur made his announcement. "The Weasley family has a new home." Ginny's insides turned to lead as she dreaded the answer to the question she had to ask. "Who did you sell me to?" From behind her a very familiar voice answered, "That would be me." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.